The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
What?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You ping.
Damn it! Your friend tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this magical Overreaction Monday, December 9th, 2024. This program starts now. Football is amazing, and we're right in the middle of the thick of it. Listen, the college football playoff bracket has been released, and the dumbest decision I think that has ever been made in sports television of recent memory. That bracket was put out at 12:20 Eastern yesterday on an NFL Sunday.
Yep.
So that thing got a good 40 minutes of buzz before the NFL kicked off. Yeah. You know, like 93 of the top 100 watched games or watched television programs are NFL games. So to feel as if you have to put this, which is obviously electrifying, SMU gets in over Alabama. Whoa. People are saying Penn State gets an easy road now all of a sudden. Is it supposed to be an easier road for the number one overall team, Oregon? Instead, the team that they beat in the Big Ten championship that we didn't get to see a lot of.
Damn shame. Wait,
Paid $13,000 for
you were
the suite.
there.
Paid $13,000 to watch that game on Saturday to be in the suite.
Third quarter was awesome.
Third quarter was sweet.
Fun.
First two quarters, that was the view out of the suite for the entirety of it all.
wow.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that camera got some sweet shots. Now, they never used them on the broadcast.
Unfortunately.
But we were able to see him because, you know, that guy with the hair here controlling the rig on the far left side, it's not his fault. He's just doing his job.
Right.
But he had a big TV in front of him that was on the left side showing the shots that he was getting, and then on the right side showing the program. And that thing was 4 feet away from us the entire time, directly in eyesight of everything. So we saw all the shots he was getting. They were nice.
Fire,
Oh,
right?
man.
Hey, listen, you got a 20-foot crane that you put a camera on right in front of people that paid thousands and thousands of dollars to watch a Big Ten championship game. You're going to get some sweet shots. He even sent that thing up at us. We could have touched that thing a couple times because it was going through our... So at one point, it was me, then 3 feet in front of my face, crane, and then the game was happening behind it. And you're like, well, just look at the Jumbotron. There it is. Then that thing would go right in front of the Jumbotron. I mean, it was... It was the worst viewing experience that you could ever imagine.
Crapshoot.
At a live event. With that being said, the lads we had a good time.
It was a great time.
Very fun.
We had a great time in there. And we'll say this, great game too.
Yeah.
We went from watching there to who were dodging third quarter.
Yep.
They moved it out of the way where I don't think it would blocked anybody's view.
It didn't.
Certainly the way the stadium was built, that area was for if you have a Bevo that needs to come
There you go.
to the game and can't get on the sideline, that is the place you put it at. Hey, if you have a crane that you want to put it, this is the place to put it in. Try it out for the third quarter. I don't think the cameraman liked the shots they were getting. Once again, none of them were used in the actual broadcast.
Sure.
But I don't think he brings that son of a bitch right back over. And to be clear, thank you to the Penn State fans that filled that place up.
Yeah.
A lot of Oregon fans.
Yeah,
It was awesome.
sure.
Long travel. I was looking for Lombo because I think we knew where the coaches section was and where the family section was. And Lombo came out because his kid coaches out there. Thought he was good. Couldn't find him because there was a good amount of Oregon people. I would say it was like 75-25.
Yeah, that's probably right.
25% Oregon people, 75% staters.
Long way.
Loud.
Very loud.
Penn State fans were very, so were the Oregon fans, but it was only like 25% of the crowd. The Penn State fans were loud. The Loud House was very loud. It was a game, okay, Oregon ends up winning. They're the number one team in the country, and then people look at their avenue, so they have a harder road than Penn State does. Penn State, all they got to do is beat SMU, who's not even supposed to be in it, remember?
Yeah.
because they got in for Alabama. It's like, look out for that SMU team. This is not just a rollover. And then Boise State. Who's Boise? I don't think many of you have watched Boise State. Oregon had Boise State like week 2, struggled, very close game. We've seen what Oregon has done to basically everybody but Wisconsin in Wisconsin. Boise State, great team as well. But everybody's wondering, why do they get an easier road than the number 1 team? And then Texas, okay, they lose the SEC championship. They get Clemson. Clemson hasn't even been in this entire thing. It's like Clemson hit a 56-yarder to win that ACC championship. That was electrifying to watch. Hell of a kick out of that kid.
Yeah.
Freshman. I guess his mom was captain of Clemson soccer team. Dad, like captain of Clemson basketball or baseball or something like that. So this kid has been in the Clemson athletic department since he was born. Then he hits a 56-yarder in the freezing cold. Freezing cold is certainly a way.
Cold for them.
Chilly. Cold as hell down there. And he just knocks that home after they ice him, too. It's like, that's a big-time kick. And that game was 24-7 at one point. Clemson was up over SMU. And we thought SMU was going to get booted because they just got boat raced in the ACC championship. Going to be hard to put them in over Alabama, who was already in. Instead, SMU, Kevin Jennings and the boys come marching back, make that a game. Comes down to a late last-second bomb of a field goal from a young kid. Congrats to him hitting that. But yeah, there was chaos for the College Football Playoff Committee and for the bracket for about 20 minutes.
Sure.
20 minutes. You keep that on Tuesday night, which they've done all year. Tuesday has been the bracket reveal or the rankings reveal, which then leads to the bracket. It's like we have to talk about today. Alabama people are pitching their case today. SMU people are pitching their case today. Lane Kiffin's probably tweeting this entire thing. Shane Beamer and the South Carolina team are like, hold on now. If we're going to open the doors here, what are we doing? Rest of the world's burying the SEC. SEC's fighting back about how great they are versus everybody else. That's a conversation until tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And then you have the aftermath on Wednesday. So now, and then Wednesday you can roll out all the other bowl games too. So now that's like Saturday to Thursday.
Damn near a whole week.
But instead, let's force this thing out so people only have breakfast with their bitching. You know, that's all they're going to have after the championship thing. And then we got the NFL kicking off 20 minutes later. So I think that was a tactical flaw. With that being said, gotta go bracket.
Yeah. Do it right.
Gotta go bracket. And it all starts in beautiful Indiana as Notre Dame hosts Kurt Signetti in the Indiana Hoosiers. And I heard Coach Sig on the CBS show, which was the ones who had the crane. Shout out to CBS. We appreciate that.
Shout out.
We do appreciate getting good shots. Never used them.
No. Should have.
But they were.
Definitely should have.
There was a drone that was flying around. There was the sky cam from the other side. And then there was also this mega crane, which obviously gets great. We never saw the left side of the screen match up with the right side of the screen.
Unfortunately.
And it was a bummer because we were actually trying to watch the game through this guy's TV a couple times because we couldn't see anything in there.
Great game.
But Sig going up to Notre Dame, that's beautiful for the state of Indiana. Although we all wanted warm versus cold. Here in Indiana, this thing's mega. And if you look at the ticket prices now for these games, the resale ticket prices from our friends at SeatGeek, since the matchups were announced, okay, this is since the matchups were announced and tickets are for sale. The Indiana Notre Dame game, average resale price of a ticket right now on SeatGeek, $1,631. Now, granted, I don't know how many people are reselling, right? That's a big-time season ticket, generations, Notre Dame. We've been there, so how many tickets are for sale versus everywhere else? Is that why the price is so much? But that's what's going on there. Clemson, Texas, obviously, $750, $500 for Tennessee, Ohio State on Columbus on that Saturday at 8 o'clock at night. That place should be rocking. And then $333 for SMU, Penn State, and that should be a blast. I think that's a noon game.
Yep.
Yeah.
They got another noon game.
Yes, they do.
They got another noon game, Penn State. I don't know how it all plays out. But, yeah, this Indiana-Notre Dame game here in the state that we live is actually awesome.
Yeah, so pumped.
I mean, it is a very fantastic thing. Congrats, college football, and having a hell of a game. Now, that's 8 minutes on a Monday. The NFL happened yesterday.
Yes, it did.
And whenever I say the NFL happened, I mean there are storylines that are literally continuing to heat up. The Chiefs are still the Chiefs. Boink! Good. Shout out to that's our third string kicker.
Yeah.
Harrison Bucker, all-pro, guy who negotiated his own deal, gives speeches at graduations, kicks balls very well. Then Spencer Schrader comes in. He wins a game for him. He gets hurt. This is Matthew Wright, third kicker. And obviously, I think he hit a 50-yarder last week. He makes another kick in this game, and he banks one home to win. That's what the Chiefs do. The Chiefs is still the Chiefs, always will be the Chiefs. I had an incredible opportunity yesterday morning to go on NFL Game Day morning, and I said Chargers getting 4 in this particular game feels like a layup whenever we're talking about gambling, because this Chiefs team, the stats are wild against the spread. Obviously, they're 12-1 now. They're, sole AFC home field advantage guys for the rest of the year is what we're thinking. But the way they win is always the same exact way. Hang around, hang around, hang around, hang around, hang around. Then when you have to make a play, they make it. And guess who made the play whenever they needed a play to ice the clock and put this thing to sleep? It was Patrick Mahomes.
Boom.
Now, that's obviously the worthy. Yep. The game that iced it, the play that iced it late in the fourth was him and Travis Kelce. 3rd and 7. Chargers get a stop here. They're going to be able to get the ball back after the field goal. Instead, 1st down, Travis Kelce. That's all we're trying to do. I'm just going to kneel here.
Yep.
You guys want to come take a shot? That's sweet. They kneel it out. Matthew Wright, who's just the 3rd-string kicker, comes out, banks it home, and wins it. But whenever they have to make a play, they make it. And I don't think it's luck at this point. I think we just need to understand that whenever it's 20-19 in cornhole, or there's 1 cup left in beer pong,
sure,
or in ping pong, it's 10-9 or something like that. Any of those moments, cornhole, beer pong, ping pong, any of those things, when Patrick Mahomes has it, he's going to score.
Yep.
And the other person, for some reason, is going to mess it up. That is just who this Chiefs team has been. And I know in the past, 1-score victors have not boded well in the playoffs. They have. These guys are really good in the playoffs, and that style is not fun to bet on. It's not that fun to watch anymore. It is a gruesome battle every single time, but in the end, it's as if the script has been written. This 29-year-old is going to end up winning it. Yep. And congrats to the Chiefs.
Yeah, unreal.
Now, is he the best player in football, or is it Josh Allen?
Ooh.
And how about the Seahawks? Are they taking a commanding control of the NFC West? How about the Pittsburgh Steelers? Are they going to win a Super Bowl? So many questions, and obviously we got to chat about it all. The Talks Table's here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Sweet hoodie, Con, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. Me and Tone talked about it. Army kind of got robbed. And Monk, and I hope he stays with West Point forever. He's a fantastic coach, and the fact that they're not in the playoff kind of stinks. But Army-Navy week, kind of the only college football game, you figure give them a little bit of love this week.
Absolutely, you should. Shout out to America. Monken's name's up for a lot of those jobs, I guess. He's been in the Army for a long time. 57 years old, has had great success. He's rallying for Bryson Daly to get to New York for the Heisman. We shall see how it goes. Ty Schmidt, how you doing? Great weekend for the Big Ten.
Unbelievable weekend for the Big Ten. Unbelievable. I mean, granted, I'm going to go ahead and just say Oregon is a Big Ten member, okay? Oregon's a Big Ten member. Yeah. A lot of people saying, hey, Pac-12 team comes in, wins the Big Ten the first year. Oregon's a Big Ten team now, so I'm gonna wear that proudly. They are a Big Ten team. It was an unbelievable weekend until late last night. Juan Soto decided not to re-sign with the Yankees, but that's neither here nor there.
We're talking baseball?
Well, I mean, we can talk baseball, but the amount of money that guy signed for, $785 million.
65 could go up to 800 though with escalators.
Exactly.
I mean, there's amount of
it will. And it's tough because I love this guy, and now I have to absolutely fucking hate his guts because the Yankees offered him 16 years and $760 million, and he wanted an extra $5 million to go where there's not as much pressure. He wants to be the guy himself. That's okay, but almost $6,000 an hour for the next 15 years.
Now, I showcased my math here.
Yeah.
I gave every month 30 days.
Sure.
If you do 12 times 30, it's 360, not 365. So you could do it around $5,500 a day or an hour for the next 15 years for Juan Soto. Kids, get a bat.
Yeah.
Now.
Get a sweet batter stance. Do a lot of good stuff and just start hitting dong shots. They're paying over there. That is so much cash.
Insane.
And I don't know how they're making it. I don't know how they're making money in baseball. I have no idea. I guess hat sales are phenomenal.
Hat sales.
I know that some of these stadiums fill up, obviously, on a regular basis, so that whole thing works. But as a league, if you're talking about like ratings and television deals and everything, relevance conversation, the fact that one dude, not just one, I guess there's a couple now at this point, although they've deferred it for the rest of their lives. Shohei obviously able to get whatever he commands. $765 million at the bottom of his contract, fully guaranteed. $800 million potentially at the top. It's like, I didn't know baseball still had it like that.
Nuts.
Congrats to baseball.
Yeah. Congrats to Juan Soto. It's just insane. It's very hard to wrap your head around that. Like, you look at all the stuff coming out too, like Brady's career earnings combined with LeBron's career earnings, and they're still like $75 million short of what Soto just signed for. Like, it's insane, but hey, Tell you what, if you see $765 million on a paper presented to you,
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah, probably a DocuSign nowadays.
Exactly.
You open that email, you have a DocuSign from Steve Cohen. And you open that thing up and goes, you put your name right here. Just right here. If you just, doesn't even have to be a good one. If you just fat finger it, $765 million. Okay. Yep. How do I? Where's Who was he with? He was
Scott Boras.
He was that's his agent. Oh. He was with I think Spida.
Yeah.
Spida
it looked like it in the Instagram video.
Yeah, I saw a dumping of champagne and hot tub, the whole thing. Go ahead and celebrate for the rest of your life, bud. You did great. And shout out to baseball. And I didn't like that baseball purists come out and started pointing out all the stats about the Pittsburgh Pirates payroll for the last 15 years.
Wow.
Versus this one deal.
Sure.
And how it's going to go. And they started, nitpicking about how this is what's unfair about baseball. I concur. But until it's not possible, give me the owner that's going to overpay every fucking time. Because I happen to be from Pittsburgh. And that owner never spends. No. And they never are going to win. So people are saying, he's done it the right way, though. It's like, okay, how about when Steinbrenner was running the Yankees, the cheat, whatever the hell they call him?
Yeah, the boss.
Boss, there it is. Well, I thought the boss was.
There's only one boss.
Yeah.
Well, George was around before Springsteen was. I love Springsteen.
Oh, I was talking about the final boss, The Rock. But
I was talking about Springsteen.
The final boss.
Okay, yeah, you're of course. But when Steinbrenner was paying for championships, it's like all the other owners could have done it too, right? They chose not to. So Cohen deciding to do this, I think is good for the Mets. Congrats to you. And I hope it works out because everybody else they've signed it has not worked out, right?
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of one of those things where they're like the Jets or, some of those teams, if you root for them in like the New York area, like for whatever reason, kind of just cursed and it just never works. So we'll see. Maybe, you sign a guy to $765 million contract, you're expecting, the tides to turn a little bit.
Michael Cole believes they're the Kings of New York now.
They're not, but
start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I wanna be a part of it. Mets baseball. Whoa. Mets baseball. Is that what it is?
I mean, now they can go out and prove it. They have that opportunity. So, I think he was maybe trying to get away from the limelight and the pressure that comes with being a Yankee. Wants to go be a Met, but now you're saying, hey, they're the Kings of New York. So
I'm not saying it. I'm just telling you what Michael Cole texted me.
Okay.
Word on the street.
So if that's the case, better not choke.
Whoa.
Better not choke.
Yeah, Cole's a fan of a few other teams.
Jets, same deal. Hey, they were supposed to win the Super Bowl this year, right? 3-10.
He knew better, though.
And their roster's pretty damn good.
Man, they had the one yesterday, too.
I know they did.
They did.
The first game, Rodgers thrown for over 300 yards.
And forever. Yeah. He's high-stepping out of tackles.
Yep.
Looks spry.
He did.
It looks spry.
It was like, holy hell. Like, there was parts of that game yesterday where I was watching. I'm like, hey, they must have talked to been like, hey, we should at least see what we can look like. We should at least see, although this year's not going how we want to go, and we are basically eliminated from all contention, we might as well see what we could have been. Lazard gets back off an injury for a while. Let's go ahead and do this thing. And they did.
They did.
And they did. They looked good at football. The Jets fans were like, where's this? Where's this? This has been available?
Nice.
We had no idea this was available.
Balls were loose.
And then all of a sudden, the Miami Dolphins hit a 52-yard field goal to tie this thing up late in the fourth. And watch what Tua does here. Now listen, this is the part where I thought, man, the Jets, look at this.
Okay, Tua.
Yeah, Tua's like celebrating in this thing.
Jacked up.
Right, doing the whole thing. And then they cut to the Jets side. The Jets sideline, very different, obviously. Yeah. Guy just hit a 52-yarder. I'm like, is Tua about to will his team to it? Lo and behold, they did. Let's go to one half of the hammer. Done. Cowboys, Bubba Gumpino. Gumpy, congrats to your Dolphins.
Tua's first overtime game he's ever played in the NFL, 6-7, led him to the win. Jonnu Smith, no catches all game, just fed him that drive, and he dropped that ball in a bucket for the winner here. I mean, I thought they were dead, and I'm happy for Malik Washington because he dropped that fumble in the Packers game, and he had the big return where he absolutely ran over Anders Carlson to get him in field goal position.
Yeah, that was an interesting technique there by Carlson. Seemed like he wanted to do like a wrestling shoulder bump with him, stand up and take this thing chest to chest and just get absolutely demolished. But look at the time. 52 seconds left. The Jets just took a 3-point lead.
Come on.
Can't give up a big return. He's out the gate. And just a little bit of lower base there. That was a rim.
No speed.
To a kicker. Don't love anything about that. The back view doesn't make it any better for the kicker, but I like that he got his body in the way. He said, you know what, I'm going to slow this guy down. I'm not just going to give up a touchdown. Let me slow him down so my friends can come in. That's perfect football. Now, he should have pushed him back inside, I think, where a lot of his friends are potentially coming from. The only thing he did is he accidentally shot the inside shoulder, and that's what he was doing there.
Yep.
He wasn't trying to make the tackle. He was just trying to kind of shoot, and he slowed him down. And it was like a steeplechase situation there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whenever you're running and then you get up to that hurdle and there's a bunch of water on the backside of it just slows you down. That's exactly what Carlson was. Just slows you down. Then he jumped over in the water. Then they tackled him.
That's right.
Then he still had to hit a 52-yarder after that. Jason Sanders, he did. Congrats to the Dolphins, honestly. Still in it. Still lurking.
Yeah.
Never lost to the Patriots or the Jets. Tua, 12-0.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
Never won anything there either.
Yeah. Little unfair though, because Big Boom AJ was on the sideline bringing the boom.
1-0, massive comeback, overtime dub. The Costco crew is down there on the sideline.
That's right.
There was a rumor, too, that Big Justice said when they went into overtime, he went to Tua and said, lock in, Iceman. He said, I got you, bro. I'm about to bring 5 booms.
5 big booms, I think, if I read the actual. Tua said, I'm going to bring you boom, and boom, and boom, and boom, and boom. 5 big Tua booms. Big Justice said, do that. Yeah. And they did. Or I'm hanging out with Boca Raton Beach Boys. One half of the Hammer, Cowboys, AP Tone. Now the Dolphins get a win over the Jets. Obviously, the Chiefs get a massive doink win. They remain at the top of the world. The Philadelphia Eagles, they struggle against Carolina Panthers. I thought they were going to cover there. You know, I thought this was going to be a weekend where Nick Sirianni says, yeah, this is who we are. I thought this was going to be a weekend the Carolina Panthers were maybe going to come back down to earth a little bit because they've been playing great football, although they haven't been winning. They've been playing really good football. Bryce Young seemingly going to be a guy. Yeah. Congrats to the Carolina Panthers. Obviously not this year. You already had a bench quarterback, did the whole thing, yada, yada, yada. But looking into next year and future years, I think they maybe got something down there in Carolina. I'm happy for them. With that being said, Carolina had a 3-point lead basically throughout that entire game. Yep. Eagles would answer. Panthers would answer. Then the Eagles inevitably put them away. A couple different times they could have covered. I'm only saying that because I picked them to cover. And if they would have, they're up 6, they could have went and done it. It got to 13, they would have got it. What was the public money this week? Because the slate was kind of crap.
Yeah, it was crap.
The slate was kind of crap looking at it. There was teams that are very good playing against teams that are very bad, or bad teams playing against each other. So you look ahead to it, you go, okay, there's a few good games, but a majority of this is crap. Then there was a lot of games that were absolute crap. How'd the public fare in this weekend's betting?
The teams that were receiving 60% or more of the bets against the spread went 3-6. So not a great weekend for the public because there was a lot of big spreads and they kept it close. Or the crap games where 2 crap teams were playing against each other, couldn't score because they're crap teams. So it was close games. And the favorite did not cover. So, yeah, it wasn't a great weekend for the public this one.
We'll bounce back. Got a big one tonight, obviously.
Huge.
Yeah. You can watch it with The Simpsons.
What?
Yeah, The Simpsons are going to be doing it tonight.
Bart?
Dan Dolofsky.
Yep.
Oh.
And
I don't think there's any fun play on words for Mina's.
Okay, it is Mina?
It's just Mina Kimes, yeah.
And Mr.
Drew Wacky Game guy.
Peters.
Yeah.
Lord of the Wacky Game.
It's going to be good. There's also a Manning cast. So there's The Simpsons, Manning cast, and Joe and Troy.
Yeah.
Good luck, Joe and Troy.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Might as well stay home.
No one watching that.
So, the Joe and Troy one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got
Yeah,
dope.
I was about to say, yeah, dope. They did Orlovsky wrong in there.
They did.
And I think they knew that.
Yeah.
When they designed him, they said, let's make this guy look like him, but much worse.
Yeah.
And that sucks. But I do like these zany games.
They're the best.
I like the zany concepts.
Tune in.
Yeah, I will check it out, just like I did with the SpongeBob one.
Bingo. Yeah, the Slime Zone.
The Slime Zone Nickelodeon one.
With Lumpkin.
Yeah, love Lex Lumpkin. They need to bring him back. He should have been in this particular one, but yeah, I would definitely check this out. Shout out to everybody that came together and make this happen. Now, remember, couldn't flex this game out of Monday Night Football, so we're being forced to watch this one because the Simpson thing happened. So we'll certainly try to should enjoy it.
Definitely gonna.
No, should enjoy it. Who? Drew Carter.
Drew Carter.
We said that, right?
Yeah.
Drew Crazy Guy Carter.
Yeah, Wacky Game, Zany Game Carter.
Yeah.
Now Drew Peters, I guess we called him. I thought I said Carter.
Peter's
Carter, middle name,
common
right?
name.
Speaking of
Drew
Carter,
Peter,
Jalen and the boys got into it yesterday. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
With Carolina Panthers offensive linemen. I know offensive linemen are built different. Like, shout out to offensive linemen being built different. Davis and Carter wanting the fight is not where I would want to be.
No.
Not where I would want to be ever, but Carolina Panthers fought. Now, let's talk about the biggest story of the day yesterday in my eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 9-year NFL vet who looks incredibly cool, Darius J. Butler. D-Butch, Josh Allen, best player in football, MVP winner this year, goes for 3 rushing touchdowns, 3 passing touchdowns, only player in the history of the NFL to ever do as such. They lose by 2. The Los Angeles Rams are playing fantastic football and have a schedule that can set up for the last week for them to play against the Seahawks to win the NFC West. There was conversations about this Rams team a few weeks ago. Are they going to trade away parts? They're out of it. They're back being healthy. Puka's unbelievable, but unbelievable. Josh Allen's playing his best ball by far. Do you agree, D-Butch?
Best ball by far, taking care of the ball, at a better level than he's done any time in his career. And rarely do you have a quarterback, especially lose a game and still probably remain at the top of the MVP board. And that's what he did. We talked about a lot of crap games, a lot of crap slates, bad teams playing against bad teams. These were 2 good ball clubs, 2 great quarterbacks in rhythm. Obviously, you look on the other side of the ball, you talked about Stafford with Puka and Cooper. Josh Allen is throwing to those guys. Amari Cooper just got there a couple weeks ago. Shakira has been great. Obviously, Mac Hollins made some plays, but he is making it work. James Cook, he didn't get really going until late. But, yeah, once he gets around his goal line, he can sneak it in just like Hurts can. Now, that kind of bit him in the ass late with the play call, but Josh Allen has been absolutely phenomenal all year long, just getting better and better. You talked about their remaining schedule. They're still in shape to, obviously Chiefs, they're probably going to keep winning, but they'll probably be in that 2 spot if everything continues to go how it's going. But this game was unbelievable. What was it? No punts, like over 800 yards, just unbelievable. Both sides of the ball, both quarterbacks. But Josh Allen, I think, is still in that number 1 spot when it comes to that MVP ladder.
Fun to watch this particular game. It made the Sunday slate great. The thing you were referring to about biting him in the ass later is Josh Allen's 17 of 20. I think I saw a Hembo stat that went out on 1-yard rushes pretty much on the season. Whenever you need one, he's 17 of 20. So late in that game, it was 44-35. Sean McDermott and the Buffalo Bills get down there. Joe Brady as well, obviously play caller. They get all the way down with minute 2 left in the 4th. They get down to the 1-yard line, 1st and goal. They have 3 timeouts. And this is how it goes from Tom Brady's mind. Go ahead, run that.
They go jumbo here. Will they just sneak Josh Allen again? They will. Allen on the sneak. Allen, I don't think he got it. He did not. And now they're going to have to use a timeout, to your point.
And they're going to have an onside kick.
It changes the thought process.
Yeah, we've got a 3% chance on an onside kick. To me, take 3 shots throwing it, don't use a timeout, and then you can kick it deep, use your 3 timeouts, and still get the ball with good time.
And try a long field goal.
Try the long field goal.
Well, that changed that.
That changes the entire complexity of the last minute and 2 seconds of the game. Even if they score, what's the big deal? They're going to have to go for a 3% chance for an onside kick. I do not like that one bit.
Pissed.
That could have just cost him the game right there.
He's so mad.
So mad.
And obviously the tush push has been so successful, but the way he was talking about it is 3 timeouts, you're able to stop the clock all the way up until a punt. 2 timeouts with this much time left, it's over. They could have got the ball back, he's thinking 25, 30 seconds, which is more than enough time to get back into field goal range to go ahead and win this entire thing. Instead, because he doesn't make it, they got to stop the clock right now. It's over. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, senior NFL insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter.
Hey.
Shefty, congrats to your Michigan team. Not only do you have Tom Brady as an alumni, but now you also have Chase Herbstreit, Kirk Herbstreit's boy, committed to Michigan this weekend. Congrats to Chase. I've seen him, obviously, over the last few years develop into the young man that he is. Very happy for him. A lot of people saying, why did he go to Ohio State? He got a scholarship offer to Michigan. I don't think he got one to Ohio State. I think there were some other schools he was looking at. The fact he's going up to Michigan, I'm incredibly proud of for him. They don't just hand those out. You got to earn that. Preferred walk-ons, obviously, are going to be a thing of the past come April 8th. But congrats to Chase. He's going to be a Michigan man.
Awesome. A great place to go to school. And how about Juan Soto getting Pat McAfee money? That's pretty wild, too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I do bring Juan Soto's contract into the next negotiation.
That's a good idea.
Hey, here's the comps. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Congrats to Juan. We talked baseball earlier. Let's get back to football now. Tom Brady just basically broke down situational football from his mindset and why him and Bill Belichick potentially have been so great over those 20 years of success. Is he going to get some shit now for critiquing Sean McDermott in the way they're operating because he's an owner of another team, Shefty? How has that gone since Tom's gotten in the booth? Has there been any shit?
No. First of all, that's his job. Like, again, I think some of those rules are a little bit overstated. I think there were some people that were a little sensitive about that. A couple of owners in particular, a little sensitive about having a minority Raiders owner in their building. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's not, Tom Brady is professional enough to understand exactly what he's doing. He's not going to go to the practice and get on the phone and call Antonio Pierce and say, you're not going to believe what they're going to try to get the ball to Isaiah Pacheco. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Like, he's not doing that. Tom Brady's a pro, and I think there's some people that are really nervous about it, but to me, that's ridiculous, and Tom is going to do his job, and if he wants to criticize a coach in the game for making a call, that's his right. That's what he should be doing. That's why Fox is paying him the money it is, right?
I concur. He's not getting Juan Soto money over there, but it's damn close. His it actually changed the stock market, I think, the day it was announced. But his analysis there in that fund, that's why you have Tom Brady there.
Exactly.
That is exactly why you have Tom Brady there. And just as soon as he goes, that just cost him the game.
Yeah.
And then Buffalo Bills fans heard all that too. And I got a bunch of texts from them going, Sean McDermott is the dumbest. He's going to cost us in this entire thing. I don't think that's true. I think they thought that was a guaranteed touchdown, like a lot of us think with the tush push, especially with Josh Allen. They end up getting a little adversity. Rams get a massive win. Congrats to them. Now, let's chit-chat about some of the other storylines happening around the NFL. Pittsburgh Steelers look like a team that can win it all. Do they have a number one, though? Tone has a question for you.
Yeah, Shefty. George Pickens did not go in the game yesterday. I believe he popped up on the injury report on Friday, and then you had said that they were going to give it a go before the game, but he ended up being inactive. What is the full situation with George Pickens in Pittsburgh, and do we know how long he's going to be out? Because it's not good.
Yeah, well, I think they absolutely were planning on him playing. Mike Tomlin said before the game that he thought he was going to play, and I think what happened was he woke up Friday morning, it was tight. They held him out of practice Friday. He went through the walkthrough on Saturday, and that was giving them the idea that he intended to play, and I think George absolutely intended to play. And then they met as a team before the game, and ultimately, I guess, medical people prevailed there and like, you know what? Let's take the long-term view here. Let's make sure we're not pushing it today. Let's rest him on the hamstring. Hamstring injuries usually are multiple-week injuries. We'll see if he can make it back this week or not, but they decided that it was in his best long-term interest yesterday to hold him out of the game, and so that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and they're in the middle of that 3 games in 10 days stretch that happens. Ooh. So I think they got the Eagles next, the Battle of the Keystone State coming up, which is obviously a massive one. Let's see if George plays in there. Grade 2 hamstring injury happened on Friday at practice. Ooh. That happens at Friday at practice.
Well, it might have happened at the end of Thursday, but he woke up Friday. He wasn't feeling right. On Friday, he was not feeling right. Did not practice Friday.
All right, so Thursday's third down red zone. That makes sense. Friday, if it happened, I think I would have been a little bit confused on how the hell our number one wide receiver's pulling his hamstring. But Thursday, obviously, massive work day. Hopefully, Hard Knocks will cover this thing. Now, we're already in some contract conversations. You put out a big tweet yesterday that has started a lot of conversations on TV. D-Bud has a question for you.
Yeah, you put out a big tweet talking about Sam Darnold, I guess, and the lack of communication between Sam Darnold and the Vikings with a contract going forward. Obviously, they're 11-2 right now. You have that Michigan man in waiting, rehabbing right now. Anything else on this Darnold Vikings talk?
Well, again, I think the only reason to do that yesterday was the fact that Kirk Cousins was in town and a lot of people talking about the Vikings quarterback situation from last year, what the Falcons are going to do with Kirk Cousins this year. And so just thought it was relevant that the two sides just haven't had any conversations. I don't think that's overly surprising right now at all. I think the season plays out. They obviously have J.J. McCarthy. He's the only quarterback under contract in Minnesota. And Sam Darnold is going to be a situation, whether they've had any contract talks or not, where he's going to be the top free agent quarterback out there. And he's going to get to see what his value is, whether there's a team out there that wants to give him a Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones type of contract, and he can get that. Assuming he can get that, he goes and takes that contract and the starting job somewhere. If not, then it becomes interesting, like, okay, is it worth going back to Minnesota then on a shorter deal for less money than I would think that he's hoping to get? But I mean, that's been a great marriage so far. The guy is thriving. He's crushing it there in Minnesota. He's playing incredibly well under Kevin O'Connell. It's been a great marriage. And the Vikings are going to need somebody to make sure that J.J. McCarthy's back, whether that's Daniel Jones, who they brought in here to get a feel for the organization, or whether that's Sam Darnold. I think the market will determine that by how much interest he does or doesn't get once he becomes a free agent.
Let's just talk about a perfect match there between Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's always had ball placement talent, right? Always been able to spin it. It's just decision-making and situational football in the situation he was in that everybody thought was potentially his issue. We talked to Kevin O'Connell down at the league meetings, and we said, what's the most important thing for the quarterback that you're getting? He said, accuracy. Accuracy is the most important. I think Kevin O'Connell thinks that he can draw up a play for any quarterback as long as they're accurate. Obviously, Jordan Addison goes for 3 touchdowns. Justin Jefferson goes for 2 touchdowns. Sam Darnold is going absolutely berserk this year, and I don't think he'll win Comeback Player of the Year because, remember, Comeback Player of the Year is no longer you stunk and then you got good again.
Yep.
That is certainly a different way to view it, but he's getting paid $13 million this year, right? I think is the number that he's making to be their quarterback. That's obviously vastly different than what he could make in this entire thing, because I just assumed that they would want him back because J.J. McCarthy, we don't know if he's in the building, not getting a rookie year here. But if you sign Sam Darnold to a 3-year deal, 2 of those being guaranteed, you have an opportunity now for J.J. to watch somebody operate. But there's a chance he gets like massive money, right? Because of how he's playing phenomenal football right now.
I think the goal will be to play yourself into a Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones type contract. That's what I think. Like, everybody should make as much money as you can. If he can get a Juan Soto contract, a Pat McAfee contract, good for him. But I think you're talking about if he can get out there 30, 35, $40 million, something like that, that'd be outstanding, I would think, for Sam Darnold right now.
If he gets a Pat McAfee contract, is there 13 employees also alongside of him that are getting those deals? I think that kind of gets a little bit lost in translation. Conman has a question for you, Shefty.
Yeah, Shefty, sticking with that game, but the other team, Kirk Cousins has not looked great. And obviously it's getting loud with the whole Michael Penix draft pick, and guys kind of wanted to see him. I mean, I see a lot of people on the internet also turning on Raheem Morris at the moment. We don't like that. We actually hate it. We think Raheem's the man. But is there any chance we get any Michael Penix going forward, or is that completely out of question?
Well, here's the deal. They are 0-4 in their last 4 games. In those 4 games, Kirk Cousins has not thrown a touchdown pass. He has thrown 8 interceptions. And the team's plan all along has been that this was Kirk's season. And I think that is what they plan to stick to. That's what Raheem Morris said after the game yesterday. They're not thinking of going to the former 8th overall pick in Michael Penix. But this is what happens when you use the 8th overall pick on a quarterback. People start wondering. And I think the longer the losing streak continues, the more the interceptions come, the more these questions aren't going to go away. They're just going to be there as a weekly occurrence. The only thing that makes it go away is winning, and they're not doing that right now. So it's a situation where, to me, again, unless Kirk plays better and they win, you're going to keep getting those questions.
Yeah.
And
so he's got the whole season. That's basically what you said. That the plan was this.
That's their plan. That is their plan. Okay. Now we'll see if they can hold this at bay. Right. Okay. That's the plan.
Okay. So Connor also mentioned it. And by the way, go on, Kirk. Go on.
You got this. Kirk. Figure it out, Kirk.
Go on, boy.
Strap back in.
Yeah. Remember earlier we had him on the program. We're like, hey, Penix, this conversation's kind of been shut down with how good you've been playing. Now it's going the other direction. All of a sudden, it's very much back in the conversation cycle, as it will be until that all gets sorted, which is why everybody had the reaction that they had whenever they had the number 8 overall pick and decided to make it a quarterback. But hey, if it all works out in the end, that'll be good on them. They also decided coach Raheem Morris, they're not saying that on the internet about him right now, obviously, but instead of Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick last week, it is announced that he is interested in the UNC job. Then there's a report that he's looking to set this up maybe for his son. Then there's a report UNC, some people are interested in Bill Belichick. Then it's like, this might be real. We all thought it was just kind of What is this in your eyes? And is there a chance that this is a open call to NFL teams that he is very much serious about getting back into coaching? How do you kind of read this out of the whole situation?
Well, first of all, I believe he's going to be on your air at 110, correct?
Bingo.
Okay, so Bill's on your show here in 32 minutes, and he will be able to best answer those questions. But from my vantage point, the talks with North Carolina are real. I understand he met with them yesterday for 5 hours. Sheesh. I don't think you spend 5 hours after days of discussions with a university if there's not something to it. Now, whether or not North Carolina can put together a package that's attractive and compelling enough for Bill, whether that's ultimately what he decides to do, we'll see. His father was an assistant coach there. Someone sent me a picture yesterday of him sitting in the stands in that stadium. I believe it was in 1959. So there's some sentimental tie, I would think, to North Carolina with his father having been an assistant coach on that staff. And I don't think Bill really cares where he's coached. Like, he wants to coach. He's been great this year as a media darling and a media star, and he can keep doing that if he wants. But at his core, in his soul, he's a football coach. And last year, when the season ended, NFL teams had an opportunity to hire him. At one point, it looked like he was on track to get that Atlanta job, and then people stepped in, and for whatever reason, he didn't get that job. And so I don't think he wants to wait around and count on something that he doesn't know he will get when he wants to be a coach. And people thought, oh, he wants the record. Well, I'm sure maybe the record may be in his mind, but I don't think that's what drives Bill Belichick. I think he loves to coach. And if this is a vehicle to do it, and it's back at North Carolina, which some people wouldn't have expected, then why not explore that? I don't know what he'll decide. I don't know what will happen. But what I can tell you is there are ongoing conversations between he and the university. He definitely is considering it. There are other candidates who have been dropping out of the North Carolina race, whether they're not interested or they feel like Bill's the guy that the school wants to hire or whatever it may be. So this has gone on, I think, a little bit longer than people expected it to. And it's been a little bit more hot and heavy than people thought it would be. And you'll have the chance here at 110, if we could tease Bill coming on, to ask him and see what he has to say about this job, that I think it's in play. Now, what will happen, we'll see, but it's in play.
Okay, so all the information you just gave me, I will present to Bill Belichick that we already know. Because the issue with Bill here, in this, he doesn't say shit about shit whenever it comes to like things like that. Like that, he's a negotiator. He's a business. Everything is potential leverage. I mean, so I don't know. That's why I asked you. It's like, what do you know? Because at 110, that is going to be a joust to get any information. Yeah. That just needs to be understood. And that's why I put it out there. It's like, that's why in my tweet I said, we have no idea if he'll give us any insight. This is the guest that we've had on weekly throughout seasons. The one that we don't really have much of a relationship. Like, I don't know what is going to. Usually the conversations, I'm like, I feel like I know where we can get to, how we can get to these places. With Bill, I have no idea. I don't think any of us have figured it out. And so he might talk and tell us stuff, but I'm going to have to present a lot of evidence that I already know. You know, hey, the world already knows. Yes. It's already been talked about, because he's like, I'm not giving up anything. That's how he operates. Like, that is literally how he operates when it comes to this stuff. So thank you for all that. 5-hour meeting yesterday. That's a lot of investment of a lot of time by a lot of people.
Well, I don't think you meet for 5 hours if you're not at least considering something.
Agreed.
That doesn't mean he's taking it, but he met with them he gave them 5 hours of his time on a Sunday afternoon when he could have been watching the Jets and the Dolphins instead. So that tells me that he's at least interested.
I don't know. I don't know if you watched that one.
Not picking that one.
It was good
Okay,
comeback.
the Bills and the Rams. The Bills and the Rams.
Okay, all right, now we're talking good ball. Although he might have liked the Jets and the Dolphins kind of doing what they were doing yesterday.
True.
Just as like a nice therapy session.
Special teams.
Or maybe you watch Atlanta do what Atlanta's doing and just go, you know, because he was up for that job. It doesn't happen.
Maybe he was watching the game with them. Like, hey, let's turn this to you. Let me walk you through some of these situations, plays.
Now, Atlanta hired Raheem Morris, which I like, but this is what their team's doing. Yeah, you hire somebody else, that's okay, but let me tell you what my team will do instead. Him in a college landscape would be awesome. just to see how he navigates it. But you talked about his dad coaching in North Carolina. I only really know of his dad coaching in Navy because that's only the story that's kind of been told. Like he grew up over there. His dad coached in Navy for a long time. Lee Corso coached for his dad at one point. He met so I don't think I remember that he was at North Carolina. 1959 is a long time ago, but that could probably hold a nice place near and dear. Beautiful place down there.
Mm-hmm. Gorgeous.
Beautiful town. Okay, speaking of a beautiful town, let's go to Philadelphia.
Hey, I'll text you the picture right now. Check this out, right? I'm going to text it to you. You want to text it to you or Zito?
Yeah, Zito probably fastest.
Okay, let me send this to Zito. Take a look at this.
Okay. Yeah, well,
and then we'll go from my phone to Zito, and he'll put the picture up.
How about this? You're sending it right now. That phone is going. That photo from your phone is going up to a satellite. Okay, then it's coming down to Zito's phone. It's uploading somehow out of nowhere. Okay, it's just uploading onto there.
Quick.
Then Zito was just able to put it, hopefully, onto his screen, and boom, there it is. That's 2024.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Now take a look at that. Okay,
they went to the moon 10 years after this photo was taken.
Bill Belichick in Kenan Stadium during his father's mid-1950s tenure as a Carolina assistant coach. There is Bill Belichick in the stands right there. Okay? So you can put up that picture, kind of zero in on that picture when he comes up and ask what he remembers about that day, right, Pat? Let's see if we could conjure back up some of the memories.
Jim Harbaugh
back in
Jim
North
Harbaugh
Carolina.
remembered the day he was born.
That's right.
It was rainy. I remember coming out. He did that entire thing. I'm sure Coach Belichick remembers this.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of other stories from that area whenever he was a kid that him and his parents used to talk about. And I remember those were cherished times in my development era. And he'll talk about I can't wait. Thank you for all this information. We do appreciate it. This is good info. Yeah. I'm not sure we're going to be able to.
We're just trying to get Bill to open up a little bit. Back to his younger days when he was back at North Carolina with his dad. It's kind of cool.
Memory lane, nostalgia.
Yeah. Take a trip.
This is life. Let's go ahead.
Kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Like if somebody put up a picture of me with my parents when I was that age, sitting in this. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, you're never that age because you're an alien, obviously, that was dropped into the world of Michigan, and then now have all the information for everything all the time.
Yeah,
it's true.
I think Shefty thinks Bill's going to UNC.
Sounds like
That's what I think. Is that what it sounds?
I know. I really don't know what to make of it because I just know that it's going on, and whether he wants to go, I think if he wants to go, he can go. But I don't know ultimately if this is what he's ready to do. I don't know.
All right. Last question here, quick. We got Puka Nacua on the other side of this.
Nice.
Ty Schmidt has a question for you, Shefty.
Shefty, the Eagles continue to win, are arguably the best team in the NFL. But after the game yesterday, they asked A.J. Brown, hey, what needs to be fixed about the offense? And he just said, our passing game stinks. Is that something that you think people should be concerned with? Or are Eagles fans kind of just always going to bitch about something that's going on with the Eagles until they ultimately win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I was surprised by that because to me they're rolling along. The negative talk had quieted down, and A.J. Brown is so good and handles himself so well. And I was surprised after a loss that he would say those things. He had his reasons for saying that, and of course, I think that that's something now, right or wrong, that everybody's going to harp on and bring up, and it's going to be an issue moving forward here. So he obviously wasn't happy with the way the ball was thrown. He was not happy with the number of passes that went his way. Usually what is it there? What is the expression? The squeaky wheel gets
the oil
greased or A.J. Brown's going to incoming big game for A.J. Brown next week. Watch.
Okay. Can't wait to watch that. Can't wait for Jalen Hurts, to have to continue to navigate being the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. And Sirianni, I'm sure, has some blame in here.
No doubt.
Definitely blame him. Yeah, get that guy the hell off of my TV, This guy's a question. Go ahead.
So you got Puka coming up next year?
Yeah, like in a minute.
Yeah, you should. I'd be curious to know if he is curious, if he understands where the Rams are in the NFC West right now.
Joining us now,
the division.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, wide receiver for the Los Angeles Rams, absolute monster, Puka Nacua.
Yeah,
What up, Oos?
What's up, Oos? How you doing?
Hey, I'm great, Oos. Thanks for making the time here. I know you're on a work day. We got a Thursday night game. Schefter has a question for you, Puka.
Hey, Puka, first of all, that was unbelievable yesterday. Congratulations on the win and the season. But I'm curious, with all the stuff made about the NFC West, do you understand where you sit now in relation to the other teams in the NFC West?
I don't know where we sit in standings to them, but I know that we played somebody in our division on Thursday.
Okay, all right, that's great. Shefty, thank you, Schefter. Thanks for the question.
Hey, we won on Sunday. We won on Sunday. That's what they asked for. That's what they asked for me to do. Right?
Yeah, hey, I love that. The only thing that matters is the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And the next meeting will be a recap of the incredible game yesterday against the Bills, and then your Thursday night matchup against
the Niners. The Niners. Were you waiting for me, or I was?
I was about to give it to you. But like, there are some people, and this is going to sound crazy. I was kind of one of them, actually. It wasn't. Who's that? What up, man? All right, good to see you, dude. There are some people that have no idea what's happening until the next meeting, and they're fully focused on the next meeting, and you don't even know who's in there. Let's talk about the game that you just had. Puka, let's go, dude.
Hell yeah.
Hey, that catch, dude. What is that? Do you feel like you're getting better each week, or how do you feel about your game right now? Because when we're watching you, we think you're one, brother. We're top 3, top 5. You're doing stuff that is just impeccable. And then, obviously, your power, your speed, the way they use you, you're flying around right now. How do you feel about your game? How do you feel about the Rams' offense?
Man.
Oh, no.
Like the Rams offense, as long as we got number 9 back there, I feel pretty confident about us versus anybody. And it feels fun to get out there. I feel like I learned all my moves from Cooper Kupp, so I try to add a little spin to my own, but it all stems from number 10. So when we're out there rolling, it's pretty hard to beat us, I believe it.
Just like 2 months ago, you guys were dealing with a bunch of injuries. They were talking about maybe trading away assets. Thought this was going to be like a mail-it-in year. Then obviously we get health. Everybody gets healthy. Do you feel like you guys can, go do everything you hope for? And have you felt a change in mindset throughout this season in the building?
Yeah, I definitely feel the change and the ability for everybody to get healthy. And then when you come in, you start to see everybody. You come in on a Monday after on a short week, and you see everybody smiling. You see everybody still got a little bounce in their step from winning, and knowing that we still got better stuff we can put on tape. So it feels fun. I mean, we're not nobody's super excited to be moving around today. So hopefully it's a nice chill day in the facility. But we're ready to roll.
Absolute clash, short week. Give the boys a break, McAfee. Give the boys a break. It sounds like Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Puka. You came in this year with a new look. You had the very long hair and you had the massive beard. What was the decision to shave the beard? Because we all thought it looked wicked cool, and now it's gone completely.
I was on, I think it was, who is it? The Progressive commercials of the dude they brought back, the caveman. And I was like, bro, I don't want anybody to be like, yo, is that Puka Nacua or the caveman guy?
Okay. So you thought you started looking a little prehistoric, a little
Neanderthalish.
Yeah, a little barbaric. Yeah. Is that what you're thinking?
A little bit. I mean, I like to say I'm a physical guy in kind of old school football ways, but I was like, I don't know if I want to go that old school. I don't want to put that out there.
You're a handsome caveman, though. Yeah. Don't you think about that? Nobody would have said that. Speaking of thinking about, yesterday was awesome. D-Bud has a question for you.
Yeah, when you are a weapon like you are in the middle of a game, a middle of an offensive shootout like that, like what's your thoughts in the middle of that? When you're on the sideline, I know you're going through something, gutting it out and getting in there and finishing the game strong. But what's your thoughts when you're a big-time wide receiver in the middle of a shootout where it's like, hey, we might have to put up 50 tonight to win this game?
Shoot, I'm not gonna lie to you that I was thinking about in AAU basketball growing up, they used to give you these little like black wristbands that had the silver dot.
Oh, yeah.
They said they were like the balance bands.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Middle of the game, Josh Allen's driving. I'm like, yo, they scammed us with those balance bands. they scammed us, bruh.
I have them.
Oh no,
I think everybody had them.
Yeah, we gotta lift that 10, right? I'm talking to Big Oos right now.
Yeah. Hey, Oos. Hey, go do your workout. Don't get any shit. Thanks for stopping by. Congrats on all the success. Let's finish this thing strong.
Yes, sir. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, see you, ladies and gentlemen. Puka Nacua.
Yeah, that was great.
That was awesome. These guys scammed us. We all bought them.
Yep, we all did.
Everybody had them. There was that other thing, that copper. There was like a copper wristband there.
The necklace too. That all the baseball, the ML, the fighting bands.
Yeah, those were gonna make you smarter.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
I'll tell you what, Sally McAfee, my mother, she was searching. If you could find something that you didn't have to do a lot of activity, that was gonna make you better.
Oh yeah.
We were gonna have it. We had that strap ab thing.
Oh, yeah.
That was just a stim.
Yep.
Basically just a stimulation machine.
Six-pack, yeah.
And it was just
Yep.
and you read the side of it, because it's probably on Home Shopping Network or something, QVC, definitely. And it says, put this thing on 30 minutes a day. It will activate your core, and you should be in shape and losing body fat in a matter of days or something like that. So obviously you try that thing. You just get zapped. You it's like burns a little bit because it's some cheap stim routine.
Check it every 10 minutes.
I don't know if I got that. Wristband too. Hey, this one's going to get you. It's going to be great. There was this one that made me feel better. It was that necklace, I think. There was like a copper necklace. It was a balancing thing.
The fighting.
Are humans always going to fall? We are, huh?
Yeah.
I've tried.
We're always going to give it a go.
Who said it didn't work?
Selling hope, not a bad idea. You're right. Because you might have to wear that thing for 5 years for it to really full
I felt
effect.
different.
And it's like supplements. They don't even get FDA regulated.
It's the worst in the golf industry. You got the unduffable, and that thing definitely duffs when you hit that.
Excuse me, you said that in a manner as if I made the wrong decision. If you were watching the Golf Channel at 3 a.m. and you saw that Golf Fix guy come out and say, you got a duff issue? And I thought to myself, yeah, I do actually. But I have enough power to get through the duffs, but I could certainly go without them. Boom! The unduffable. This thing was a wedge 9-iron. It was a hybrid if you needed it. Can't duff it. Don't you worry about it.
Wow.
Got this fat ass bottom on it. The bounce on that will also make sure that you're not duffing the ball either. So go ahead and swing away. That was not real. I duffed the shit out of that thing.
Yeah.
All the time.
You duffed the unduffable?
Day one. That was a day one duff.
Broke the game.
With the unduffable. Yeah, I almost felt like.
When you hit that thing pure, though. Man.
It is majestic.
Yeah, it is.
But you're right, Puka. Where did those go? We need to get them back.
Yeah.
Well, they had the one that had like like salt in the Black Sea. You guys remember those ones? They're like the little balls around the entire
I love
thing.
that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I had those for sure.
Selling
those
hope,
work too.
Selling hope like that. Need to make shoes that just have something in the sole that makes you ground, so Matt Collins doesn't go barefooted.
Yeah,
they gotta have those.
Hey, did you see him whenever?
Oh yeah,
yeah, great Sally.
He had a sweet touchdown too. He's on fire.
Josh Allen put it in a bucket.
Yeah, that ball was stupid.
That was insane.
Josh Allen's so good. Josh Allen's supposed to be able to be happy after that game yesterday.
He wasn't.
He wasn't able to be happy.
Nope.
Tough.
You lose, you can't be happy. That is football in a nutshell in the NFL. It's like if you're a face of the program or are a program, your happiness depends upon the success of your team. And it's like Josh Allen just had a historic game.
Crazy.
Just like best football player on a field game.
Yeah.
And can't be happening. No. Can't be happy. Like if he's happy, is it more important for you to play well or for the Bills to win? That just gets thrown right in your face. And then, have you ever won Super Bowl? So that's all we want to hear. It's just never ending at that position. And Josh knows that he's probably going to win the MVP this year. Congrats to him. I mean, AP 10, we could probably ask for a better answer.
Well, he's a minus 500 favorite. So
there's only a few weeks left. Yeah. Okay, so obviously things can happen, but not a lot of time to change resumes or ideas. I think for the voters, there's a chance. But never won a Super Bowl. You got to win a Super Bowl as well.
Yep.
Okay, that's all anybody's going to say to him until he does it. He knows that at this point. So we'd like to say, Josh, yesterday was awesome. Even though you guys lost, that was awesome. That was so fun to watch you do your thing.
It was great. I mean, we could watch Josh Allen play, every night. Like and I knew
not the stupid mistakes either that used to happen. By stupid, I mean like risky, careless.
That was the only thing. The only thing was Josh Allen and beating himself, just making boneheaded decisions once, twice, maybe even 3 times in the game, and now he just doesn't make those decisions. He's playing better even before the snap, understanding things. And then at any point in the game, he could just say, all right, I'm going to take it in my own hands and run for 30, 40 yards. So just the ultimate weapon.
He has, more rushing touchdowns? Did you hear this stat? I think than O.J. Simpson and
Juice?
Yeah, he's got more rushing touchdowns. Let me see this.
Was it Terrell Davis?
Yeah. Terrell Davis. Josh Allen passed Terrell Davis and O.J. Simpson for career rushing touchdowns yesterday.
That's nuts.
What? Yeah, he's still got another 10 years left, too. The guy's unbelievable to watch. You lost, though, Josh.
Sorry.
So you hang your head low, bub. All right, AJ Hawk will join us on the other side, as will Coach Belichick. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Like Dude Wipes!
I'll tell you what, after last week, I have no idea what to expect. I will say, since Kirk Herbstreit is rolling around in a Bentley right now to a plane, Nick Saban will be the holder today for the field goal kicking contest. $80,000. Rob McElwain guys here. Obviously, absolute dog, owner of Wrexham, obviously his soccer team, and also It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think you have 10 other investments. This guy might be a billionaire. I have no idea, but he is awesome and entertaining. Kyle, you're a junior here, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Pat.
Have you ever talked any trash about kickers before?
Of course I have, Pat. Come on now.
This was his sign that he brought today. This guy. Is there anything you'd like to say to him before your first hold on TV?
Good luck, man. That's all I can tell you. I'm rooting for you.
Did you ever hold before?
Yeah, when I was in high school. That was a long time ago.
Okay, you're going to do great. Rob, former soccer player, maybe sign him to Wrexham after he makes this kick or no?
Look how confident he looks. I mean, I would be shaking. He seems very, very confident. I think he's going to make it.
Go! Go! 80,000, Kyle! All you got to do is put it through the uprights. Nick Saban, the greatest of all time, on the call. Oh, no. Oh, no. Spot. Throw a completion down the left side.
Wow. I said give him another kick.
Rob, he immediately blamed the holder. Okay.
I don't know, but it looked like it was coming back. It wanted to come back. If it had a little bit more distance, it might have gone in.
Coach Saban, does he deserve another kick, you think, or what? Oh, no, Steve, bad throw.
Another kick.
I want to make Coach dive.
That's smart, yeah, make him play. Coach, you think he deserves another shot?
Let's give him another shot.
Okay. This one for $100,000, Kyle. Nick's looking out for me here, a little bit of coaching.
Rob,
what was your mate? Did you graduate?
I did not go to college, so I've adopted Oregon as my home.
If you were to go, would general social sciences be your thing? Hey, hold on, Kyle. Good luck.
Come on, Kyle.
$100,000 in Oregon. Oh, what about? Hey. All right. Kyle, I feel like you hustled me a little bit.
Yeah.
Your second kick was so much better than your first. Shout out to Nick for the hold.
How important is the holder?
Hold is the most important thing.
Great, man. Congratulations. That's great.
This thing is getting expensive, Reese.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
Why?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink.
Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this massive Overreaction Monday, December 9th, 2024. Hour 2 of the program starts now. Football is fantastic. The college football playoffs are set up. The NFL is in the middle of a magical run, and we are the doofuses that are allowed to talk about it every single day because for some reason you watch and listen. You're the greatest people on earth. We can't thank you enough. It's not just me. The Talks at Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Sweet hoodie. Go Army. Beat Navy.
Amen. Yeah, I mean,
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you just said.
No, last week I had the Navy. Tomorrow I have the Navy too.
Wow.
No, tomorrow I'll wear some Navy.
Don't you have some friends that are potential SEALs and stuff like
Yeah, I
that?
have that on that side. Have some Rangers on the other side.
Oh,
So
no.
It is
Stuck
split.
in a middle. Yeah.
That's why we sport them both.
Yeah, but it's nice that you got boys that are Rangers and SEALs.
Yeah, it's a great time. You know what I just thought about that I forgot to mention in the first hour? How awesome Joey Chestnut was before the Big Ten championship.
Yeah, you did. Hold on, though. Let's get to the Big Ten championship
Okay.
with a man who's obviously
it
been.
just hit me. I screwed up.
But you're 100% right. No, because I forgot about it as well. Historic.
What a story.
Unbelievable.
Historic moment. Not a lot of people are ever going to be able to say this. Ever. So let's hold it. One half of the hammer. Dad. Cowboys, AP Tone. He's got an Army. What's the deal?
Go Army, be Navy.
Whoa, is that what you're...
Okay.
That's
No,
9-year NFL vet. Son of a man who was in the Army, Darius J. Butler. Is this an Army show?
Well, I give each team an equal opportunity each year to come out with the merch. And I liked Army's merch better this year, so I bought Army's merch this year. Now, if Navy comes out with better merch next year than Army, I will buy the Navy merch next year.
I don't think I know anybody that played football at Navy. Bill Belichick, I guess. He coached there.
Who's the quarterback?
Captain Collins, obviously, dog. Known from Barstow from Army. Who else? Josh McNary, I think he was Army guy.
Navy's quarterback, who is Miami Dolphin for a little bit.
Yep, that's what I was trying to think.
I know, I'm trying to think of his name.
Nonetheless, we appreciate you all going out there. You're about to go do so many things. And maybe Bryson Daly might,
Bingo.
He might be
He should be there for
There's
sure.
some people that be able to make. So we appreciate it. Beautiful game. Got a chance to be there last year. For we did game day there last year. Game day environment interesting. It is a interesting game day. But the feeling when you're there is like you are surrounded by badasses.
Yes.
Like every person is like a human that you're like thankful that they are going to go. Just imagine signing that line. I couldn't do it.
Dogs.
I don't have to. Yep, we'll do it if we have to.
Over.
If we need it, we'll do it. And there are some people that are like, I was put on this earth to do this. And it's like, those are the ones that end up doing the whole thing. We're appreciative of them. Army Navy this weekend, only game. I believe the Heisman, when's Heisman?
Saturday night, maybe?
Yeah, I believe that's this weekend as well. That's awesome. And then there's Saturday night main event for WWE.
That's right.
Packed weekend. Then the NFL slate is obviously phenomenal. Should be a blast. Joining us now is a man who's been a college football national champion, a Super Bowl champion. He's in WWE 2K24. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk. Hawker, do you want to take this time to congratulate new Big Ten champion Oregon Ducks for winning for the entire good of the conference? Number one team in the country is out of the Big Ten Conference. If you'd like to give a congratulatory message, we'd certainly allow you to do that at this time.
Yeah, well, I heard Ty say earlier, hey, Oregon's in the Big Ten. I'm a fan of anybody in the Big Ten, no matter when they got there. I understand this may be their first year. Hey, they came in and made a great impression, so let's see if they can keep it rolling.
Okay, all things are indicating that they can keep it rolling.
Yeah.
For everything you possibly need, that is for
awesome play. That was awesome.
He ran right to us. You'll probably be able to see the crane at the end of this shot.
No doubt.
Might be able to see that. That's actually maybe the camera.
Watching party.
Dude, that was an experience. Yeah. That was an experience.
And didn't get that shot right there?
No, did you see the cut to that shot?
No,
you didn't. I'm telling you, the shots that were on this massive crane were certainly cool. It's like, wow, I've never seen that angle. 20 feet in the sky from that part of the end zone. Never seen that angle at anything. It is really cool. But they never used the shot. We were watching, because we had to watch the game on the guy's TV.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice.
So we were literally watching it. It's like the left shot that he was doing, so sweet.
Oh, my God.
Crowd sweepers.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Just coming along, just hovering above, then going right into where the game is, almost hitting the upright, then continuing to go, over that, and then just parking right in front of because we have good angle too.
Yeah. Buzzing the tower on the band leader's head who was up on the ladder.
Oh, yeah, the Oregon Duck band leader was standing on a ladder, accidentally watching the game.
Yeah.
Don't you be watching the game?
No, absolutely not.
You have any idea what's turning a corner right? It's at the 10. It's at the 5. It's at the end zone. Coming through the end zone. Holy hell. Doesn't matter if you're keeping beat. Oh, he's up over his head. Great shot of the band.
Yeah.
Great shot. He actually got the shot from the band leaders, which is the best view in the house.
Yeah.
Never used it.
No, of course not.
Damn shame.
But that's why you paid a big buck, so you can get that view.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next to us? Discover, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Saw legends in that suite.
Yeah.
Legends in the suite next to us.
Really?
Yeah. Trace McSorley was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Harrington was in there.
Yep. Right.
Which,
Oh, yeah.
yes, his hair age,
Oh, my God.
Sweet.
phenomenal.
Hall of Fame.
So I would like to let Joey know now publicly, I did not know he was saying my name. I had no idea he was trying to get my attention. If I would have known he was trying to do that, I would have certainly went back. I was trying to get to a spot where I didn't have to do a whole song and dance autograph thing, so I could just sit down. And I think what had happened was Joey was saying my name, and but it's loud.
Yeah,
Loud House.
You're having a conversation with someone else. I mean,
And I did not hear it, so I did not get to tell it. I did tell Trace. I told Trace to tell Joey, please. Can you tell that man that his hair is phenomenal over there? Would like to talk to him. But it was a fun night, great night. Oregon's the new Big Ten champs. And now the college football playoff bracket was revealed yesterday at 12:20 Eastern, 40 minutes before NFL kickoff. And this is the go. How do you feel about the Ohio State draw? How do you feel about a night game in Columbus with Tennessee coming to town to start this thing on day 2 of the college football playoff? How do you feel about how it's shaked out here at its first year of the 12-teamer?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be teams that are mad and they're going to be upset and feel like they're left out. But I love that Notre Dame-Indiana matchup. I think that'll be awesome. I think it's great. Tennessee coming to Columbus, cold, playoff game in Ohio Stadium. It's going to be great. And people want to talk about the path. Yeah, I mean, Oregon's sitting there right there for the winner of Ohio State, Tennessee. And you want to say Penn State got the easy run of it. I mean, if you want to win it all, you got to beat a lot of good teams. You got to beat a great team in the final. So whether you get a good draw or not, let's see who the best team is.
And also in college football this year, outside of Oregon, they had a close one with Ohio State, had a close one with Wisconsin. Anything can happen any week. And I think that's like the hardest thing about this whole thing here. Because how are you going to project how each team's going to play? Like, you have no idea how each team's going to play. So with a team with 3 losses, you look at their roster and you're like, holy hell, this team is all big, all fast, all 5 stars. So then brains naturally start thinking, well, if you're to put them on paper against this team on paper, they're not going to be able to stop them. And sometimes that is the case for some games. But in college football this year, it has been the year of unexpected and teams not showing up in massive games and other teams that aren't supposed to play good showing up in big games. That Arizona State team is a perfect example. They show up.
Yep.
They show up and they play every single week. This Indiana team, obviously, they lose to Ohio State. And they had a punter that dropped the ball. They gave up a punt return to the best athlete on the field. So they made a couple crucial errors that you can't make in a big game like that. That could have been their, nerves settling in a big game and just showing up at the wrong time. But if they've been able to utilize that to mature and to callous and to move on to become good again, because they have the largest margin of victory in the entire country. They show up every week and play. It's like, it's hard to project who should be in because you have no idea who's going to show up. Outside of Oregon, the only undefeated team. And even they had some games where they weren't playing. It's impossible. So, like saying SMU is an easy path and Boise State's an easy path, it's like, maybe not. Like, SMU could show up. Penn State could just, play how Penn State has played in a lot of these massive games, although I thought they played good against Oregon. Okay, I think they did play good. But it's like SMU, Kevin Jennings, everything they have going on down there, they're capable of being anybody.
Yeah.
And then Ashton Genty, they could take over. They almost beat Oregon. They could take over any game. So it's like, who shows up is the thing that matters in these playoffs. That's legitimately all that matters, I think, for those. You can count Ole Miss in there. You can count South Carolina in there. You can count Alabama in there, and SMU as well. It's like you're trying to project who has shown up the most, I think. And that's a very difficult thing to do.
They're bigger spreads in the first round. Most of them are 7 or more, but I don't think any of us would be surprised if any of the dogs in any of these games won. Like, I wouldn't.
No, absolutely not. Clemson obviously beating Texas would be a gigantic ordeal.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be nuts.
But it's like Clemson, though,
Yeah.
And Dabo's used to this type of situation. And obviously, Texas has won a couple big games. Sark has won some big games in its past and in its history, but it's like, who knows? Needed Georgia to win this past week.
Sure.
I needed that.
It came through.
2-0?
2-0, and yeah, feel pretty good about SEC championship ball knowledge. It did feel pretty good. And shout out to the Georgia Bulldogs fans I've even got a couple messages from some of them that said, like, hey, obviously I hated you because you took Dave Pollock's spot, but you calling the dogs and picking the dogs on Saturday.
Hall of Fame in my book.
You're okay by me. That is literally what it was. And it's like, I appreciate those messages because the Georgia Bulldogs fans are very passionate, and I've heard from them. I've heard from them since the very beginning.
Repeatedly.
I've heard from them since the very beginning of this whole college game day experience. And I love David Pollock as well. He was very cool to me. So I got no problems with David Pollock, but it's just kind of a part of how this whole thing landed and how it all came together. And obviously, I don't think I replaced David Pollock. I don't think that is, if you had a brain and watched the show, you wouldn't think that I was replacing David Pollock in anything, but I'm a big fan. So I've heard about it from the beginning. It was an honor to do that. And for them to go out there and get that big win, I'm happy they did. I thought they were going to run away with it.
Yeah.
Legitimately, I did think Georgia was going to win that game That Texas team was good.
Can't catch the damn ball early.
How's Carson Beck? How's his status?
So he said it's bad. He pointed to something on the sideline, and he said it's bad. And then him jogging on that field.
Yeah, didn't look good either.
I thought he was maybe bluffing.
Really?
I thought he was
rope-a-dope, let him think he's that hurt.
Just
That would
like-
have been a bad look.
Just like with how bad it was when he was jogging on. I'm like, damn, this guy can't.
Arms falling
This
off.
guy's like in a really, really bad spot. So I thought for real it was a work, and then he was going to pop up and like, he was going to be able to do it. Him even being able to do the handoff, obviously, for them to get the win, I think was very painful. Gunner comes in, takes a massive shot.
Yeah. Holy
I mean, that shot to him.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Whoa. Jeez. Them boys are hitting down there.
I'm glad they didn't call target. Either.
Boom.
Great hit.
Boom.
Popped up.
Hey,
Yeah,
Gunner
I thought
pops
they were
up
going to
too.
call it. I thought they were going to toss him.
Yeah, I'm happy they didn't. SEC championship, bang, bang play, big hit. Gunner getting up, good on him. That's a good dog. But then Carson having to come in and get the win for them over there in overtime. Great game. Thankful Georgia won. I would have never heard the end of it from every Texas person forever. I like this Texas team. I just legitimately, the way I do these picks is who do I think is going to win? And then now why and how is how we get there. I thought Georgia was going to win. They did. Congrats to them. But Texas, if they made a run in this thing, nobody would be surprised.
No. Exactly.
Nope.
Anybody, any of these teams make a run, it wouldn't be a surprise. And in the future, if the UNC Tar Heels are in this conversation coming out of the ACC, none of us would be surprised with all the information that we already know. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest NFL coach of all time, greatest general manager of all time, Coach Bill Belichick. How you doing, Coach?
Good, Pat. How we doing?
Good. So college football is in the middle of a massive transition era. We're in the 12-team playoff. We're in the transfer portal NIL era that's about to get, I think, even more solidified on April 8th when it becomes a revenue share era with a salary cap. So college ball is more similar to professional football now than it's ever been in its entire existence. What are your thoughts on the state of college football right now? And I didn't know you had ties all the way back to North Carolina. Obviously, you grew up in college football, it feels like. So whenever people hear that you're interested, why is that, Coach Belichick? Why do you think that is the case?
Well, yeah, I did grow up that way. You know, my dad was a college coach. He was at North Carolina for 3 years, Vanderbilt for a year, and then in the Navy for 50. So, but yeah, it's it seems like college football is more like pro football. I've talked to a lot of college coaches about things like the salary cap and putting value on players and negotiating, kind of mixing all that together. So I think there are some similarities from what I've heard. I haven't experienced it firsthand, but feels like that.
Wait, so as you're doing your snooping around, not snooping around, sorry, downloading of information, snooping around, downloading of information, though, about the state of college football, and then obviously your son right now being the DC for Washington, had you always thought about potentially getting back into college ball because of growing up with your dad, or is this something that has like kind of piqued your interest recently with the state of it?
Well, yeah, as you said, I grew up around college football, and some great Navy teams there, and I learned a lot, and really kind of patterned a lot of my pro teams off of the teams that I grew up around in the '60s as a kid, growing up at the Naval Academy. But yeah, look, as a pro coach, you always go back every year and go to different schools and look at their players and see their programs and learn from those coaches and their situations as well. So. I've had a chance this year to take a longer look at college football during the college season as opposed to in the spring from the draft perspective. And that's been interesting, as well as staying up with pro football. So it's been a good year for me. I've learned a lot. And so, I've had an opportunity to talk to Chancellor Roberts, and we've had a couple of good conversations, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so we appreciate you giving us that information, and I love the fact that you're like, the more I'm learning about it, the more I'm interested in potentially helping out, because I think if a Bill Belichick brain goes into college ball, that's a good thing for football as a whole. Development of football, I think it's good for the NFL. I think it's good for everything to get you back around ball, especially at the college level. You said you talked to the Chancellor. Schefter told us that you talked to him for 5 hours yesterday. Is that real? 5 hours?
Yeah, let's just leave it at that, Pat. I mean, I don't want to give out too much information. I'll lose my press conference. I want to get my press conference aura back.
Okay, so it has been reported that you met for 5 hours yesterday. During these conversations that you're having with the chancellor, not the one yesterday for 5 hours. That didn't happen. Okay. Is it ball? Is it what's the difference you think between like an NFL interview versus college football interview? Or are they very similar? Is it culture building? Is it this is how our football team's going to look? How are they similar and how do they differ over these last couple of years that you got to experience?
Well, look, I think anytime as a coach you join with an organization, whether it's whatever level it's at, you just want a shared vision with that person. What are your goals? What are your expectations? What do you need to achieve those? How do we achieve them, and so forth? And talking through a lot of things that I don't think it really matters where the program is. There are a lot of things that go into that team building and the structure of the program and so forth that take some time to just talk through. It's a discussion. It's not an argument or a debate. It's just understanding what resources are available, what we need, how does that mix together, who's working for who, and so forth. That's all pretty common. Every interview I've had has had an element of that in it, and so this will be no different. Whatever the organization or team is, it's still there has to be a structure to it, and I'd say a common vision for it to work well.
Okay, so let's talk about that structure. You said you talked to the chancellor at New England. That's why I always say you're the greatest GM of all time, because nobody gives you credit for that. But you were also titled the general manager. And you said you get a lot of help from a lot of people. We understand that. We agree. A lot of them have gone on, I think Pioli, Lombardi, Caserio right now. There's a lot of people that have obviously been in your personnel world that have gone on to have great success. But you were the general manager through that whole thing. And what has been reported is basically it was you and the owner having to be on the same page, because those are the three people that have to do it. In college, it feels like the coach has all this, like from what I've seen around. They just brought in Andrew Luck to be a general manager for Stanford, and I think he's overseeing the entire program. In college ball, is there going to be multiple departments going forward, do you think, in the conversations that you're having? Is there going to be a general manager, a head coach, and then is there AD and chancellor? Or what do you think the future of college ball looks like from a structure-wise? Not from interviews. This is just in your eyes because of overlooking dynasty in football for so long, and then now what you've learned with college football.
Well, I think that I'll just say this. I think there are a lot of football programs that are being structured similar to NFL programs. So in college, you now have high school recruiting, but you have college portal. In pro football, you have the draft and pro free agency. So you have salary cap and negotiations with NFL agents. In college, you have negotiations with whoever represents the player, whether that's a family member, a high school coach, an agent, or some other financial advisor, or whoever it is. You have players changing teams in college, as you have players that could change teams in the NFL with a little different set of rules, but the same general structure. And you have to value your players in some way because you have a limited amount of money, whatever the revenue share is. There's an NIL component. It sounds like there's legislation that'll be structured around that maybe it's not in place right now, but it's probably headed in that direction. So I think it's a little different version of the NFL model, much more so than it's ever been before. Let's put it that way. Coaching staffs now there are no limitations on that like there were in college. There's some recruiting limitations, but the size of the staffs and so forth is not aren't the limitations. The scholarships have been expanded, so that there are a lot of changes in the college landscape. I'm not going to be in it say here and say I'm an expert on all of them, but I think it's a little bit of everybody's trying to find not only their way, but what's best for their individual situation.
Okay, so whenever you think about individual situations, a lot of college coaches said, I don't want to do this anymore, and they go to the NFL. They said, I don't want to handle all the shit that's taking place, and they want to get to the NFL. That's actually like one of the things, narratives, conversations happening behind the scenes as this transfer portal NIL thing starts happening, saying a lot of these old ball coaches think we're getting away from what college ball is. They want to leave. They want to go to the NFL. Sounds like the way you're laying this out is people who have NFL experience are probably going to be more interested in college jobs. That hasn't been like a theory that has been talked about a lot, but the way you lay it out, it's like you just got kind of like a different NFL. Scholarships are the minimum salary because 105 people are going to be on there. Transfer portal is free agency period. High school is draft. Like that is, as you kind of lay these whole things together, salary cap and roster construction is just like in the NFL. It sounds like NFL people might be able to be ahead of the curve almost for college. Is that what you were thinking as well when you were looking into it?
Well, I would say based on my experience in the last few months and other people that I've talked to, a lot of colleges are looking at NFL type models, or college coaches are looking at some version of an NFL type model to structure personnel and coaching. And so, look, the job's obviously too big for one person, no matter what level it's at. You need a personnel director, let's call it a general manager. You need a coach, and you need some type of, let's call it salary cap management, however that's configured, whether that's a third person or it's merged between the two, or, however you handle that. And so somehow you have to have those bases covered. And, it's certainly not a job for one person. It's a job that's going to take, a lot of work, no matter what level it's on, because it's complex, and there are a lot of people that you're trying to evaluate. You're trying to evaluate the entire, let's just say if you're in college, all the college players, and you've got a big high school group. If you're in the NFL, it's all the free agency players, which is not the full league, but, it's still a pretty big chunk of it. And all the draft eligible players, which is, probably starts with over 500 players and gets whittled down. So it's still a lot of volume, however you slice it up. And it's, again, way too big of a job for one person. So, you'd want to have a team that would be able to, handle the demands of the different areas to put the best team together that you can on the field. Unlike the draft, you have a recruiting element in college where players select the school as opposed to the team selecting the players in the draft until you get to college free agency at the end of the draft. So there's some differences, but I think there's some similarities too.
Yeah,
I appreciate the depth of the questions that you're asking, Pat. I really do.
No, it's real though, because like the thought is immediately, why the fuck would Bill Belichick want to go do college football? But then you start thinking about it, it's like, oh, he might be like, because you talk about having to have a lot of people. Well, you've had to hire all those people, and you also have a Rolodex of people that you've seen work and do all these different jobs that all these other places are going to have to find people just out of thin air or resources or references. All those people already know how you operate, and you already know how to kind of build that team, which is a balance. Now, the whole thing would be what you don't know about and what you haven't had to do. AJ has a question for you.
Coach,
well, Pat, can I just interject two things in here?
Yes.
One,
sure.
Let me put this in capital letters. If.
Yeah.
IF.
Got it.
If I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, techniques that would transfer to the NFL. It would be an NFL program at a college level, and an education that would get the players ready for their career after football, whether that was the end of their college career or at the end of their pro career. But it would be, geared toward, developing the player, time management, discipline, structure, and all that. That would be life skills, regardless of whether they're in the NFL or in somewhere in business. And I feel very confident that I have the contacts in the National Football League to pave the way for those players that would have the ability to have the opportunity to compete in the National Football League. Whether they're good enough or not, I don't know, but they would be ready for it. I don't have any doubt about that. So that would be the first comment that I would make. Relative to the structure of the program, it would be an NFL program, but not at the NFL level.
Yeah, which is quite a benefit to have the guy that ran the dynasty.
No doubt.
In the middle of this entire thing. Bill, listening to you lay that out, I just thought of every NFL guy's son. Okay, everybody that's ever been in the NFL that has a son that's in there, like Bill Belichick's offering up a one-way trip to how we're doing life. Yeah, we can go. Any expatriate that has a kid, obviously, over all those years, I assume they're going to be like, hey, need you to get my boy right. That's going to be, that's a big part of like college though. It used to be development,
Yes.
Now it's like a big difference. And if you find the right guys, you can build it. And if you got the resources, you can do it anywhere, especially at a P4 program. But there is one thing that you haven't done yet, or we haven't seen you do at least. Go ahead, AJ.
Coach, yeah, Pat's alluding to the recruiting aspect of coaching in college. I know that's the biggest difference between coaching the NFL and coaching in college. I know you recruit free agents and everything in the NFL, but in college, you're evaluating and recruiting these high school kids. Have you given any thought to that, and how different would it be to evaluate high school kids compared to college?
I think, AJ, as you know, there's a big level of development from players who are 16, 17, in that range compared to the 20, 21-year-olds that come into the NFL. There's still a level of development. But I think in high school, you just have a projection. It's much more a projection element. So, generally speaking, most high schools, where's the best player, right? Quarterback or maybe running back. You put your best guy there. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's where the player is going to play in college. But in the high school program, that's generally where the best players go. And so there'll probably be an element of projection of players like that. Look, Coach Saban had a tremendous amount of success, as we all know, in his career, taking wide receivers and moving them to corner, who then became high round, first, second round draft choices at Alabama that were former receivers in high school. So I think there's definitely a projection element. The high school teams generally put their best players at the key positions, quarterback, running back, and receiver to score points. And then, if that's where they're at, that may not necessarily be their best position going forward. So I think the projection element's a lot different. You still don't see that too much. I know we had Edelman, but for the most part, you don't see guys that play one position in college and play something else in high school. I think there's just more of that going the other way. And certainly the linemen, a lot of those kids at 17 aren't the men that they are in the National Football League when they get to 25, 26-year-old, just physically mature. So, the time that I spent in Washington this year, those players gained a lot of weight, not just weight, but also strength. And so when you combine the strength and the nutrition programs in a program, you see a lot of quality weight gain, and guys going from 240 to 275 or 270 to 305 and things like that. That it's just part of the natural growth for that age of the kid. So I think the kid's frame and his athleticism, and then you kind of got to picture what that's going to look like when it fills out. So that would be something that I haven't done a lot of, but that would be, I think, a big part of the projection element of recruiting, as well as whatever the school and the team has to offer.
Are you gonna? Hey, Coach Saban's got a sick two-step.
Gotta learn.
He can Cupid shuffle with the best of them. He can dance. He can. See, you don't even know. I like that. We don't need to be dancing. We don't need to be dancing. I understand, Coach. We can't thank you enough for taking time today to chit-chat about this. I know you're very busy, and everything we read, we just think to ourselves, yeah, well, Bill's going to be hosting a Manicast. Yeah. Bill's going to be hosting Inside the NFL. That makes sense. Bill's going to be hosting a podcast. That makes sense. Bill's going to run a college football professional program. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
thanks for laying
we'll
out.
See. We'll see.
I read it. I'm just telling you, I read it. Big if. But if it happens, feels like there's guaranteed success, which is wild. Ladies and gentlemen, the GOAT, Bill Belichick. Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, of course. Whenever you read that, you think to yourself, why the hell would Bill Belichick, at 70-some years old, go do college football, especially when he's 15 wins away from the all-time winningest NFL coach record? You would think he'd be holding off whatever hope or whatever drive to get back in the NFL. And then he said, I was hanging out at Washington, whenever the strength program is with the nutrition staff, you can really create some good men. It feels like you can really, and then he starts thinking about, I'm going to let them know projection-wise, here's a pipeline to the NFL. And then also your work ethic and everything else. It's going to be accountability-driven. It's going to be all that. It's like, I think he wants to shape a next generation.
Yeah.
That is probably how he's viewing it. It's like, I'm tired of what I'm seeing in some of these places. what's going on, what they're letting, what the next level is becoming at the NFL, because these guys are getting paid so much money early, then potentially egos get big. All of a sudden, some college kid comes into an NFL team, thinks he's already arrived, and then maybe they're quitting, they're leaving, so they don't have to do as much, they don't have to face as much adversity. That's not everywhere, but it is certainly happening in this modern era. Not the dude's faults either. If they see the bunch of money that you can go get, if you come from certain situations and you don't have the vision to be the NFL guy, you're just trying to get yourself and take the money, do whatever you got to do. But Bill's like, the guys that come to North Carolina are going to be, we're going to be
pros.
Be professional outfit.
Yeah, we are going to. So it's like, hey, Andrew Luck, I am so sorry. Feels like Bill Belichick's going to be looking for those Stanford guys as well. And I talked about ex-NFLers sending their kids to Bill Belichick. It's like, I was thinking about myself as like a dad of a boy who's 17 years old, and Bill Belichick comes walking in.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, and I played in the NFL. Yeah. Hey, you remember, just rattle off the coaches that the guy, like I played for. You remember when Chuck Pagano used to say, bomb, bomb, bomb. Nowadays, it ain't like, your boy, okay, he's going to come in. We're going to make him, if he doesn't make the NFL, he's going to be an incredible businessman. He's going to have an incredible work ethic. He's going to understand how to organize things. He's going to learn how to watch film, which you're going to be able to take into your life and everything else. It's like, that's the pitch, I think, that he's going to be giving. And I think he's going to be able to get, great players if he has the money resources just to be able to keep up with everybody else, which we assume will be.
Yeah, and what AJ asked him would be the first thing that I would think about. Obviously, where he is now in his career and his life, being on the road, recruiting, because that's kind of how we saw it, how we remember it. But it's different now. I think a report came out a few months ago about Coach Prime, like not even making home visits, because like these kids now, they are looking at it as a pipeline, as they should. You go up there and it's going to be a professional outfit, and all the different things he talked about. I didn't even think about all the coaches, all the college coaches that he's obviously went and seen their programs, have been at pro days, had conversations with these guys about how they run their programs. Coming into college, the strength and conditioning program, I think, is probably the most important part of a college program. I think anybody up here would agree that played college football, big time college ball, like that's when you really, you go from a boy to a grown ass man. I was talking to Z a couple days ago about, even like maxing out and being your strongest. Like most guys, when they're in college, 20 years old, that's probably your peak. 2021 in the league, it's about being healthy, being nimble, being all those things. So everything Bill laid out, it'll let you know, like, it'll be a good situation for him on the collegiate level. Maybe that's what replaces the all-time NFL record. Maybe he wants to go, a few years in college and win a natty.
What did Calipari say? I want to change 30 more families.
Yeah.
You know what he said? I want to change 30 more families. Bill goes to all these Hall of Fame inductions wearing flip-flops and stuff. But he goes to them. I assume there is a great sense of pride deep down. Like, he wins the Super Bowl, he's happy. Rest of the time, how much happiness and joy is there? You're chasing something at all times. That's why he has 10 jobs this year, because you're just chasing. Got to be great, got to do this. And that's what these high-end coaches have to live like. That's why they live in their offices. That's why they do their entire thing. If he was to go in there and win, I think he would feel true fulfillment. Yeah. If he was able to flip a program in this new college era and set a precedent for what you can make a college football team and organization look like now, then all of a sudden he's the founder of the greatest dynasty in the history of the NFL, and the blueprint for the modern college football. I assume there is some of that shit happening in his brain as well.
Well, and like the recruiting thing, just like with Prime, like the Belichick name sells itself. Like, sure, you have to go and recruit people, but at the end of the day, it's Bill Belichick. So if you do want to become a pro, which is why you play college football, so you can go to the NFL, the whole point would be, well, I can go learn from the greatest coach of all time. And then he kind of mentioned in there, too, we kind of talked about UNC being a detriment to recruiting just because it is such a good school and it might be more difficult to get guys in there. But it sounds like, would be using it more so as like, hey, the NFL is going to end. Football is going to end at some point, no matter what. Like, if you have a UNC degree, if you have an education from UNC, you'll be set no matter what your football life turns out to be.
Yeah, North Carolina is a good degree, right?
Yeah.
That's like a very good degree. That's worthy of saying it whenever you go in for a job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because some places aren't.
Sure. Yeah, no doubt.
Some places actually, I've seen this.
It's a reality.
People just remove the college that they go to make them look a little bit better, actually. A nice suit photo. Here's where I've worked. Here's what I've accomplished. Where'd you go to school? Not listed. Don't worry about it. It's like, that's awesome. But not also. That's why every time people bring up, like, they got full scholarship to education. Okay? They got full scholarship to education. Before the NIL, it's like, how much is that? how much is that worth? Unless you're taking real majors, real ones, like, doctor, lawyer, the ones that you need to be
business
kind of but good business. There's like
specialty.
There's like actual business classes as opposed to just general business or whatever. Any of those other degrees, are they really helping you every single day? I think they showcase that you are able to complete a task. I think it showcases that you're able to get focused and lock in on something and finish something. But I don't think there's many places that are hiring people that are like, you know what? This person went to UConn. They'll get it right. No offense to UConn.
Hell yeah. Sociology degree, it helps you every day.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations. You got the job done.
That's huge.
Got the job.
Got the job done. Came a second-round pick, too, so you got that job done, too. 2 jobs. This guy's working 2 jobs.
You would think
maybe
with
3
Bill,
jobs.
too, like a lot of these kids, I mean, like the parents part is huge because how kids he's recruiting now, like, probably don't remember the Patriots dynasty, really, or like they came of age, like when it was at the tail end. But like you have the parents saying, and I'm sure he's one of those guys too, where you're not running it like D-Butt knows how those practices were run and everything. Like he's making no bones about that when he's recruiting kids. Like, so you don't have all this bullshit of these used car salesmen coming in telling these kids what they want to hear to get them to sign. It's like, hey, no, this is going to be tough. Like, this is not going to be easy. So you wonder if like retention rate overall will be good. Like he won't, if he were to take this job, he's not going to have to worry about signing a bunch of kids. And then after that first year, it's like all these kids were like, this was not what I expected.
Re-recruited.
I'm getting out of here. Like you would think, because now too, like, even if they didn't know that much about the dynasty, like a quick Google search, it's like, oh, okay, like this is the guy. Like
I think transfer portal this year, if he was to go to a place, UNC, let's say he goes to UNC. Schefter reported they met for 5 hours. Schefter is not going to make that up.
No.
Schefter had, on good authority, that he either had somebody in the restaurant that they were meeting or somebody in the meeting that told him that, or he wouldn't have said that on the show. It's like 5 hours of talk is a long time. I don't know what's normal. I don't know how many people are getting second conversations or third conversations in any job. But Bill Belichick, there's a guy named Ren Baker. Maybe just go shake a hand. Maybe let's see how it all goes. Because the way he laid that out, it's like NFL guys might be in a good position. Not every NFL guy is a good guy, good coach. Not by good guy, of course, good guy. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm talking about not every NFL person is great at their job. That's why you see so much turnover. There's a lot of people that get jobs because they're expected to be good and they stink at their job. That happens in the world. That happens in the NFL a lot. So not every person with NFL experience is going to be a good college football coach or GM at this point. But I think if you find like these retired people who are like addicted to the game and they like need it, like the people he has that are going to be consulting for him down there, there's just going to be Super Bowl rings.
That's what he said too. Like he needs it. He knows the type of job it is. You need a good team around you. So he knows. I'm sure he's already thinking. I would imagine in these 5-hour talks or interviews, they're asking, well, who are you thinking about bringing in? Who would be your OC? Who do you want as your DC? Like all that stuff.
How long are you going to coach? He's 72 years old. Is my only.
Yeah.
How long is he going to be capable?
Sure.
Because we've seen people that take jobs when they're real old, and then we have to watch them every 4 years or something like that. And we go, not capable.
Yeah.
Like that is, I didn't know that. Did we all know that? I had no idea that was the case, speaking-wise, coaching-wise, leading-wise. So, like, with that whole thing, I feel like it's probably just as, he's probably telling him, I feel young. Obviously, we're very much here with it. I am. I got a younger lifestyle going on right now. I've been mermaid fishing. I don't know if you know that.
Sure. Seen it.
Okay. We're hanging out, having a good time. I feel good. I missed the game. So if he's pitching, 5 years? Like that's probably more than enough for a school to be like, that's a whole recruiting cycle. That's an entire graduating class. And then allegedly, his son, he wanted to set up for his son, which, I mean, good play by Bill Belichick. Now, does the school go for it or not? Who knows, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. And even with Steve, like you would assume if his son does, end up being the prince who was promised, that maybe that keeps Bill around the program too. But to what Ty said about the parents, this would be a great situation for parents because there's no like, hey, what are you going to leave? Are you going to take another job because of his age? And I feel like in college, more than
final destination.
Yeah, like, hey, you don't have to worry every single year about me being poached. I'm not going anywhere. Like the only reason I came to college was to go to one spot for 5 to 10 years, but How old do college coaches go? Because that dude what was Snyder in Kansas State.
Bill Snyder.
He was in what, his 80s? I mean, Ferentz. He's been there for quite some time. Obviously, Saban coached a while. Who?
Joe Pa.
Yeah, Joe Pa.
Joe Pa. Well, yeah, I think they'll run a different operation at UNC than Joe Pa, but still the age.
No, of course, yeah. I think everybody's running a different operation than that.
How old is Mac Brown? How old is Mac Brown?
Mac was 70, I think.
Yeah, I think he was a
Okay.
year younger than Bill, I thought.
Zito just told me 72. I don't know. That's Mac. There's like 1,000 names just said right there. Mac Brown's 72. Got it. Kirk Ferentz, 68. Whittingham of Utah. I wonder, has that been?
He's back.
Okay.
Oh, he is?
All right. So that decision has
Yeah, he had a statement. I'm back. I saw it.
Okay, shout out to him. What a weapon over there, that Utah student fan base is, the student body. They are awesome. It was very lucky to be out there. Hopefully, they're able to continue to go there. All right, let's pivot to the NFL. Last thing on this, to your point about landing Final Destination. Like, that's what I've learned most about this West Virginia gig that I've been trying to snoop around and try to find stuff out. It's like some of these people, it's like, great job, P4 program, very young in coaching ranks. So, like, if successful, probably 2-3 years is going to have to be doing this again. But okay, like if you win for 2-3 years, that's a good problem to have. And then figuring it out in 2-3 years, like I think initially I would have been out on that type of thought. Like nobody really wants to be like, you know what? I hope a coach comes in here 2-3 years and then goes to another job somewhere else. Like you never really think that about your school. You try not to. But then the more I think about it and the more I talk to people like in the coaching world, they're like, you don't care, right? If they win, you're going to be in a much better spot. And then also in the Big 12 with the 12-team playoff, if you win for 3 years, you might not leave. Like especially with the money and the NIL and it might become, you get created. So if the idea is to potentially, pump and dump situation is coaching, who cares? Like that should not be a negative at this point because the world now versus 3 years from now might be vastly different. So if that gets them in the job, that's a good problem to have.
Whatever.
And then if it's somebody who's like, hey, final spot here, let's go and win this thing. I'm all about that as well. Like, hey, let's go for it. This is your legacy. This is your world. That job is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens there.
Odom getting hired to Purdue changes things. Summerall staying at Tulane changes things. And by changes things, I mean I have zero inside information. I'm following all the rumors that everybody else is following. I texted Ren last week. Said you're doing great.
Know who I want to see.
Said you're doing great.
Yeah, Bill and UNC would assume change things just because like the perception of going.
I think that's a Summerall. I think that the guy out of Tulane was potentially, and maybe Odom too, UNC. So I think those two taking the jobs that they took this weekend or staying and taking a job was potentially an indicator that maybe they weren't because they all know.
Yeah.
It's like everybody kind of knows because they all talk to each other. So maybe they knew that they weren't going to, or maybe I'm not waiting around for other people to make a decision here, and does that mean UNC? Does that mean what? Who knows who it means? But those two going to two jobs in West Virginia and UNC still being open is very interesting. That's a very interesting development over the
Also,
week.
did you see another Big 12 team decided to hire a coach that was very successful at that alma mater?
What's that?
Scott Frost is back at UCF.
I did see that. He was awesome back
So you can hire a coach that used to be there that was really good there. That's weird.
Happened to us. Randy Essel, he took us to our heights. We got ranked for the first time, went to a BCS bowl. We left, went to Maryland, went somewhere else, and then came back to UConn.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
Come on home.
go settle some unfinished business.
That's right.
Finish your story.
That could always be motivation.
Yeah.
Great motivation, too. Especially if it's like your home state. A lot of your family still lives there. And friends are still there. It would be nice to be able to go do the holidays, without having something loom over your head. It'd be nice to right or wrong, potentially. That would be electrifying.
It would
Just give him the gig. Just give Rich Rod the gig.
Come on.
I don't want to put that pressure.
He gets the culture. He understands the town, the school. He understands all of it.
I don't want to put that pressure on Ren for us to say it, but on game day, did you hear Herbie? Whenever we did the Jacksonville State? Who's their coach down there?
Yeah.
Oh, they're dominating in a conference championship 2 years into his stint down there. Who's the coach down there? And then, I believe it's Rich Rodriguez. Oh, like a big. And then Pete Thamel didn't even put him in the. Didn't even put him in like the head coaching search. Yeah, so I'm like, who's Pete? Because I am first shoot. No information. I'm trying to stay out of it as much as possible. Just sending good lucks and, hey, hope everything's good. If anybody hits me up, I'm forwarding information. That is literally all I'm doing. So when Pete puts that up there, I'm like, who's Pete talking to? Because now is Pete talking to Ren Baker?
Yeah.
Is Pete talking to maybe those coaches' agents?
Yeah.
Which
they're talking to Pete.
Which all these people could be valid sources. So whenever Pete says, I have valid sources to say this, it could be from 3 different parties that could have 3 different mindsets. And that's why we love it. I think whenever it comes to the reporting thing, Pete Thamel hasn't slept.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of Pete Thamel's season right now.
Camp season.
He has not slept. So whenever he doesn't put Rich's name in it, I think that very much worries me because Pete is talking to everybody that knows everything. And I'm like, you didn't even put Rich right up there. And I think he said, like, at this time, I could. I'm like, he just won 51-12 or something. He's dominated conference.
Dominated.
What are we doing? He goes, why? And I just walked by. I haven't talked to him since.
Pete. It seems like the Rich Rod thing too. Like obviously you want to get the right guy, but like you want to win the cycle as well. Like obviously if Bill goes to North Carolina, that'll be massive and that'll eat up a bunch of stuff. But there really hasn't been like that candidate that's emerged that's like the really, really hot guy that like every school kind of wants right now. Like usually we have at least 1 or 2 of those guys when all these jobs open up. So like no disrespect to like Barry Odom or anything like that, but like you didn't see people like Purdue fans going crazy when he got hired. You know, it's like if Rich Rod got hired by West Virginia, like sure some of the limelight might get stolen by Bill potentially going to UNC, but like you would win this cycle. You know what I mean? Like
it'd be quite a conversation,
and that matters.
Now I think I read online, and I'm following like Voice of Morgantown and like
sure,
you know, ear fanatic. Something. I'm following these accounts just like everybody else. I'm calling my friends that are still in West Virginia. I'm like, what do you hear? What do you hear? And then I'll say, like, I hear this name. And then the runaway beer truck's like, nope, going to Marshall, brother. And then congratulations, Coach Tony Gibson, now the head coach at Marshall. Nice. And that was like last week. That conversation happened because Gibby was the guy that recruited me out of Plum High School. He walked into the cafeteria representing West Virginia and offered me a scholarship. So obviously I know him better than all the other coaches. His entire life's work and football journey has obviously led to him having massive success and him coming back to West Virginia to coach Marshall. And I had heard potentially the West Virginia gig. So then I was like, no, he's going to Marshall because Marshall guys are maybe going to Southern Mississippi. There's a whole thing. It's like people boots on the ground have information. These blogs have info, and I'm like just trying to gather it all. Kotelnicki, I believe, Penn State is a name that has been reported by a bunch of people for jobs. We'll see. West Virginia's about to be back though, so
it's got to happen soon, right? It's got to happen soon. These like they don't want to sit with a vacant head coaching position at these spots.
The portal's
about to open, yeah.
We're okay.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, they did well.
We're okay. don't just like I said on game day. Good luck to Iowa State and Arizona State. Okay, it's fun. Ken Dillingham, that Arizona State team. Cam Scatteraboo, holy shit.
Scatteraboo is unbelievable.
What a dog. Yeah, hit the Heisman. I'm the best running back in the country. I don't care. It's like, all right, hey, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that mindset. We watch it break. Well, how many tackles in a high school football game?
It was like legitimately 12 tackles. More broken tackles than actual players on the defense.
And he's been doing that here at Arizona State as well. And he's got moxie. This guy's got moxie. He's also got a thumping head.
Yeah, huge.
He's got a massive head. So he obviously says, look at the year. Look what Arizona State just did. We're projected to win 4 games. We just won the Big 12. We're in the Big 12-team playoff. How you doing, kid? Boom, bang.
Jeez.
Boom, gone. Boom, still. Boom, get off me. Get off me.
Nuts.
This dude's unbelievable.
Dies.
And then Ashton Genty obviously having a phenomenal year. Boise State's in the 12-team playoff as well, ranked number 3 or whatever. So Genty has an argument to say, hey, I'm the best running back in the country. Whatever the case, remember whenever people were chatting about the running back stock market being down? Feels like what the NFL's doing right now. And these guys coming into form and playing how they're playing, it's a good time to be a great running back. And it feels like there's a couple of them that are going to come into the NFL and play very well.
Yeah.
Very, very well. Hopefully, as well as Saquon Barkley has been with this Philadelphia Eagles team. What a story. Obviously, the game was tight with the Carolina Panthers. He's now the league, the season leader, franchise leader in rushing yards and 100-yard games already. He's on track to catch Eric Dickerson. I think he knows he's going to have to do that in 16 games as opposed to 17 games. If he does it in the 17th game, they will talk shit to him about it being a 17-game season.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they will. I don't like it. I'm
For a
telling you.
little bit. They'll forget about it after a while, though.
If he gets it, we will celebrate it, regardless.
Sure, absolutely.
Because anytime an all-time record is broken, that means something special is happening. But they will try to hold it over his head. They will try to hold it.
For sure.
And I'm talking about the old heads. I'm not talking about, like, our modern era. They will say he did it. Dickerson did it in 16 games. But nonetheless, Saquon Barkley must watch. AJ, so much so that now the wide receivers are pissed off. Have you heard about this, Age?
Oh yeah. So much. There's so much strife and issues in Philly, and they just keep winning and winning. Like, I don't get it.
Sirianni says we got an MVP running back, which is what we needed. The reason why last year happened at the end, we think potentially our run game wasn't as good, which made our passing game not so good, which made everything else not so good. So now they literally figure out the run game better than anybody else in the NFL. Got the MVP. The guy's second half numbers are top 4 in the NFL as a running back. Just his second half, 2 quarters of the game. He is top 4 in the NFL in rushing in this entire thing. So they get that figured out. Now where's the ball going to go for the wide receivers? D-Butch, you think we should be worrying about this at all or no?
Oh, I mean, they are winning, so that's the biggest thing. But if you are watching the tapes, even just watching the games, there are points in time where you're like, okay, you got to make these type of throws. And then obviously A.J. Brown coming out saying what he said, hey, the passing game, it's only one guy throwing the ball. So that's on the coordinator, that's on the quarterback to be able to figure it out because we've all seen it. As great as Saquon Barkley is, and he is phenomenal, you're going to have to win in a 2-minute drive. You're going to have to pass the ball from the pocket. And when you have weapons like they do on the outside, A.J. Brown, if he's one-on-one, throw it up to 11. 6, Devontae Smith, probably the best 2, in the game right now. So if those guys are healthy out there, you definitely want them to be throwing the ball. I know Saquon is great, but you don't want your quarterback coming out of games, with 130 yards, 120 yards passing. It looks great. It is winning. But when you're talking about beating the Lions, beating some of these big teams, even the Rams, if you run into them, you got to get in the shootout and score, 38, 45 points. You want a quarterback that can help you do that. But the defense is great. Saquon is great. He can pound you and finish games. The offensive line is great. So you would think that Jalen Hurts can figure it out because we've already seen him play at an MVP level.
We always talk about, there's going to be a 3rd and 11.
Yeah.
Where you're going to have to put the ball right here. At some point in a very important game, there's a 3rd and mid-range there or a 3rd and long, not too long, where you just got to hit and out. That's what you're going to have to do. And if you don't, ball's going to the other team, game over. And that's just the fact of the matter when it comes to this NFL football. But being able to run is the most important part of the entire thing. So they figure that out. Now the other thing is kind of dropping. Sirianni's probably wondering to his Paisan gods, how come we just can't have a nice smooth week one time after another win? They won the game again.
They did win.
Didn't cover, so people are pissed about it.
That's bullshit.
But they never have a smooth, which, hey, that's why we love them, honestly, over there in Philly.
I could assume this isn't sitting well with Philly fans because, we know how they are. And, if your team was this good and you had a wide receiver complaining about this, you know how mad you would be at that. I assume it's not sitting well in Philly. And that's just classic Philly.
It is. Coach Sirianni will get the boys right, though.
No doubt about that.
They got a Keystone battle against Pittsburgh Steelers, who have been phenomenal. Also, Seattle Seahawks have been great. Didn't get a chance to really talk about them enough. Sorry, it is a bias.
Yeah.
You don't deserve it. I don't love it. Geno Smith, 6-0 against the Cardinals. This guy's undefeated against them. Goes and gets a massive win. Seattle Seahawks lead the NFC West. We apologize for not talking enough about it.
They're good.
Great team.
Yeah.
Good defense.
Geno's balling.
Jackson.
They're primetime next week, so
boom.
We'll talk about
it. A lot of talking. Hopefully more about the NFC West leaders. They go into Arizona and steal their dreams. Kornacki said Arizona's not got a 4% chance to make it. Whoa! We'll be back tomorrow. Aaron Rodgers Tuesday. See you then. Yeah, I think I nailed it.
Nice.
Soto.
Beep.
765 guaranteed.
And it's not deferred or anything.
No.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah, I want it now because in 15
How'd that happen, Ty?
Steve Cohen's worth $20 billion. That's how that happened.
So you just pay luxury tax or what? How's it work?
Yeah, they were over it last year. So, and he basically said that was going into it. He was like, I'm not going to lose this guy. We need a generational star. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make sure we get him, and they got him.
So if you're worth $20 billion, who knows how much is fluid, right?
Yeah.
Net worth is everything that you own, values combined, including cash on hand. So Cohen's just got, what if he has just a $5 billion play chest where he's like, you know what, this other $15 billion will make enough money off of itself for my family to be wildly wealthy forever. This $5 billion, though, I get I get to have a good time with.
It's my play money. It's my play money here. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll see if I can make money off it too. Let's see if this whole. Could you imagine being that position? Juan Soto wants how much? How much are the Yankees? Well, they're offering $760 million. How about 1 year less, $765? Tell them that's the last deal. Do you want $765 million? We'll give him $500 million tomorrow. Signs his name on a DocuSign. We'll give him $500 million in his bank account. Yeah, I want to do it. Deal. You're a Met.
Done.
Can you do it with everybody? Is there no end to the luxury?
Yeah, from what I understand, like that is basically like so. When he first bought the team the year after, he spent a shitload of money. He was like, I want the Mets to be good, and I want them to be good right now.
Yeah,
and just
that's how you want your owner to be.
Exactly.
Yes.
And spent a bunch of money, and then they ended up like they gave deals to like Verlander and Max Scherzer, like a couple of very, very good like ace pitchers, but guys who were kind of aging a little bit, and it didn't go as well as they expected. They ended up, I think it was the next year, they traded both those guys at the deadline, and he basically said like, hey, we're going to pump the brakes a little bit. Like, I'm not just going to be all willy-nilly with my money if we're not going to win. And then a year passes, and ever since Soto, like, it was known that he was going to be a free agent, Steve Cohen has basically said, like, I'm going to get this guy, period. Like, that's all there is to it. And I think that is that was kind of everything I read was basically, like, no one else, like, obviously, you own a baseball team, like, you're fucking rich and you can do what you need to do, but no one can compete with him when it comes to stuff like this. Like, he can continually outbid guys and be okay with it because he has so much money.
Who was it? Edwin Diaz? Who was the closer?
Yeah, Diaz.
They paid him, and then he got hurt before the season even started.
Yep.
World Baseball Classic.
So it looked like they were going to be like cursed almost. But right now, these Mets fans, they feel on top of the world.
Rightfully so.
Start spreading the news.
Well, that's a Yankees thing. The Mets ain't going to be doing that yet.
It's their city. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a New York Mets super fan.
Nice.
He's happy at the moment, although he's normally a rather miserable sports fan. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of the WWE, Michael Cole. Michael Cole.
Yeah, Cole.
Hey, Cole.
Hey, Mets are the kings of New York, huh, pal?
Yeah, finally. What do you think about that, Ty?
I mean, you know what, Cole? You know better than I do being a Mets fan. You're just playing with fire saying that.
You're playing with fire saying that, Michael Cole. He said you guys are cursed, pal.
Can you at least allow me 24 hours to enjoy this?
Without a doubt, like I said, if I was a Mets fan, I would be jumping over the fucking moon this morning.
He said if he was you, he'd be jumping over the fucking moon this morning.
I can hear him. I'm quite capable. I'm not that deaf, pal.
You are, actually. It's reported. You are a deaf son of a bitch. Mets going to win the World Series or what?
Well, I'd love to think they are. Listen, we still need some pitching. I think we got to probably re-sign Alonso, maybe Bregman from the Astros. We still got a couple of moves to make, but this is massive. Just for the psyche of Mets fans, I mean, we finally beat the Yankees at something. Finally. After being 63 years of being beaten down, second in the city, we finally had a guy choose us over the Yankees. So, to me, it's pretty amazing.
Okay, so that's awesome. Congratulations to you guys. Start spreading the news. Oh, he is singing.
Actually, what you should do is be singing, meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Get right up and greet the Mets.
It's way better.
Good singing.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. With
that delivery of that song didn't have a lot of passion. So Mets are good. They're going to win. Jets, next year we're going to be good, right? That's the. All right.
Knicks.
Hey, I'll see you soon. I can't wait to see you, dude.
Hey, I can't wait to see you guys. Hey, by the way, well, I'm not going to say it because the last time I said something negative about a big New York acquisition, I was dead on, and it ruined 2 years of my football life. So I'm just going to say that Juan Soto is going to be unbelievable for the next 15 years.
There we go.
You're the man. We appreciate you, Cole. See you, buddy.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, the day Aaron Rodgers signed with the Jets, I sent him a congratulations text.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, this is going to somehow, some way, be a catastrophe, I believe is how he worded it. Boy.
He was right.
It actually may be worse than he even projected it to be.
No doubt.
I thought he was being like over dramatic. You're like, oh, I'm a Jets fan, obviously. But and then as 4 plays happened when it started, literally one of the first texts I got was, see,
Just like a
from Michael Cole.
motherfucking stuff.
That's how Jets fans actually feel, and I think Mets fans probably feel that way as well. And he just said, "Fuck it, I'm running it back."
Yeah,
this guy's about to change everything.
Now's the time to do it.
He's a lefty.
Yeah,
and he does that.
Yeah, the little stride. Yep.
Smooth.
Looks
in the video.
Ty, was it expected to be this much? Did you like?
Yes.
Was this what they projected?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was still, I mean, you never know. Like a lot of the projections were saying like 600, 650, but as it kept going up and like all like the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers were in on it, the number just slowly started to kind of tick up. But yeah, I mean, if you look at this, like Shohei's contract was 10 years, $700 million, but for the luxury tax and because so much of it got deferred, it's like practically like a $460 million contract is how they look at it. So like if you look at the highest contracts in the history of baseball, this is like 2 times the next biggest one. So like that is kind of shocking.
So I think initially whenever we found out, and we're a big baseball program, nobody talks about it.
Huge.
Lovely game.
Yeah.
It was 700 was the number.
That's what I
Pass,
thought, yeah.
when it initially started. Jet Passon told us that the Shohei deal is obviously going to be big. He said, but the Juan Soto deal might make it to 700 or something like that. I heard that number, and I just started saying 700 every time we talked about it. Then the narrative became like 600. 650 is what the narrative came. Because I said 700 a couple times. I think when we were talking about baseball, I was like proven wrong immediately. But so I think it did have an early projection. Then it went down. And then all the teams that got in brought it back to even more than what projected was. Good for Juan Soto. That's business.
Yeah.
That is business. If there's more than one person that wants your services, you're in what we like to call a great fucking position, leverage-wise.
And everyone knew because Scott Boras is his agent, and he's like the best. I mean, you know, you talk about Mulugeta, like Scott Boras is the baseball version of David.
He runs baseball, doesn't he?
Yeah,
and he has.
He
for
does,
a long
and
time.
he has for like 25, 30 years. So you knew no hometown discount, no like it doesn't fucking matter. Like they did, they said the Yankees got whatever contract he got, they were going to give it back to the Yankees in the end and see if they wanted to match it, you know, button for button and do the exact same thing. But like when you knew he was his agent, it's like, okay, he's gonna go where he gets the most fucking money. It's as simple as that. And none of the teams that, obviously the teams who can offer him that much money are teams you expect to be like playoff contenders and compete for a World Series. So it was never just like, you know, a money grab, whatever. He's gonna go to a shitty team. Like you knew, like he was gonna go wherever someone paid him.
The Pirates are not offering him that contract. You're saying?
There's a lot of teams.
Not anybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's.
The Reds should have offered him that.
I don't think they do that.
I think the Pirates and the Reds should have said, we'll split it.
Yeah, combined. Yeah.
You play 81 for you guys, 81
Only
for
home games.
Yep.
Only home games. We'll see. We'll figure it out. I do appreciate the people that go and say this isn't fair. But it's like, as somebody that comes from a city that's owner is the cheapest of cheapskates, he's like the definition of bottom line owner, only looking at the bottom line. We yearn for the day that somebody with an aggressive mindset owns our team.
Yeah.
So for all the baseball people that I've kept saying, the Pittsburgh Pirates, think about the Pittsburgh Pirates. I don't speak for Pirates fans because I was never one, but fucking A, if Steve Cohen was the owner of the Pirates, I would have been one. My entire life, I would have been in it. So it's like, if there aren't rules against it and your owner is doing it, I am for it. I think that showcases, like, literally from the top all the way down, we're trying to fucking win, and we're not taking anything else or accepting anything else. It's like, I love that. Like, I wish the Penguins could get somebody that was like that.
They're hot
They're
hot right now.
Well, they play in a capped league, so they do spin to the cap. It's a little different.
No, but there has to be a way we can cap gymnastics.
Like the Vegas.
Well, that's why like people are saying it's not fair. It's like they still are getting penalized for doing this. Like you have to pay a luxury tax. So it's like, it's not like you can just do this all willy-nilly because you have more money. Like that's what they put in place so that teams in big markets can't just fucking go out and spend $1 billion every single year. And then teams like the Reds and the Pirates have no way of competing with them. Like they are still going to be penalized for spending that much money.
Yeah, but this is just like Ishbia.
Yeah,
said,
for sure.
The NBA is finding me luxury tax. I don't think my fans want to hear a single word about boo-hoo, I'm getting luxury tax. They want to see us win. Yeah. That's all they care about.
Yeah. It's not fair, though.
It doesn't guarantee you anything, though. That's the thing. You can sign this guy unbelievable, but it doesn't guarantee you World Series.
This is perfectly fine. It's the deferment stuff that I think
makes
is bullshit.
Yeah, but I get it. But like, like that's how you'll never get to real like parity, I guess. So like a guy like Skeens come in, he has no chance to really compete on like the playoff stage until he goes to
when he leaves.
And
Well,
like
the
NFL
owner
is-
just get off his fucking wallet.
That's the thing.
You know what I mean? Like
We
I
gotta
got
start
no
publicly-
problem
But he
with
can't
people
compete
spending
with
money.
Cohen.
Why can't
Sell
you?
the team.
There's teams like Cleveland though who like buck that, who it's like if you do it the right way and you suck for that long and then you draft guys and they're good, like you can win in the playoffs. Like yeah, it's tough obviously because these big guys always end up going and playing in either LA or New York, but that's just the way it goes.
We need new ownership in there. Scott needs to sell the damn team. That's why they need to do that playoff win rule that Jage
Agreed.
decided.
He could open his wallet, but he couldn't even come close.
Yeah.
Dust flying.
He just sold Seven Springs.
But like
His
Arizona-
pocket's a little deeper all of a sudden for the best tube slide.
I don't think Seven Springs went for that much.
Well, that guy's a terrible businessman. Of course.
Can of corn.
Of course it didn't
Well,
go
no,
for
it's
it.
not. It just doesn't snow in Pittsburgh anymore because of goddamn global warming.
Well, and I heard there's a chance that the poles are actually moving. So what is all
North and South are moving.
I don't know. I tried to fucking read.
Google
I'm
it.
smart
It's
enough. I didn't
crazy.
graduate, but there's something going on where I guess the crust is moving. Fucking I know. You just look into it. The poles are moving. The poles are moving.
It's not good.
I don't know what that means, but I know when I'm laying in my house and I hear outside. The other night,
it was
nuts.
Yeah, what's going on?
The worst
Why is it
it's
so
ever
windy?
been.
it came out of nowhere too. I don't think it was
Yeah.
like broadcasted like, "Hey, look for heavy winds tonight." It was just like out of nowhere. Holy shit! Is there an Arctic tornado? Oh yeah, it feels like it's negative 15 outside right now, and the winds are blowing at 60 miles an hour. It's like, did we know this was coming, or is this just drop out of nowhere? I think just
It did. Came out of nowhere.
I don't like that one bit.
No.
Seven Springs went for 118 million. It's not bad, but
We could sign Juan Soto for a year.
Yeah.
We get one good year out of him though.
Is
You know
that-
what I mean?
You think he netted? You think he netted? He net 118.
John Heyman is reporting that there's a $75 million signing bonus because he's a Florida resident. Obviously, you get to know state income tax, although federally, they are certainly getting paid off of this deal. $120 million overall pay through for 2025. There it is. That's Seven Springs.
Yeah.
No deferred money. Opt out after 5 years if you want. 5 years, we can do this again.
Wait.
City Field Suite for family, which is $500,000 plus a year. Okay, so get a suite. I assume there's some private plane time in there as well if we're negotiating those types of things into the contract. 5 years can opt out. We can do this again, by the way.
But they can also, I read somewhere that's like there's some stipulation in the contract where if they just bump up his like annual salary from 51 million to 55 million, then that opt out just goes away.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's going to be a Met for the next 15 years.
And it could go all the way up to 800 million, I guess.
Yep.
Respect.
You earned it, bub.
That's awesome.
You are worth exactly what somebody's willing to pay you.
Yes.
Never forget it. Yes, person not worth it. Yeah. You know how we know? Because it fucking happened.
Yeah.
You know? That's in theory, it doesn't matter. This is reality.
Don't matter.
It happened. Now do we think that is what it should be, or should it be much less? Sure, you can certainly have that opinion. But your value is exactly what somebody's willing to fucking pay you. That is exactly in business. And Juan Soto.
The first ballot Hall of Famer, he's like 26 years old. So
What a dog.
That's awesome.
yeah.
All right, let's get out of here for a break. I'm about to. When you're drinking out of these cups,
It goes down much quicker.
I think you said, I don't know who said it last week, Tone. I think you said it. It's valid. It's hard not to just chug these things.
pounded waters.
And also
tastes better.
These cups just,
You know, it's
a
crazy.
nostalgia.
Hey, I took one. I got one. Let me have one.
Look at this guy.
Man.
Hey, how awesome is it to have these?
Bro, I took this out of my bag and showed my wife. She was so pumped. She's like, "Oh, that's like my childhood." I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
Bingo.
Keeping it going.
Yeah, go up to the.
Yep.
Make a little suicide. Take them all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Never mind. Got to the point in life where I have an ice maker at the house.
Ooh.
It's really cool.
Nice.
I would say strive for it. Everybody needs to get there. Okay?
Standalone ice maker.
Boom. Open that fucker.
The little pellet ice, like the good ice.
Yeah. Little pellet.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Living good, brother. That motherfucker's mouthy. That thing is so loud.
Oh, yeah.
I bet.
Oh, yeah.
That
You
thing
gotta
is
clean them and stuff too. You gotta kind of take care of them.
This thing's whistling through my house. Just constant. It's like, what? I was going, I thought a bird had gotten in. Like, that's literally what I thought. So I'm like searching, new place, obviously, so I don't know shit about this house. So I'm like going through it, I hear it all, and I go all the way back, and it's this machine, it's inside of something, so you can't even hit the thing.
No.
It is a full-on, the ice is awesome. I mean, you get a good scoop. Mackenzie likes opening that thing up. She feels like, oh, I just opened something, and then she'll go in, she'll have a couple pieces. That's a cool moment. It needs to shut the fuck up, though. That thing cannot be doing that all night.
Just got to charge that one to the game.
I have a tiny little one in my basement does the same exact thing.
It is loud. I mean, that thing
Sometimes
is,
it sounds like a cat.
That's what you sign up for, I guess.
Yeah.
It's cool ice. I think that fucker's leaving the house.
It's a good run.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the fridge that has the... That one's A-okay with me, too.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah. If anybody needs an ice maker, I think I got one. I think it's going to be up on eBay soon. All right. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Hour 3 on the other side. We got a picture tonight. We got to talk about some teams that we haven't talked about yet, which are the...
Like we said, it was a poopy slate. I think we...
The Niners?
Maybe the Niners?
Yeah,
Niners are back. Or Bears are bad. We'll do that in picks on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change their life. Take 5.
Tonight is a night where everything's going to be remembered. Every play, every sweat, every fight.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon. Knew as a child back in the womb.
Hey, let's have a national championship Monday, huh?
My name's Pat McAfee. I've started this show 2 different occasions already. This will be the 3rd. Wow. It's 2023. We eat adversity for lunch. There's just so many different forms of gummies coming in my mouth.
Boss man, can you do a kickflip?
100 for it? 100 for it?
Oh!
Come on, bro. That was awesome.
Hey, this little teddy bear is cool. This little round thing is sweet. All right, I feel pretty good for this ESPN party. Let's go have a blast in there. Boom. Need you to do a red carpet. I've never done a red carpet before.
I got a poop, sorry.
I don't know if now's the time.
We're invited to the ESPN party, and now we are all sitting on a red carpet. We had no idea this was coming, obviously. We thought we were just getting some free drinks.
A lot of people on the internet say I look tired. What's that all about? I'm a massive fan of Posner. He was giving motivational speeches in between songs. He was playing other people's songs. He was telling people to stay down. We're going to make a moment. Only on the count of 3, we're going to go crazy.
Oh, I know. Sad song. Sad song.
Oh, oh yeah.
A couple of these. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Who's up? What do you want?
What'd you do?
Gotta make it back again, baby. It's gotta last until 9 o'clock.
Happy birthday, sack of shit.
So fired up to be here.
Yeah.
I got a necktie and everything.
Holy shit. Tim Tebow's here. Oh my God.
Look at that cut.
The most handsome shot in our show's history. Nick Saban has been spotted at SoFi. Great work in the back, Foxy. The boys crushed it. Now we got game day, then the mega cast. Let's go.
Hey, let's have a night.
Obviously, the enemy of great is good. The enemy of a dynasty is winning one championship and letting it go. Fran, you're obviously going to Colorado, a place that's been looking for some sort of championship for 20 years. You're also one of the greatest speakers I've ever heard. What are you saying to your team?
You can't get here and all of a sudden change. You don't want to see a different mannerism of somebody, and especially the coaches. See, everybody's talking about the players, but you got to coach the coaches too.
Did you smile there too?
I saw.
Were you smiling?
I saw a smile. I do that every now and then.
The rat poison, smiling. That's embedded fourth quarter perfection. Matthew Stafford, fourth quarter perfection. Big moments, Tebow perfection. We got some real magic here tonight, don't we? I love that toad that takes those mushrooms and hitting it. With that being said, Stetson Bennett's 25 years old. He's so damn comfortable. Darnell Washington's the backup tight end. He's 6'7", 270. Brock Bowers, best player on the field. The defense full of dogs. Give it to Georgia Bulldogs to go back-to-back. First time since his man and his Alabama squad. I love the Bulldogs tonight, barking all over the place, Coach. little bit of rush from old game day down the field.
We went all the way to the roof to come back. We are so sorry. All right, let's roll. I gotta get to the sleep. Then I'm gonna hop over the sleep thing. Good, Brad. You are looking at SoFi Stadium, where we'll be crowning a national champion for our college football season tonight. And the Dogs are on the board early. Wide open. That's the shot that they wanted, baby. Oh, Stetson Bennett with his second touchdown in the first half. Pick. Oh, no. Oh, no. Georgia's first down. One-handed touchdown. Brock Byers, touchdown. It is currently 45-7. It is 52-7. Touchdown!
This is just a good old back home ass whooping.
It's a blowout, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Hey-o! That son of a bitch, Uga, is having the night of his life. Wow. It's raining indoors in Los Angeles. This is God taking a tinkle on something magical, isn't it? Let's get what's that? Get him on camera. That mustache.
Holy smoke.
Holy smokes.
Are you a firefighter?
Good for you, bro. Thanks for your service. First down, Horned Frogs on a 2nd and 3. Why don't we call a game? Holy hell, Tim Tebow is coming. Tebow, we're live.
We're on.
We're live right now. Welcome back to SoFi Stadium. Right before the break, an extra point almost killed Tim Tebow. Natural instincts had to take in place. I could not lose the greatest human on earth, and I'm happy they gave you that ball, Tim. Tone, act like you're Sonny Dykes, please.
All right, boss. First half didn't go our way. We're doing this for the great state of Texas. You know who else was down 31 points?
Who's that?
The Italians.
All right, let's take the tractor another round. What are you watching out there, Coach?
Honestly, they're better off grabbing Luka Doncic out of the crowd and maybe lining him up next to Quentin Johnson at receiver. Because they can't do a damn thing.
We decided Tebow here, formerly known as Praying, for this TCU team to do something. So you put your hands up, play that song, butterflies fly away. Thank you for your service, sir. You're a badass, man.
Those other Americans, I wouldn't be here.
What a run, huh? The boys crushed it. This shakes you.
TCU sucks. It's gonna be so mean all the time. What?
That's all she wrote for college football season. What a year. Let's fucking get home. This guy sucks. This guy's the worst of all time.
Almost.
Timmy.
Corbin, that was good.
Who's the worst we've ever seen?
Hey.
I think you're nervous in front of Bob Dylan.
No.
I think that's probably...
No. One more shot. One more.
You want the Texas guy to get one more kick? All right, how about this? Kirk Herbstreit said he'll match another $200,000. I will as well. This is an $800,000 kick, Corbin.
Yeah!
This guy's got no shot.
Come on, Harry.
Come on, Herbie. Timmy, you want a match?
Yeah, I'll get in there too.
Okay, all right, sweet.
Is that 1.2?
Yeah, it is.
$1.2 million kick.
Yeah. Holy hell.
Let's go.
Everything just got very real all of a sudden. That first attempt was god-awful. But now you got a $1.2 million operation. All you got to do is kick the ball through those uprights. This looks shorter than 33 yards. Stanford.
Is that legally binding?
Yeah.
That's a legally binding offer.
Yeah, we got you,
You're
Timmy.
the lawyer, Corbin. Is that a real offer?
Yeah, it is. It's on camera.
It is? Okay.
Hey, bro, somehow he got under that ball.
Yeah, he said it was like a 9-iron. That was more like a duff of a wedge, bub.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and try to maybe bring out the 1-iron.
On one hand, we've never seen
1.2 million.
Come on, Corbin. 1.2.
Holy hell. That's a lot of money. You're a lawyer, you live nice, you wear suits, but 1.2 million can change a lot of things. On SEC Championship Saturday in Atlanta for $1 million. That got pretty expensive. We got hustled. Bob Dylan coming out on Christmas. The movie's supposed to be Oscar-worthy. Thankfully stopped by. Herbstreit's awesome. Reese, that got a little bit of nerve-wracking there for a few moments. Back to you.
Hey.
Why?
Let's
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, UP. Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this magical Overreaction Monday, December 9th, 2024. Hour 3 of the program starts now. Football! It's amazing. That's AJ Hawk. AJ, everybody's wearing a black shirt today. Let's do it. Let's hear it for the boys.
There we go.
Let's hear it for the boys.
Good coordination, boss.
Hey, I like that. That's good teamwork.
Yeah.
You know, whenever you're all wearing the same uniform, it means you're all seeing the closet the exact same.
That's right.
Yeah.
This fucking guy.
So funny.
It's this guy's problem.
What a joke. What a joke.
I didn't get the Army memo. The Army merch.
To be clear, me neither. Kind of don't like the representation issue going on this particular program for this year's Army Navy, all of a sudden, honestly.
Well, and to be completely clear, before the show started, we were like, too much Army. Went to go find someone else. Didn't have anything else. But last Monday, we had the Navy on. And tomorrow, I'll wear the fucking Navy.
That is kind of my issue at this point. I have a pile of shirts in the office there. Mm-hmm. And they seemingly are just on a rotation.
Sure.
And what I find out is whenever one of those leaves the office, maybe in a bag to go to game day or something, and it doesn't come back to the office, boy, I'm up against it. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden I'm a shirt short. We got 5 days. And I only got 4 shirts. And think about this. I've gone down to 2 shirts before. That has become a real predicament. So then I start going through the boxes that get sent to us.
Sure. Yep. Never a spot you want to be in.
Ever. You never want to be looking at.
Never want to be in that spot.
Never.
Ever.
Today, this close.
Yeah.
Yeah, you picked up a shirt. You're like,
yeah, we did. There was a chance for a shirt to be worn today that was very clever, sent into the Thunderdome, which I'm grateful for.
That
But
is going to change football forever.
okay, that one as well. There was a British one that I almost put on, but that one, full cowboy hat.
That was nice, actually.
That's going to change the world forever.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
That's what the card was. You're talking about that, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Got a handwritten message from somebody with this T-shirt that was a high-quality T-shirt.
Yeah.
Do you know the person that sent it?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. But did a wax seal of the handwritten letter.
Oh, yeah.
Legit.
I need to get one of those.
Those things.
You can get them on Amazon, yeah.
Do you do them?
We've had them, yeah. I've got them on Amazon. Unfortunately, it takes more time to customize it and say get an H for Hawk. So I just got whatever letter they had available at the time. But yeah, we dabbled around and melted the little wax and did it.
Yeah, that's the right play. How many cards are you writing? How many things are you sending out? You're sending stuff?
I was trying to come up with reasons to write handwritten cards out, but I ran out of that quick.
I got a handwritten card, a couple from this gentleman here who had a genius idea, and I'll tell you, the presentation was got me to open it all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Normally fantastic. There's a lot of things that get lost in the sauce here at the Thunderdome, and we do apologize for that. But it's also not our fault. It's not our job to go through every single box.
It's just USPS.
It's if people would stop dropping them off, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Actually. But every once in a while, there's a full presentation that comes alongside of it. It's like, what's this thing? What's this thing? And then I opened it up today, and it was like sick cowboy hat with this thing that goes on top of the cowboy hat that makes it look like a firefighter's helmet. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. It's this metal thing that goes on the front of this thing. And then the T-shirt was real nice. I'm like,
hold on.
I kind of like what's going on here.
Yeah.
Then I read the letter, and I'm like, full business idea. This guy's launching a full business right here in front of my face. I don't know who this guy is.
The hat, though.
It's filthy.
Right. Yeah.
I almost want to run and get it right now.
Yeah, one of the best I've ever seen.
Yep.
Even without the thing.
Is it a metal thing that goes on top of the
You can say that, yeah.
Kind of like a crown.
I think it's Kevlar, to be honest.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, if Pat were to get shot in the head, it would stop it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Wouldn't even come close to making a mark, even.
No. Not getting a puncture wound
that's
on
good.
there.
That's a good hat.
Do you see this thing right here, brother? How do you do?
That's nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
The metal thing, though, when you put it on, boy, it's a lot of pressure on the old eyebrows.
Sure.
It was really heavy. I was getting a headache from this thing. But this is, I believe, a JB formation on the bill here if you were to go stop by your local Cavenders. I believe this is considered a long oval rig.
Okay.
Yep.
It's from the American company. And whenever you put it down, you're supposed to put it down, ass down.
Mm-hmm.
like that. It's real heavy. The cowboy hats are very heavy.
Yeah, they're
How
so
do you
nice,
travel
though.
with those on the road?
Well, there's actually a bag.
Box?
Nope.
Did come with a bag.
Backpack.
Oh, bag.
Yeah, I just learned. Hold on.
It's a great bag.
Normally it's like
For
the
sure.
big round like carrying case, isn't it?
I got one of those. I mean, it's kind of an inconvenience to travel with. The backpack is
Yeah,
actually
kind
really
of.
the way to
How
do
many
it.
can you put in? How many hats? Just one?
Yeah, just one.
Okay.
Not in that thing, though.
I think that's a one or two.
This is a oneer, I believe, as well, but you have one on your head, you see?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
So you got two of this thing.
Boom.
Dang.
I love traveling with the cowboy hats.
Wow.
It's a backpack, though. So you just put this thing in here, obviously.
Okay.
Boom.
Bam.
Boom. Shut her down.
Strap it up.
You're on your way.
Where's class?
Jeez.
Boy, these are tight.
Yeah, who was wearing that?
Now we're fucking light ranching.
Exactly.
Got one up here. Got one back here. Ready for any occasion. This is a smart idea.
Yeah.
It is.
Because traveling with them is very difficult.
Yep.
Yeah, and you always get them in the way. They're big, too.
Yeah, I forgot one.
Forget 'em,
in
yeah.
Ireland. Yeah, that was tough.
So you get it.
Oh.
Phenomenal presentation.
Yeah.
It's great.
Old buddy. Good luck with your idea.
Yep.
Good luck.
You know who we're talking to.
Great pick.
You know who you are.
You know who you are. Great idea.
It is?
Whoever did that is going to be successful, I think, because they cracked through.
Yeah.
Speaking of cracking through, was AJ able to do that on the picks over the weekend for the Sunday slate, week 14 of the NFL season? Do we have the records? Boom! Oh, okay, nice.
Oh, close.
Hawk. Getting better, though.
I don't think so. I was trying to remember my picks while I was watching these games again.
Me too, yeah.
I didn't feel great about my picks, especially the Chiefs not covering. Obviously, I continue to pick them. That is a thing for sure.
The Saints one was diabolical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole slate, I didn't
14-11.
know. I didn't remember what I picked.
Sure.
Every game I was watching.
That's how I am.
Forgettable slate.
Forgettable slate, crop slate. But I did remember our conversation about the Chargers and Chiefs. And I, too, always somebody that rides alongside the Chiefs. And I think we were talking about that actually on the show on Friday. And then I finally went the other way. And then I started thinking about it whenever I traveled down to, traveling back from Atlanta, because I write up what I want to talk about on NFL Game Day morning. I'm like, yeah, I really like the Chargers, actually. This is the time, you know, and maybe I was trying to project it in the universe so I got to experience the happiness of the people that bet against the Chiefs every single week somehow, even though the Chiefs always win. I've always bet on the Chiefs, like AJ. They're the best team. They're in the middle of a dynasty. I love greatness. Greatness wins, prevails again, but they don't cover for another straight week. And it's just lose whenever you do that. So finally going the other way, I was just like, yeah, this is the one. I finally get to experience what it's like to bet against the Chiefs, but still understand that they're going to win the game. That's why I thought 4 points was too many. Like, I thought 4 points was too many.
Fair.
And that's probably what we need to do with the Chiefs going forward.
Yep. Yes.
Because the lines are huge. Like, even for that Chargers team, I feel like 4 was a lot of points.
Yes, felt like a lot,
Yeah.
especially with how Herbert has played
Well, what,
against Spags.
they play the Browns this week. I mean, is that
They're
is
laying
that-
6.5.
Yeah.
That's it?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, hold on.
Everything I just said.
Hold on.
Everything I just said, I might go the other way there. Speaking of that, Bears, I mean, you guys are defying, like, just gambling things.
I think it's the first time it's ever happened.
We try to look back and think about it.
Yeah.
Jeff Saturday, on Tuesday of a game week, was on fucking Get Up.
Yep.
Okay?
Throwing pancakes.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Entertaining the masses. Doing the whole thing. He gets hired as the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts hours later, if my memory serves me correct. He wins the first week.
Raiders,
yeah. Big win. Holy fuck. We knew we had the talent. Just needed a new voice. Then we all know what happened.
Yeah.
33-0.
Don't need to talk about it.
And then
Orange slices.
we don't know if he gave out orange slices.
We're pretty sure.
Feels like he didn't.
Coach Riz, earlier in the year for the Saints, this guy took a dump, clogged the toilet before his first game as the head coach of the Saints. This is special teams, Jesus.
All right.
Fucking hat's going.
It's the rig, yeah.
It is the rig.
You see Parker McCollum on his horse, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Ranching.
Full or light?
I heard what the fuck you guys are saying. This is the real deal here, brother. This is my fucking horse right here. Grew up there. I wish he would have went down that trail after he was done. Nothing more needs to be said here and just fucking I wish he did do that. After that, they accused him of having backtracking and auto tuning at his concert.
Oh no, that's bullshit. I've been right there, side of the stage.
Holy
absolute
fuck.
show.
I mean, he's done a one-man show right
yeah,
here.
yeah, right there, right?
Right here
When he,
and right there. Yeah. His voice echoes through anywhere he is. He is a very strong singer.
Yeah.
So I think whenever somebody says he's backtracking or auto-tuning, that goes against everything that he believes in this whole thing, because he actually says that a lot, you know. I go to a stadium, I can go wherever you need.
Mm-hmm.
I can go in a cabin at a golf course in maybe Georgia at about 2 a.m., 5 bottles of wine deep.
Sure.
Wide.
No problem. Just absolutely crush it. But him being on a horse, I've been telling him since the beginning, we need more.
Right on stage. Come on stage on a horse.
Every time. Every single time. But then traveling the horse, taking care of the horse, and stage setup, I guess, is not very convenient. Because I was pressing hard for that. I just want to let you know, for numerous conversations I pressed, and at the beginning, he was like trying to be nice and everything. Then he like gave the whole like, so how is this feasible? How is this even? So we got to travel with the horse. We got to take care of the horse. Then every single venue, we got to make sure we have an avenue for the horse to come running in. And then what? The horse just stands there. Horse leave. What happens with the horse? I'm like, listen, you get what I'm fucking saying. Yeah. We need you on a horse more, so I'm happy you did that.
Use a cowboy hat, hit the back of the horse, have that thing just ride off into the sunset on its own.
Yeah, could you imagine?
Set it free.
Oh, you're talking cowboy hat?
Yeah.
Go on!
Yeah.
That would be awesome. They're saying he was cheating.
Think again.
No way. No way.
Not him. He's too
You ever see anybody in person ride fast on a horse? It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I've been to the Derby, I guess. Are you talking like normal humans or like jockeys?
Like say a human or something gets up and they boom. I remember like Jordy's brother getting on a horse and tracking him down and roping and everything. Like it's cool to see in person because those things. I love horses, but they scare me to death.
Yeah, me too. They're very big, very big and powerful. But I've had friends who had horses and like were very with the horse. Like those things are so smart, so majestic,
very smart,
stubborn, very stubborn. I think too. They have like good personalities. But like if you're like in tune with that thing, we saw it in the Olympics. I think Snoop Dogg and Kevin Hart saw it. It was Olympic sport. And he was like, "Oh, those horses are crip walking," or whatever, because they literally do. They can get those horses to do
dressage,
whatever it is.
There it is.
That is what it's called. It was. Those horses are phenomenal creatures. I guess it's hard to take care of them though.
Need a lot.
See that?
Just a lot, it's a lot.
Like, is Parker taking care of that barn that is housing said horse right there? I assume so.
He better be.
He's ranching.
That's where he's singing at, though, in there. That horse probably one of the first people to ever hear him sing.
Could be.
His first fan.
That might have been, you know what I mean? That's the first audience right there. The Bears, though, speaking of everything we just talked about, the Bears ruined it for the automatic assumption that first interim head coach's first game, they're going to win. They're going to get the bump. We talked about it on Friday. I said, nope, I'm sticking with it because I doubted it with Riz. And I apologize to Riz for doing that. But I said, nope, I'm going to stick with it. And I remember telling myself, no matter what. That's what I said. No matter what. What I didn't realize is that the San Francisco 49ers are going to be back and play great football. And Brock Purdy continues to play very, very good football throughout his entire career. He'll have a couple games where he doesn't play as great, which happens to every single NFL quarterback, and people want to write him off immediately. But he showed up in a massive way, the entire team, and they dominate the Chicago Bears in Thomas Bryant's first game as interim head coach of Chicago. Now, what we didn't think about was Thomas Bryant was up there in the box when he was calling offense. And that offense looked good, didn't it?
Yeah.
That offense looked good. Fire Waldron, Thomas Brown will run it. All of a sudden, we're going to win some games. Cade was playing better football than he's ever played. This is the right move. Well, good news. We're going to make him not a head coach. He goes from passing game coordinator to head coach of the team in about 3 weeks. He's no longer in the box where he's comfortable. He's back on the sideline because he's going to be able to manage the team.
Yeah.
They look like crop. Absolute crop. And I don't love it, especially for a season that had so much hype going in. Zito, a lot of stakes expiring. Victory stakes expiring over there.
Wagyu, Pat. Wagyu.
I'm sorry to hear that. I genuinely am. What do you think the future looks like, Bud? Is it no Wagyu? Oh, no.
It's a never-ending carousel. I have no idea. Like, it's just going to keep happening. Caleb's going to be very good for a little bit, and then he's going to be gone, and then we're going to bring another quarterback in, and he's going to be gone, and we're always going to be losing. That's what.
No, you guys
what
can
it
get it
looks
right.
like. That's what it looks like.
You guys can get it right.
Sad.
You could just
It worries me though. Doesn't it worry you when Zeke is off the bandwagon? Because Zeke has been so positive. Like no matter what has happened,
Yeah, I haven't ate a steak in a while, AJ.
No, there hasn't been a lot of victory
Gout probably
stakes.
feels good, right?
Yeah, it does.
The gout's been down.
Nice.
Gout's been down. Anxiety's been high though. Misery as well. And what are you losing? You know, at what cost are those victory stakes being absent from your life? It started out there as like, ooh, so close. Ooh, you know.
Yeah.
Then yesterday, did the Niners just wake up? Do we think the Niners just woke up?
They needed it. They were desperate.
Maybe the Bears aren't as bad. Maybe the Niners just woke up for the first time this year.
How many yards at halftime for the Bears?
2 or 3, I think.
Yeah.
They had more first downs than yards. Yes.
Yeah, they fucking stink. That's like this is like the
No,
worst
the Niners.
team.
This is the Niners team we've been talking about. This is the Niners team all year that we've been waiting on. This is the Niners team. Garendo goes bananas. Only his second start, I think, in his entire NFL career. They do it. Their defense smothering. The stat was 319 to like 2 or something like that at one point in the first half, and yards gained for both sides. This is just the Niners showing up for the first time. This isn't the Chicago Bears stink at football that bad, is it?
Well, you know, that's kind of the problem is everyone talking about the Niners this year and saying, like, hey, their D-line stinks. That's why this isn't the same team. And what do? They sacked Caleb 9 times.
Jeez.
So, you know, when stuff like that's happened, we've heard Lombardi say it 1,000 times, like, they play in Chicago. They need a good offensive line for whatever reason. Their offensive line's fucking sucked for the last, 7 years. But I think it is a good thing because I think it might have been Lombardi who said, I can't remember if he said it on this show or somewhere else, but there was a chance with Kevin Warren and the way he is that, they want a guy that they can kind of control to be the next head coach so that he, has quite a bit of power still. If you hired Thomas Brown, hey, offense had looked much better. Maybe this is the guy that gets Caleb to where he needs to be. But it's very evident, that guy's not ready to be a head coach. So maybe you see that yesterday and it's like, all right, enough's enough. We need to go get a Mike Vrabel or something like that. We can't just hire this guy because Caleb looked good, 2 out of a 4-week span. So maybe that's a good thing, and they'll actually realize, hey, we need to get someone in here who knows what the fuck they're doing. Let's start there.
At all?
Yeah.
So they're coming after polls too, right? I saw some tweets coming after polls as well.
Big time.
Jeez. Well, he's the only last one standing that they can.
Yeah.
Because offense coordinator, head coach, who's next, GM, as it continues to go, it's got to be something here as it keeps going. And nobody expects you to win games after you fire your coach, although it has happened the first week for a lot of people.
For most
people. It is you need to see that there's at least, is this just a wasted year for Caleb now? Is that
oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And next year.
But he's getting a lot of reps though, isn't he? Getting a lot of, seeing a lot of things, feeling a lot of things, experiencing a lot of things, the highest of highs. Get a couple wins early. Remember here? Yeah. Remember?
The hip hip hooray. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I do remember.
They did take him out in the game though, by the way. Not like previous times where they kept him in, he could get injured.
Yeah,
they took him out last drive.
Okay, it's very kind of them. A little less hits, but he's experienced highs. He's been benching a game and they've been blown out. You're talking about that's a lot of things that I think they can grow upon next year.
Do they grow on anything though, or is it just okay, now it's Caleb's really his first rookie year now because new head coach and new OC and
he's in the building at least. I think he understands that it's a profession now more so than just a sport. That is. I think that's potentially something. Anthony Richardson, he got hurt early in his rookie year. So then he gets surgery. Then he's not even around NFL football for a bit because he's recovering from the shoulder stuff. So he doesn't even I don't think he even gets his rookie year experiences. There's no first time going through this, first time seeing this, understanding you can do this, understanding you're allowed to do this. So his first time doing that is potentially this year, as he's also trying to learn the offense still, so it's another rookie year happens. That's like J.J. McCarthy, for instance. The conversation is they need to pay Sam Darnold or not. I heard a lot of people making great points for both sides, okay? Understand both sides completely. But is J.J. even experiencing a rookie year of it at all? because he had surgery before the season even started. So is he in the meetings? Does he understand how those things go? Is he in the building? Is he in team meetings? Does he know the week structure, how to do your work, when to do film study, what to do film study on, how to do film study, when to do, like all that stuff that you learn in the building your rookie year. So even if on the field it's not great, at least in the building and professional lifestyle, you can kind of develop. I wonder if that's happening with JJ. If it's not happening with JJ, I think you need a veteran QB again for JJ. Now, is it Sam Darnold, who has played very, very well in your offensive scheme and has come back to the guy who was picked number three overall at one point? Like, do you keep him around because you're having success? Can you keep him around with how much money you've given to the offense in Justin Jefferson and everything like that? Because with how Sam Darnold's playing, these contracts that people are getting, and depending upon what happens this season for the Vikings, very difficult division, the NFC North, very difficult. But if they win a playoff game or they do something along those lines where the fans just get like jacked up and excited, I don't know how you're going to be able to just move on from him. But also, his money is going to go through the roof if he does that. Trevor Lawrence got, what, $55 million a year?
Yeah.
Hasn't really, obviously high pick, hasn't really won enough. We think he will, though. Let's go, Trev.
Oh, yeah.
Pulling for you, Trev. Don't want that. But it's like Sam Darnold will then be a proven winner. Sam Darnold will be a guy that has on film an ability to have pinpoint accuracy, playmaking ability, and the leadership that everybody would want out of a franchise guy. There's going to be somebody that wants to pay him a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
And are the Vikings even able to afford that? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, we talked about this a little bit before the show, too. Like, I'm not so sure that Kevin O'Connell can't have, like, Dan Jones can't have the best year of his career next year. And we're doing the exact same thing with Daniel Jones at this time next year. It's like, look at this reclamation project. This guy got paid all this money. He stunk, but now he goes to Minnesota. They have two great wide receivers, a good tight end. And KOC is just, he's a quarterback whisperer. So, like, no one thought the Vikings were going to, this is before when McCarthy got hurt, it was kind of just like, oh, we'll see with the Vikings. Like, no one was expecting them to be as good as they are right now. Like, I could see, because Sam Darnold he's going to get like a Baker type contract. Like, there's just no way.
What's that, like $45 million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range.
45.
And
Wait, per year?
No, it's like 40. I think his is like 40 or something like that, wasn't it? Was it 40 million or something? Baker.
Baker got like 55 guaranteed because Gino got the 3 years
3 years 100.
And I thought Baker
got 3 year 100.
What year did he get that? Just now, this past offseason, right?
Yeah, going into this
50 guaranteed. So what is it? Basically like 2 year 20.
They're not going to pay Sam that. The Vikings aren't going to pay Sam.
That's what I mean.
So, but if he, so 35 million is 30 million is what we're thinking about? Because everything goes up each year.
But like Chevy said, though, maybe he just goes and somebody in the market will pay him that. If he continues to play like this, especially if he goes on to have any type of playoff success. And then for the Vikings, it's going to be a risk because, we know J.J. McCarthy is talented, but we talk about all the time how it's a crapshoot in the draft. Like, you draft 5-6 quarterbacks, 2 of them are probably going to be good, the rest are probably going to stink. So you're definitely taking that risk. Let's say they go, 13-4 or something, and you move on to start it all over. And KOC has been phenomenal. He's been great with every quarterback that's been in there. But Sam was, he was drafted high because of all the traits that he had. And even before he got to Minnesota, a lot of the people, I guess, in the know were like, hey, Sam Darnold, I forgot who came on the show, was like, hey, everybody likes Sam Darnold except the Jets. So maybe sometimes you figure things out, kind of behind the scenes. And yeah, Bill said that. And then he's had an opportunity with great weapons around him as well. So if you are making that bet on J.J. McCarthy, he's in a great situation. But it's going to be a tough decision for the Vikings, but somebody will pay Sam Darnold if he continues to play this north of $40, $45 million a year.
And to your point, Ty, KOC.
Yeah.
Like, I can see Daniel Jones having maybe not quite the same.
See, I think Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, vastly different. Remember, we talked to KOC down at the league meetings, and we said, what are you looking for in a quarterback? He said accuracy. That's all he wants. Sam Darnold, I think, has been known to spin the bill. Like, that is, that's like
arm talent.
Arm talent has been like his thing. So if J.J. McCarthy, has the same traits in KOC's eyes, I assume he's like, hey, I could do this with whomever. But KOC might be too good of an offensive play caller because now he's going to lose. He just made Sam Darnold so much money.
For sure.
So much, which is a good problem to have.
Yeah.
And they got a team, that defense.
So good.
Everybody's talking about Kirk Cousins having 2 picks or whatever, and having 8 picks over the last 4 games, 0 touchdowns. I understand he had that 4 interception game too, so it's been bad. But like the Vikings defense, very good. I think everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees with defense. Will Reichard's back, the kicker. He hit the upright on one, but I think he made some as well. So, I mean, why not the Vikings?
Mm-hmm.
Why not the Eagles?
Let's see that.
Why not the Lions? How do we feel about them?
Good. Lions?
Yeah.
Great.
We think they will Super Bowl?
It could.
I mean, it's just so many injuries. A good play.
That's why I said the same thing, and I picked against them. I was wrong.
Not to the offense, though.
True, but it's just so, and that's why I know a lot of people, even after the win, looked at Dan Campbell and said, "Hey, that's dumb. I don't have him as my coach. Don't do this." I loved it. Like just like early in the season when the Eagles went for that 4th and 3, that throw to Saquon to pretty much end the game. Sometimes in that coach's opinion, hey, let me put my best unit out there and put it in their hands to go and win and end this game. So I don't even put the defense out there. With Jordan Love, who I don't care how many times he's done it or hasn't done it, he's very, very capable with those receivers and those weapons, that coach, to drive down and have a chance to win it. So if you have an opportunity as that coach, you already know, hey, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna drop my sack and lay it on the line. You know your team is built that way. They're wired to kind of make you right. I love the decision from them. Obviously, if it backfires, it backfires. But hey, this is my best unit. They've been dominant all year long. I'm gonna put it in their hands to go end it.
Coach Saban said, "I always thought if my offense can win it, let's win it."
Yeah,
that is what he said. And Dan Campbell came out afterwards and said the exact same thing. He said, "I thought that maybe they'd be able to tie it if we make it anyways. So I just wanted my guys to go win it, and they did, they responded. The 4th down that he went for on the 29.
Yeah.
On his own territory?
Yeah, that one, I think, is the one that makes you go, like, did we have to?
Didn't have to do that.
Did we have to? Yeah. And I think Teddy Bruschi got real, like, I don't want to say emotional, but
Teddy hates him.
Teddy gave a full-on, like, hey, you're not like just the team that has to roll the dice all the time.
Right.
You're like actually a good team now. So start acting like it was Teddy Bruschi's big take. And he was like, emotional decisions, in the moment. He doesn't trust them to be able to make the professional adult decision, basically.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Teddy said. And we hear Tom Brady talk about the end of that game for the Bills. Teddy Bruschi also in the same world, the Bill Belichick world of situational football and decision-making and all that type of stuff. So Teddy can have his opinion for sure. But the own 31 was the one that I was like.
That's what got because at that point it was kind of like if they punt that there and the Packers have to punt back and the Lions go down and score, like that game's over. But like that was the thing that really swung the momentum, and it was like, oh, okay, the Packers actually might win this game now.
And Dan Campbell said, I'll do it again. They won the game. So he's,
if you're preparing, I'm thinking defensively, if you're preparing for the Lions, like the first thing your coach probably tells you, hey, we need to be ready for 4. We got to make 4 down. Like this is a 4-down team anywhere on the field, because normally it's like, hey, let's get them to 3rd down, 3rd and medium, 3rd and long, let's get off the field. Well, you get to 3rd and medium, they get it to 4th and short, you're staying on the field the majority of the time.
Yeah, and does that go into like, every once in a while, just basic math will pop in, and I'll see this team is averaging 4 yards a carry. So then you do the math. How many downs does it take to get a first down? 4 of them. If they're averaging 4 yards a carry, and we just do some math here, can we not just, we could probably, you only have to average, 2.5 yards a rush? You're getting 4 downs? To get 10, I mean, like you start thinking about it in Dan Campbell's eyes, and he's talking to Ben Johnson, like, hey, this all we have 4 downs to do this. Right. So a play that's normally 7 yards, we can make that 4.5, 5 yards. So like the quicker outs that Goff hits, we can snap those off a little bit earlier than most people because we have the ability. It is like a full strategy changer, knowing that your team is going to spend that extra down.
Well, and especially when the defense is where it's at right now, with guys that I've never seen on the football field ever. Like, they're going to have to, from this point until the Super Bowl, the offense is going to have to win the game. So I love going for it. And to Teddy Bruschi's point, like, I understand what he's saying, because as a fan, like, the same old Lions lose that game because they're not aggressive and they don't go for it. And then they give the ball back. Jordan Love goes down and scores. And his point is, like, you guys aren't the same old Lions anymore. You're the best team in the NFL. But as a fan, like, I love every single second of going for it because it works. Like, it's won so many games for us. And so we'll just have to keep riding that out.
Who was that high school guy? There was a high school coach.
Never punted. Right?
Yeah.
Never punted, kicked onside kicks.
Yeah.
Never kicked extra points either, obviously.
All twos.
I don't kick off. I don't kick extra points. And I don't punt. So we're playing football. 4 downs, we got them. You get them. Congratulations. We score. We're going to try to score again. If you guys can't recover the onside kick, so what? We're going to try to get the ball back And if you score, sweet, we're going to try to get it. It's like that was his entire mindset. And I always said, can't do that at a high level. Can't do that.
Sure.
Dan Campbell's trying.
Yeah.
Jack Fox is so good.
He's so good. It was so funny yesterday on Countdown. Greeny
That's the
was
punter for the Lions.
Exactly. Greeny asked the question. He said, I have a quiz question for everyone. Who is the punter for the Detroit Lions? And then they went to break because it was supposed to be a joke. I'm like, actually, it's one of the best punters in the league right now.
He is phenomenal. He is very strong. He's strong. He murders balls. His technique, awesome, too.
Yep.
Like, everything about him's great.
Against the Bears, when they had to have a really good punt at the end of the game, pins them at the 1. That's just a huge play.
So we'll talk about Ariza dropping a dagger, a couple of them last night. That was awesome to see him getting an opportunity for the first time.
Yeah.
After everything that happened to him and his name being dragged and all that being false, and then now bouncing back with the Chiefs in the way he's playing, awesome. To finish up the Jack Fox, and this also will go to Ariza. So whenever you're on a bad team, okay, you're punting like 7-8 times a game, 6-7 times a game. So you can have like 3-4 shanks, and then your other ones can make up for the average, because that's the game you're playing, is the average game. Whenever you're punting like twice a game or once a game, it's like, hey, we got no margin of error here.
Yeah.
You hit, if one gets taken back to the house on you, your net's fucked for the rest of the year. You hit a little shank, it's going to take you 3 weeks to make up for that thing. So, like, there is a heightened, for the success story of his career, there is a heightened amount of pressure every single time. And he's only going to punt whenever you guys are fucked. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's the only time.
Need you here.
Say, hey, come on. Haven't punted, 2.5 games? We need one. Need you to pin them, too. Can't have a touchback or we're fucked. See our defense? Go ahead and do it. Jack Fox might be the perfect guy for the job.
No, exactly. And in that game, fourth quarter, absolutely need a good punt, and you're going to force a rookie quarterback to go literally 99 yards, and they couldn't do it, obviously. Like, that won the game.
Ariza is just absolutely destroying.
That was nuts.
That dude's got a cannon.
He's covering kicks,
for
too.
legs.
Yeah, and
he covers
full sprints down there. There was a guy named Neil Rackers.
Yeah.
He kicked off and he would cover. This is just an absolute missile. 59 yards right on the dot. I mean, couldn't work out any better. Shout out to the gunner getting down there and catching it. And also saying,
that ref, what's the ref doing? The ref was like shooing him off the field right away, if you see that.
Yeah.
I saw that in real time.
Listen, I don't know if he was shooting him off or he's saying, you're the fucking man.
No, he's
saying, hey, bud.
Bill.
Who is it?
You just went.
I saw that right away. I think he was even talking to his own sideline, too. He was like just celebrating with his own sideline, I believe.
So I was trying to rewind so I could do a For the Brain video, and then I went back 30 minutes.
Classic.
The worst.
The fucking worst.
Yep.
We need to figure out the fast forward rewind on the digital streaming things. Everybody needs to figure it out. Everybody needs to figure that out, especially with a remote. On the touchscreen, it's easier. But I went back way too far. As soon as I was celebrating more than him. I'm so happy for that guy. I am so happy because what he was doing coming out of college, San Diego State, he was kicking field goals, kicking off, and punting. And at all three, he was like, "This is the guy. This is the guy." His leg was so strong. His drop and his motion was just like so quick. Like he doesn't really. It's like a quick. Like his strength is absolutely crazy. And he hits bombs, that guy. And he's not scared to mix it up. He'll spear people.
Yeah.
He will he will pick people up, power bomb. I mean, this guy's awesome. He's a weapon.
He's an athlete, man. You can tell he's an athlete.
Yeah, he runs his ass off too down there.
Yeah, fast.
He didn't have
Good job not floating in the end zone too. Some maybe lesser teams with less wins, that guy might fall into the end zone accidentally.
Yeah, and the ref, is looking for his heels just to touch a little bit so he can fuck over the punter. Because inside the 5, much better than a touchback, obviously, on the stat sheet. There's been some punters having some big games. AFC North, there's been a couple shanks. That's only going to continue in these windy games. Need to know that that's coming. Shank season is upon us. We need to understand that and have realistic expectations. And let's hope that every big punt that's needed, the punters hit it. But let's understand that there's some Arctic breezes coming through some of these places.
It's going to get tough.
And these balls might move a little bit. And when they move, you see that's not.
Ball's going to be rock hard, too.
Yeah. It's like a golf ball falling off a tee as you're going.
Hey, college football playoffs, too. That's one thing people aren't talking about, the special teams in some of these cold weather atmospheres.
Nobody's talking about that. You're right. That is very real. I don't even think I've thought of that. AJ, that's good journalism.
For every team, though, not just like the cold weather teams, for them as well. Like you're usually not playing outdoor games in December. When you're Ohio State, like you're done playing in November. Thanksgiving, you're done. You're playing like it could be crazy windy. We've seen the wind at Indianapolis has had, and as well as Columbus. Like it's a little different, man.
Let alone the cold, the wind that is definitely going to exist out here because we are in wind season here. Now, Indiana, it's windy for 11 and a half months of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I think probably there's like a 2-week, if you pick days from each season where it's not windy. But Notre Dame's going to be windy as shit.
Yeah.
It's going to be so cold and it's going to be windy up there. Ohio State is going to be cold and windy. Penn State's going to be cold and windy. That's in the middle of farms up on a hill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
so it's
coverage.
swirling too. Swirling from all directions.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. And you would assume that the cold weather teams have a little bit more of an advantage because the kickers and punters and the snappers, even snappers, a big deal here too, with their hands and the ball having to travel the distance that it has to travel. And if you have a loose, wobbly snap in the cold, it's probably going to move a lot more than if you got a nice tight spiral. That's just like throwing a football. You have to throw a 14-yard reception from somebody that's bent over every single time a punt happens. So you would think the cold weather teams would have more confidence, which is massive for punting and kicking, having confidence in it all. But it's like that can affect anybody, to your point. One gust whenever your play clock is up, you're fucked, and there's nothing you can do about it, which is why I thank God every day that you guys are so good at your jobs. And I get to do this for a living.
Yep.
Did you see the walk-off punt in the Rams game yesterday? So at the very end, the Rams had to punt. I have it right here.
Let's go, Ethan.
This was awesome. 7 seconds left here.
I think his name's Ethan. Fuck. I follow him. He's super strong.
And so they were contemplating running a play and just throwing it in the air, but they said it's too much time.
Ethan Evans is his name. Oh, the old slow punt. I hit one of these. Where was that ball snapped at? Go back to that. 41. We were on like the 34. So that's great.
Jeez.
Hey, can you punt this high through the end zone?
Good for the net.
Can you punt this high through the end zone? So what happens? A touchback? Yeah. Yeah, I could go do that. Is that what we're really doing right now?
Yep.
Yep. Need to hang one. We got like 8 seconds or whatever. It's like fucking great. Let me go take a 14-yard net real quick.
Yeah.
I'll make up for this in 3 weeks, but also we win the game. Who gives a fuck? Never get to do that. Ethan Evans is a dog over there.
Bills probably should have returned that.
Should have. There should have been a conversation, yeah. What did the play start at? 7 seconds, 2.0 second operation. So that's down to 5 seconds. Go ahead and play
I still thought Stafford could drop back a few times and launch it.
Throw it up.
McDermott said the Bills only had 10 players on the field for this, too.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to.
Sean.
Is that like an 11-up situation? Everybody going brush?
Yeah, I don't know why you would have that guy back if he's not going to catch it. You would think they would go gunner, like corners in too.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Bring a gunner. Yeah, you bring your corners in, right? Because you're okay. You want to fake it. Good for you. Go win the game.
Ethan definitely thought he was going to have to do fast, quick punt there too, I would think. Like he thought that they were going to be trying to bring it. They didn't. That was just standard 8-man pressure.
Yeah.
I did not see this,
probably
Foxy.
7. Without
yeah.
fucking everybody.
The Rams went back and forth. Stafford came out like they at first.
Yeah,
I think
7,
then they
'cause they
called a timeout. All that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's 7-man pressure. They don't even have full 11 on the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Situational football.
Go ahead and play.
Yeah.
They got 4 on this side or 3.
It was cool hearing Tom go through all the situations here.
You could literally just sit there. If they're going to bring 6, you could just sit there.
Yeah, I thought
Hang
Tom
out.
was great this game. He was
Same.
dealing
He
with
was.
the voice. He was battling. You know, I think lost his voice coming in or before the game or whatever. But I thought he was.
Was he at an F1 race? I saw him shirtless on the internet recently.
Yeah, that's pretty consistently with Tom too.
Tom's having a
Second
good
half, he's so jazzed up that by the time the game's over, especially with that many points, his voice just starts to go a little bit.
Yeah, because we remember when he played, there was times where he would say things and it would go a little bit.
Yes.
That's just maybe his voice.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. We don't know. But maybe he had a good time. Maybe, he was just so excited it started wearing down. But the way he explained the end of that game,
Yeah.
that's why you bring Tom Brady in there, AJ.
100%. Yeah, his whole. I know the clip with Josh Allen going in the sneak. Like Tom was dead on there. 100%.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever heard anybody just say the game's over right now.
No.
Yeah.
And be so matter of fact, like, nah, this is just the way it is. Like Greg Olson, very, very good. He breaks things down fantastically. I think he's great on the mic. I think Troy Aikman, phenomenal. Tonight, there's 3 different casts happening. There's a Simpsons cast with Dan Lovsky, Mina Kimes, and Brad Carter.
Drew
Carter.
Drew Carter.
Fucking A, that's on me. Drew.
Weezy's brother, I think.
DC.
This is the Carter. Drew Carter. He's going to be good.
the former play. I played with Drew Carter in college, and he played for the Panthers for a little bit. Receiver. It's probably not that Drew.
Maybe.
He's a character. Drew did some like TV stuff out in L.A., so I don't know.
That might be him then. Is
You show me a picture.
I need more respect.
Is he the wacky game guy?
Right?
Yeah.
I should have known
that's
this
not
name.
Drew Carter I know. That's not the Drew Carter I know. No, he's not a wacky game guy.
Can we learn about Drew Carter here? Can we look him up? I would like to know where.
What do you mean they're going to be? So I saw the animation of Dano and everybody. They're going to be doing the game as characters? How's it work?
Drew Carter, who joined ESPN.
Not that one.
Yeah,
This is not the wide receiver, no.
He might have
Not the one I played with, though. He may be a wide receiver, but I didn't play
Is
with
this ESPN's website? That's crazy. They got the Twitter on there. I didn't know that.
Brutal. Drew
Carter. So ESPN.com is putting the Twitter name on there, so they know.
They know.
They know. Okay, good. Drudel25. Drew Carter, who joined ESPN in August 2020, is a play comes to a studio host, a versatile and talented broadcaster. Carter calls a variety of sports for ESPN, including college football, college basketball, men's and women's college lacrosse, softball, and PLL. Nice. In studio, Carter serves for ACC Network and ESPN. Hey, go fucking kill it, buddy.
Baby, yeah, Drudel.
Hey, go kill it. This is a big one, honestly.
Yeah. They invested a lot of money into this.
Yeah, especially he's been grinding. Not grinding. The sports are all great, but
not as many eyes on those.
There's only so many jobs that come open. Good luck out there, Drudel. Pulling for you. All right, so we got to watch that. Then we got the Manning cast happening, and it is a stacked lineup tonight. Nick, who is on the Manning cast tonight? Bill Belichick, obviously, potential future college football coach.
Yes. Then we have Chris Collinsworth, former Bengals wide receiver, obviously commentator for Sunday Night Football.
Okay.
And then we have John Legend.
And a piano.
Let's go.
Better be playing the piano.
he's going to sing?
That's cool.
Yeah, what if he has a fucking baby grand turned sideways?
Oh, man.
He's sitting in that little slot.
Like his commercial?
And maybe he's the soundtrack to an entire drive. What are you talking about the commercial? You're talking about
I remember he's playing a piano in a commercial.
Where's the cutoff?
he cuts his sleeves off, I think, during the show. During the commercial.
The Band-Aid one?
Oh, it is a Band-Aid commercial.
He had a Band-Aid
Two
on?
Band-Aid. I think it's a double
Might
Band-Aid.
be triple, actually.
I think
Why
it's
is
a
he
double.
Band-Aid on?
Triple option.
For a commercial.
No, I think it was a sleeveless commercial. Like, hey, take the sleeves off. Yeah, but maybe it was a Band-Aid commercial. I don't remember.
That was piano commercial.
Piano would be sweet. Could you imagine a drive happening tonight?
He's singing the play-by-play.
No, Peyton and Eli singing. I think he's just providing.
Playing, yeah.
And maybe he does a drop in, like an ad lib in there. Maybe that's what he's doing for a full quarter.
That'd be great.
So we got the Simpsons, and we got a John Legend soundtrack.
Yep.
And then we got a Joe Buck, Troy Aikman production on ESPN. Can't miss this game tonight.
What more could you ask for?
Unbelievable game. Also, Drew Carter does the play-by-play for Celtics games.
I believe I'm got a fun fact. Talk lives with Drew Carter.
What?
Currently?
Oh, hey, I know that guy.
I interned with him in Cape Cod Baseball League. He lived in my house in the summer. He does Sports Center sometimes, says Talk.
Thank you, Talk.
All right, if this guy knows Talk, I got faith. I got great faith.
The opposite.
It's going to be a good. No, this is a good thing. We all know Talk. What about us? Is Talk
You
at
think
the
he reached
microphone?
out? He probably reached out to Talk for some advice.
Talk. Talkie's an Emmy Award winner.
He is.
That's right.
Casey from
Get
Lumberland.
Talk out here. Get him out here.
Talk. Have him go back there. Have him go with you guys. Have him go back there with you guys. So it's just an easy microphone get. So we don't have to do a full song and dance.
Yeah, it'll be a song and
He's
dance
giving me
with
a big.
this guy.
He's giving me a big thumbs up. He's giving me a big thumbs up.
He's
We're
lost,
talking
didn't know
big
where to
thumbs
go.
up.
Oh, man.
Talk.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Talk. I just want to let you know, phenomenal performance at the Big Ten championship game, pal. You did great
Thank you.
up there.
Boy, Talk.
That was
Did he take a dump again?
That Doc is one crazy guy.
Hold on, though.
Holy shit.
Talk did not take a dump, and if he was to take one, it would be a thunderous dump. Nowhere near as thunderous of a dump that took place in Lucas Oil Stadium on Saturday night, we believe. Con man?
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw, but before the Big Ten championship, there was a shrimp eating contest. Joey Chestnuts, of course, does what Joey does. And he ate, I believe, 21 pounds of St. Elmo's shrimp. There were some other heavy hitters
Shrimp
up there.
cocktail.
Shrimp cocktail, excuse me. Some other top 10 eaters in the world, but Joey, of course, took home the victory. We were having a good time in the suite. Couple, Michelob's being tossed back, some Jack and Diets, all sorts of concoctions. And around the third quarter, I left the suite to take a leak. And as soon as I open the door, I see Joey Chestnuts hightailing it for the restroom. And the restroom is about, 10 yards away from where the suite is. So I leave. I'm like, holy shit, I'm running into Joey Chestnuts in the bathroom. This is going to be incredible. I did not run into Joey Chestnuts because he was on a mission. I opened the door to the restroom, and it hadn't even closed from when Joey opened it. I was that close to him. And as soon as I get in there, I hear Joey Chestnut saying, is there a stall open? Is there a stall open? And of course, no. Both of them were taken. The people in the stalls actually answered and said, no, sorry. As immediately Joey Chestnut's, shit. So I go, I take a piss. I am witnessing this with my ears, and I am trying not to stare, but Chestnuts is damn near leaning against the wall, trying to force the dump back into his butthole with the pressure of the brick, and he is not happy. I wash my hands. I am exiting the bathroom, and once again, just shit, talking to himself, like not trying to hurry anybody up, not trying to be rude, but I witnessed the 21 pounds of St. Elmo Shrimp Cocktail trying to exit Chestnut's butthole. And I don't know how long he had to wait, but I know that it was a thunderous, to steal what you just said, a thunderous poop happened in the suites. And that is the entrance of the Shrimp Cocktail. And I know that the exit was just as vicious as it was going in. And it was awesome.
That's a historic dump.
Yeah, I knew I
world record dump coming.
Yeah, I knew I was witnessing history as I entered the bathroom.
I picture Dumb and Dumber when he sits down on that toilet.
An explosion.
Bingo.
His legs go up.
Yeah.
How does he not? He needs to put in his rider that he has a toilet waiting for him.
So that was
somewhere.
That was later. That was at Lucas Oil Stadium. So St. Elmo's is classic steakhouse here. Their shrimp cocktail is wildly spicy.
Yes.
What is it? Horseradish? Horseradish they put in there. So the key with it, and the first time I had it, there was like I think some of the vets took some of the rookies out to eat. We were in like a basement of the St. Elmo. And it was almost like it was a haze. They were just letting us, they set them one up like right in front of where we were sitting, and they just held off the food. And it was like, all right, let's let these dipshits kind of dive in. And you eat it, and you do, because it's sitting right in front of you. You're at a steakhouse. This looks nice. Feel obligated to eat this. So I eat it, and I had no idea what I was signing up for. I had no clue. So that thing, if you breathe while you're eating it, it gets into like your nose and into whatever the cavity is back there. Immediate tears. Immediate cry, an uncomfortable, whole head's on fire pretty much immediately, but it's so good. You go right back to it. You feel obligated. Yeah. You start dipping like bread into it. The game is, because the flavor is phenomenal, the game is you can't breathe while you're eating it. So while you're eating it, there's no breathing. So then you just get the taste. You don't get it like pepper sprayed
clearing you out
into your entire body. Mm-hmm. So when you do 21 pounds of that,
Jesus.
Okay, 21 pounds. First of all, I don't know how his head had to feel like it was about to explode, because you have to breathe, obviously, through that. But coming out, that had to be one of the most dangerous shits. Like
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So for him just to be, you came back to the room, or back to the suite, and you were like, Joey Chestnut is waiting outside of a stall right now. And I almost ran down there to just say I was in the bathroom when he did the world record dump. But then that kid did something sick. I think Drew Aller threw like a seed touchdown. The game got picked up. And we kind of haven't talked about it since. Do you regret not staying in there? Do you regret not speaking up for Joey Chestnut to the two people that are in the stall? Do you appreciate the way Joey Chestnut handled himself in the whole situation?
Oh, yeah.
How if you could go back in time, how would you change it?
I think the biggest thing is like realizing how classy of a man Joey Chestnut is for not breaking down the door of one of the stalls.
World record dump coming.
Exactly. And just ripping those people off the toilet. Looking back, I should have stayed. Should have probably grabbed a chair. And just sat in there.
Security right outside.
With them. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I need that real quick. Maybe get it for Joey Chestnuts to be able to sit down. I don't think I would have been able to handle the smell. I think if I was in there, whatever was coming out his butthole was going to be one of the most devastating dumps that the world has ever seen. So I don't know if I could have handled it, but I do wish that I said, like, hey, Joey Chestnut's out here. He just ate 21 pounds of St. Elmo Shrimp Cocktail. I don't know who has been in here longer, but you need to wipe and get the fuck out.
For the good of his American icon.
Bingo, yeah. The man who...
They would have done that too, by the way. If they would have,
No doubt.
they would have got out of the way.
Yeah, agreed.
I couldn't imagine how Joey was feeling when he was outside, thinking he was going to dump his pants, dude, at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah,
that's a good story too, though.
Like if I would have been in
Maybe
that
he did.
call,
Yeah.
I would just said, "Come on
Yeah.
in, Joey.
Yeah,
sit on my lap. We'll do this together."
AC Slater, my thighs.
no.
AC Slater, your thighs.
He'll hold him.
It's American Hero.
It's for America.
I was thinking there's the 21 pounds, but he was also in a suite, probably doing a couple party tricks. I bet he ate like 4 pounds of pulled pork in there too, just fucking housing pulled pork, drinking
Party
beers.
tricks.
Like,
We've seen him.
Yeah.
The Tyson chicken tenders.
Exactly.
This guy can take away 30 chicken tenders in 2 minutes.
Probably didn't want to do it. Someone was just like, "Watch this. Joey Chestnut's going to eat 75 chicken fingers in the next 2 minutes. Go." And he just okay, well.
I didn't even think about the post game.
Oh yeah.
Because I assume he celebrated a little bit.
Had to have.
Age, we watch him chug these beers, these pints of beers. It was so impressive. I don't know how he does. I don't know what happened.
Did you say like 10? Did he do like 10 in a row or something?
13.
I mean,
And like
has he ever
70
lost?
seconds.
Has he ever lost a competition he has entered?
So he's not like the professional drinker. Remember, that's
the Lemonade Man.
Yeah. What's his name though?
Eric Badlands Booker.
Badlands.
Big dude, yeah.
Badlands. I don't think
GOAT.
Like that was the big thing. Whenever he is, whenever, without doubt, whenever a Chestnut was in town for our New Year's Eve show, and we were just doing a bunch of stuff, and he was going to stop by, I was like, "Will you listen? I know this is probably what you hear all the time, and I hate whenever people tell me to come. Just hey, will you guys scream at this crowd? You know, it's kind of my job. Will you do something though?" And he was like, "Absolutely, would love to. I'd love to." I was like, "It's New Year's Eve. Will you do like a drinking one or whatever?" He goes, "Sure." And I was like, "Are you a good chugger or a drinker?" He goes, "I'm good, but I'm not a professional. You know, I'm not a professional drinker. I'm a professional eater or whatever." So I didn't know what to expect. I actually didn't know what to expect. Then whenever these 13 pints were lined up on a thing, he just deleted them 70 seconds. He got the first 10 down. Nope. 10 beers. 10 pints of beer inside of it. It's like, where's it all go? That's what I'm wondering. Like, where's all this shit go for Joey Chestnut?
That night, I can promise you, he didn't get rid of it.
You think he did not get rid of it?
At least not while we were around.
Correct.
What do you mean?
It all got so
He's fucking hammered. He was very drunk.
Oh, you're talking about
Yeah,
New Year's Eve?
Yeah,
It all went into
he
his
didn't
blood.
throw up
Into
or
it.
anything like
That's
that.
right,
He
yeah.
was real boozed up. So I assume that one just kind of stayed with him.
He's an Indiana man now. He lives out here.
Yeah.
Congrats, Joey.
Love you, Joey.
Now, back to big old dumps. Talk. Is Talk still in there? Like we get
No, he's gone.
We gotta get Talk back. Nah, we're past recorder. Okay.
I like that Joey breaks the world record and like still just lives his life. Like he went to a football game, didn't worry about it at all, doesn't
Well.
go home and hunker down or anything. That's awesome.
He should have had a portage on somewhere.
Yeah.
Should have had one of those in tow. I will say, Big Ten takes over to Lucas Oil Stadium, though. You know, it's kind of their operation. They were very kind to us. They brought us mini helmets.
Yep,
they brought
they
down
were
some
so
mini helmets.
cool.
They were very kind, very nice. Petiti walked by, got a chance to shake his hand, chit chat with him.
Except for Tyrese didn't want a mini helmet. That was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton stopped by. We get Pacers fans. We gave our best effort.
Let him know.
We did.
How they doing?
Yesterday, they beat the Hornets.
Nah, they lost.
All right.
To the Hornets?
Tyrese wasn't actually at the game. We just FaceTime.
Yeah.
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 He's focused on ball.
No, he took the team to the game for team chemistry building.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is actually what happened.
Never mind.
And then left him upstairs and came down to the suite.
No, he said, "What's up?" to him.
Yeah. You're right.
Then he went back up.
He went back up.
They were going to leave early, though, because Hornets next day. But he was good to see. It was good to see him, chit-chat with him, give a little, hey, how you doing? Keep it moving here. Everybody says you look like you're potting. That's what he said.
Yeah, I did. Because it does sometimes.
He's not doing it anymore. I want to let you know. Wait until you see what this Pacers team does.
I mean, what the fuck happened last night?
To be clear, I have no idea.
Hornets are a
Me
good
neither.
team. They're
Yeah,
really
let's
good.
go out.
Hornets are really good.
Yeah, you're right. They are a good team.
Is LaMelo Ball still hurt?
They stink.
No, he's playing. LaMelo Ball is balling right now.
He is.
And that's the problem.
And that's for shoot, brother.
He
had a crazy injury, crazy comeback. I read that whole situation. Was that him?
That's
Brandon Miller,
Lonzo.
actually the
his older brother.
Lonzo, I'm thinking, right?
Yeah.
Am I thinking Lonzo?
Brandon Miller for the Hornets is actually the kid from Alabama who's tied up with some bad stuff. He is.
Yeah.
He's going ballistic right now.
He's very good.
Yeah, he is playing very good basketball.
He's an athlete.
And they beat the Pacers yesterday.
Yeah, which doesn't say much, but still a good victory on the road.
That is disrespectful. Let's get to some picks, shall we? No. Pacers are about to go on a run. Maybe not next game, but at some point, Pacers are going to go on a run and look out Eastern Conference.
TJ McConnell with 30 points.
And we lost?
Yeah.
What?
Well,
How do you lose?
Who else is on the stats? Tell him, Tony.
Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. I don't like bad news.
LaMelo didn't play, I'm hearing, too.
What? It's LaMelo Ball's team. Him and Brandon Miller.
Yeah, exactly.
Who played? Somebody had to play on that team.
Brandon Miller. He is right now like their guy because LaMelo's out. So it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if LaMelo's not playing, you should beat the Hornets easily.
Nobody's watching the NBA, huh? That's what they're saying.
No. NBA Cup is happening, I think, tonight and tomorrow. Semis or quarters or some shit.
Really?
Yeah.
When's the NBA get going? After Christmas.
Yeah, like April is playoffs. It really is an who cares just because like the teams that
I thought it was June was play.
They don't even have Christmas anymore.
They lost Christmas. Christmas on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
This would have been NBA Wednesday.
Yep.
That would have. Instead, the NFL's like, we can bump game to Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's just like Sunday to Thursday, Saturday to Wednesday. We got Christmas afternoon. We got WAF. We got Wednesday afternoon football. Yeah. Sorry about it, NBA. That's what they did. And I can't wait for that Christmas day. More announcements have been made about the Netflix show. Have you heard?
Yeah, I have.
AJ, have you heard?
Great news.
I did read some initial reports.
Mina Kimes, who is calling the Simpsons game this evening alongside Dan Orlovsky and the legend from Cape Cod, Drew Carter. Mina Kimes will also be a part of the kickoff show on Netflix on Christmas Day.
Nice. Boom.
2 games, Pittsburgh Steelers taking on
Chiefs.
And the Houston Texans taking on
Ravens.
There will be 2 games. There'll be 2 halftimes. There'll be a kickoff, and there'll be an in-between, I assume. So they'll have a panel hosting that. Mina Kimes has been listed to be on the particular show. RG3 will be on the show. Manti Te'o will be on the show. What up, Boos? And Kay Adams will be guiding said show, allegedly from the report that we read.
Andrew Brees.
Andrew Brees will be spinning it in there. Can't wait for Netflix to dabble with the NFL, have success, and hopefully do it more. The more platforms airing NFL games, the better.
Yep.
And that's a very selfish statement to make.
But true.
But it's real.
Who's doing both? I know JJ's doing one game. Who's doing the other game?
It's the Eagles split up, Noah and Ian. So they'll say, Merry Christmas, Dad, probably.
Yep.
They'll have that moment.
Thanks, son.
That'll be a fun thing. No, but this is a good family tradition for us to start, which will probably happen. If they have success, this will probably just become a yearly thing. Jage and
Nate Burleson.
Yep.
And on the other game?
Greg Olson.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you, Lord.
Okay. How about Jage with the terrible towel twirl this weekend?
Much better.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Sarah's candy right in front of his face. He wasn't lying. He called it Sorry's, but it's Sarah's. That box right there. Teaching Koa how to twirl the towel. Koa looks like how JJ looked the last time on camera with the towel twirl. He has gotten better. We assume the same exact advancements from Koa. Love the fact he's watching the animated Grinch there. iPad TV is a necessity whenever you are a parent, especially if you're, hey, we need like 30 minutes just paying attention to something. They lock in. Then Ko obviously hears Uncle Tej get an announcement, bounces off of the animated Grinch, probably hits the space bar, pauses it. These kids are so smart. So smart. Even go back 10 seconds maybe, pushing the iPad thing. So smart. And watch Uncle Teach, and then boom, right back in. Let's see what this Grinch is doing. Phenomenal work. Shout out to the Watts. I hope it's all on Hard Knocks. That's what I hope happens.
It should be. I can't wait for Hard Knocks again because obviously it's a win and it was a division game. So the Steelers are going to be heavily represented again. And then, I'm going to enjoy this one a lot because they got a tough stretch coming up.
Ravens are on bye week, right?
Yep.
Bengals
play
tonight.
So it's going to be a heavy.
Oh my God, it's going to be all
Yeah.
Steelers, unless they choose to do a bye week story.
Sure, which they could.
Which is standard training camp Hard Knocks.
I don't know if we need that.
We don't need that.
No.
No, we don't want that.
They gonna follow some guys home, you think? Or
If it's Lamar, I'm in.
Derrick Henry got new hair.
Agreed.
If it's Derrick Henry, I'm in.
Don't love that move. That's bad juju.
No, what are you talking about?
They just lost.
I know, but he's had his hair forever.
Yeah, but he's making a change bye week. Here we go. We're gonna. He's never won a Super Bowl, so this is
time to dial in. Yeah.
I mean, I love Derrick with his hair.
That remember he used to have that stinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, like D-Hop. Like D-Hop has.
Yeah. Hey, that hit. You had to love that. The
On
pass
sideline?
breakup.
Yeah, that was nasty.
That was old school.
Yeah, separating from the ball.
That was very old school football.
Oh yeah, it's hard to knock it off of a D-hop. But that was a big hit. Kind of got up slow, but he got up. Still a dog, but yeah, love that. Chargers defense. I mean, they're still Playing well, still got to beat some good teams down the stretch. But yeah, big hit.
What are your thoughts on the Chiefs, Age? What are your thoughts on the Chiefs?
I mean, I know they don't cover, but I still have faith in them. Like the whole Mahomes to Kelsey to seal the whole thing, like that. It just feels like that's what happens. And then, of course, the dongs it off the field goal post and it goes in. Like, yeah, that's what it is.
Matthew Wright's not a dong, okay? He's a kicker, more specifically, the third kicker for the Chiefs this year. You got some teams that can't hit a field goal for the life of them. Kansas City Chiefs have had 3 kickers now make kicks for them, big kicks for them. And this one, obviously, luck, but the Chiefs is still the Chiefs.
That's right.
And on the last night of the Eras Tour in Canada, Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes pay tribute by making a fantastic showing and giving us an experience we'll remember for the rest of the year.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Chiefs. Thank
you, Chiefs. Love you.
And hell of a run out of Taylor, that Eras Tour. That thing was global.
All over.
Global stadium.
So she has no shows scheduled until she does her whole next tour?
Yeah, I believe the expectation, my wife told me this, is that there'll be some sort of hint dropped. Either at last night's show there was some sort of something potentially that was dropped, or there'll be something that comes out, just kind of letting people know or try to guess what's her next move. What's her next move? I believe studio, right? Didn't they catch Travis and her at a studio in New York during a bye week or something like that? So maybe she's making more Taylor edition stuff or everything like that. Whatever the case, she's a billionaire already.
Yep.
From her own fucking grind and pound work. Congratulations, Taylor.
Out of respect.
Out of respect. You go to one of those shows, it's like, holy fuck.
Spectacle.
So now she's about to be at every game, right? We expect at least.
I would like to say, Taylor, if you ever just want to take a break, I think you can.
Yeah.
Like her doing 5 shows and then showing up at the NFL games and then just going right back. And those shows are just like full.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, people work every day, so there's no reason to think like this is super. But she's fucking doing stuff that I don't think any people have done in a long time with the amount of effort, activity, and frequency, and then all over the place that she was doing, and then going to the game and then doing that whole thing, and then writing songs, making her own songs, redoing. I mean, she's a fucking impressive.
Tell you what, if she's going to the Christmas Day game, she better be wearing black and gold. I'll say that.
I think she was an Eagles fan growing up.
She was, yeah.
I think that is.
Yeah, but her first national anthem was for the Steelers. So
who was the guy that would shout out to the Steelers, understanding what was about to happen there? Who was the guy that sang the national anthem this week? Did you see him?
I did.
Everybody was shouting him out that we know.
Cooley? I saw it. I saw him dap up Coach Tomlin. I saw him with
Chris
412.
Cooley?
No, it wasn't Chris Cooley.
No, not the H.
I don't know who it was though.
I think his name was David. I believe.
Dave Coulier?
It's not David Coulier.
I don't think Dave Coulier was.
Good luck. He's got a cancer battle. He's fighting.
Good luck, Dave.
Good luck, David Coulier.
Good luck, Dave.
Who I'm not 100% sure who it is, but I have a couple of faces in my head.
Sure.
And I would like to let all of them know. Good luck on your cancer battle. I hope you win.
It's not Uncle Jesse. And obviously it's not Bob Saget.
Come on.
Uncle Joey.
Uncle Joey.
Joey.
Cut it out.
Yeah, bingo.
Got it. The Moose impression.
Yes.
Yeah. Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah.
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 Good show.
Great show.
Great show.
Good luck, David Coulier.
I don't know. I don't know who's saying that.
Thought it was cool.
David, something's his guy's name. Go to FS Mikey on, that's Freak Show Mikey and Big Bob Morning Show. They just did their 20th, I think, Stuff-A-Bus, where they collect toys from people. They live in a bus in a parking lot for a week, and they stuff buses with toys that people come and donate, and then they give them out, obviously, around Pittsburgh for the Christmas season, called Stuff-A-Bus. Wonderful thing. But they're, like, giving this guy a lot of love. They're like, shout out to this guy. And then I think Shop 412 was like, shout out to this guy. I was wondering if he's a Pittsburgh guy, to be honest.
I would assume so.
Especially he goes up and daps up Tomlin and everything. I was trying to wonder who the hell he was. He sang his shit out of it. I mean, we're talking
Yeah, I saw the IG. Yeah.
way up there. He could really.
Got pipes.
He does got pipes. Standing right in the middle of that stadium.
Yeah. Dead center at the 50.
That'd be a pretty cool little picture for himself.
Yeah, it was cool.
Doesn't sound like we're able to find it. Let's make our picks.
Okay.
Shout out to that guy though.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever your name is, you sang great.
Talent.
He hit the.
Yeah.
Had a neck tat right here.
Sick. No, maybe it was Dave Coulier. I think he's got a neck tat.
David Corey?
There it is.
Dave Corey.
DC.
A Cooley.
Yeah, I wonder if he goes by DC.
Sure.
My middle name's Justin. PJ was there for a little bit, and then a PJ came into my life, and it's like there's only one PJ you get. So I just respect. DC's a good one.
Yeah, DC's a good one.
Yeah.
David Corey's his name?
I believe so, yes.
Can we find a picture of this guy, or is there? We can't. That's unbelievable.
Who, me?
Anybody.
Guy's a ghost.
The boys are looking.
Yeah. Guy's a ghost.
There he is. Oh, he's got a Chiefs shirt on.
Oh, this guy.
That is not what he looked like at all in the Pittsburgh. So this must have been a few years back because his hair was very long. But do you see the way he's training there?
Yeah.
I mean, he sings his ass off. This guy sings his ass
Cool
off.
head tat.
Let me see the FS Mikey.
I'm sending the Instagram right now.
Yeah.
He has a post from the game from yesterday.
Okay, perfect. Dude, he's cool looking. Is he a Pittsburgh? He's not a Pittsburgh guy.
I don't know. He's got a picture with Wiz a few days ago wearing a bunch of Steelers stuff. I don't.
Dapped up Tomlin.
From what I can gather, does appear to be a Pittsburgh fellow, but was born in Brazil, potentially.
Brazil.
This is Brazil.
They always talk about Brazil to Pittsburgh.
Very common.
Yeah.
They do.
Pipeline.
That is kind of the.
Really?
Yeah, have you heard about that?
I have not.
Yeah.
I have. I've heard of it.
Here he is dapping up Tomlin. This is going to be at Hard Knocks, and that's Coach Austin, I believe.
Yeah, he knows the boys.
Yeah, he is. Tomlin's at the beginning of it. He'll start back up, I think.
Where's Russ? Go
Good
get
luck,
Russ.
Muth.
Can we scroll up and down? Oh, no.
He was a hit contestant on X Factor.
What?
That's what it says.
Let's go, buddy. David Corey, 2 R's.
Boy,
There it is.
Corey.
Yeah, they walk up like they know each other. How you doing? And that's right before a game. Tomlin like that. Felt like it was a Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah.
Look out for David Corey. He's the Brazilian Yinzer. The Brazilian Yinzer. Okay, this guy can fucking spin it. Let's do some overreaction tweets. Let's make our picks and let's get the hell out of here. The greatest thing about these particular Mondays is getting a chance to kind of hear how every fan base feels in the NFL. I'll go to the X app. I'll type up a tweet and I'll say, "Good morning, beautiful people. We've arrived at another magical Overreaction Monday, and I can't wait to hear how yins all feel." Why don't you send in a tweet explaining your stance on your NFL team? The best ones will make the show. All you got to use is hashtag I don't want to overreact, but became like the number 3 trend in the United States. We can't thank everybody enough for participating. Ty went through them, found some of his favorites. Here we go. This one's from Con Man. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but the worst thing in the history of fanhood is thinking you'll be rooting for a great team only for that team to turn around and be so stinky it hurts. 2 top 10 picks, Hard Knocks, adding superstar weapons. The Bears were going to go to the Super Bowl. Turns out they fucking stink. This was an overreaction about another team, Connor. Do you believe there's any hope for Bears fans?
No, absolutely not. And it was a great bye week for New England, undefeated still. And that's kind of what I compare it to, is like the Patriots experience. Going into the season, hey, this isn't the year. This is a bridge year. Maybe we'll find out if Drake May's the guy. That's why, as a Patriots fan, sitting at 3-10, very successful season. You know, it was fun. Drake May is awesome. Future could be bright. At least we got the players. For the Bears, I took myself back to the summer where it's like, holy shit, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Caleb Williams. This team's going to be unbelievable.
Stacked.
The defense finally got it figured out at the end of last year. Like where they're going is possibly a division title, possibly a Super Bowl opportunity. And for the product to be what the product was yesterday, it just kind of took me back to like, that is the worst possible situation. Even worse than the Jets, I would argue, because at least you know as a Jets fan, like this is never going to work out. For the Bears, it's just, it truly is heartbreaking for that city. I feel bad for them.
And for that team to be completely stacked, you know, and now they stink. All you got to do is change 2 letters. You're that close.
Bingo.
You know what I mean? You're on the, you're always dancing on greatness and terrible.
That's right.
Stacked and stinked. And then stank and stunk. And that's how this season has won for Bears fans. Sorry about it, Zito.
Sorry, buddy.
Couldn't even imagine having that tip.
Oh, man, you kidding me?
Hail Mary at the end.
That's the end of
The timeout.
Blocked kick. Lack of.
Come on.
Oh, my.
Can't take him with you.
Speaking of the block kick, there was two situations that happened in field goal block situations this weekend that are worthy of a conversation. Remember, when the Packers blocked that kick against the Bears, the NFL came out and said, legal, everything they did. There was pushing, there was double shouldering a long snapper. There was a lot of things that happened in there that we didn't know you could do anymore. And I think the reason why we don't know what's allowed and what's not allowed, even though they said that one was legal, is because they've changed this rule so much. You know, the rules on where you can hit the long snapper, how you can hit the long snapper, what you can do to the offensive line if you're on the defensive line. For instance, pull shoot has been around for a very long time. I don't know how often it is on a regular defense, but in special teams, for blocks, there's always going to be some form of a pull shoot. Pull is what one person's going to do to open up a hole, and then somebody's going to shoot the gap that is open. Let's go to the game in which it was called a penalty. Minnesota-Atlanta. So right here, looking at the D tackle, okay? It's a 39-yard attempt. Go ahead and press play. And watch. Boom. You see old buddy there just drop down and pull. Yep. Go ahead. Let's put it up here. Got to get this big-ass cowboy hat. Look at old buddy. Go ahead and keep playing it. So look at this guy. He just took down these humans because he went down and just basically underneath. Boom, cut him, pull him down. Grab arm, grab other one, pull him down. Okay, that is technique that has been happening in special teams for a long time. Whether it's over here on the edge, they're going to try to pull this guy so somebody can shoot in here. In here, it's easier because you're closer so you can do it. Kind of pull him down, get him off balance so we can shoot the gap, okay? It's been happening. They call this a penalty. Now, do I think it should have been a penalty? I don't know, because there's a different form of it that happens on a game winner. Now, here is a completely different situation with the Saints and the Giants. Darren Rizzi, interim head coach for the Saints, special teams coordinator for the Saints, hometown, New Jersey. Okay, so he grew up in the area of the New York Football Giants fans. A lot of family. Lot of family.
Ton of it.
They had Sunday gravy out here, I heard, out in the parking lot. And linguine with the mozzarella. We're talking pizza, ravioli, lasagna.
Right.
All the greatness that comes from that beautiful boot country. Sure. He had a lot of people there. You saw him earlier chewing out his punter. Okay, he hit the ball right down the middle of the fucking field. Can't do it. He got pretty animated. Obviously, he assumed his punter could handle that. But here is a field goal to tie it up from Graham Gano. Great kicker. Been around a very long time. 14-11, 35-yarder, pretty low. Doesn't play. Watch what old buddy does here. Bang. He pushes on his back so Brissy can get up and over, not touch anybody, and then get into the block lane. So the pull down was a penalty, but hands right on the back, push down, not a penalty. So as we continue to go, we learn what's allowed, what's not allowed. You get on the back of that long snapper and just hold his, don't you even, you know, don't you even.
Like a drown. Stay down there.
And then Brissy, a 290-pounder, can somehow, with the nimbleness of a ninja, turn sideways, jump up over top of them, not touch the guard or the snapper. Now his knees said, we ain't going back up. Like, I don't know what you're thinking. But he got enough in closer to the kick that he was able to block it still. That wins the game. Special teams wins the game for a special teams coordinator, interim head coach in his hometown. I think it's cool. But I think special teams coaches are going to be like, what am I allowed to do? What am I not allowed to do? And Darren Rizzi said, we're going to win a game. And I think a game winner kick, too, potentially versus second quarter, maybe being reffed a little bit different as well.
Yeah.
But this is multiple times now where we've seen blocked field goals like actually win games. I love it. I thought special teams was going to be gone.
I didn't think you could do this. I saw this. I didn't think you're allowed to even touch the center. I know the only rule I know is for sure is that you can't line up head up on the center and just bowl it. You have to be in the gap, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
That was learned from no, you can't even be the shoulders. I think the shoulders lines extended. You can't be in his frame, I think is the rule.
But you can hold him down now?
Yeah, I think you're allowed to just go ahead and push.
I think that's the biggest thing.
Because if Brazil nicks that guy at all, boom, it's a penalty, right?
Yes.
Anything touches.
Yeah, so the push down on the back is pretty awesome. What a move.
Yeah.
And I guess they're just like, let the ref call it.
Guess we'll find out.
Let the ref call it. It's a 35-yarder. You're well within the distance. So if it's a 5-yarder or 10-yard, 35-yarder, 30-yarder, 25-yarder. Graham Gano was drafted in 2009. He's still in the league. You don't stay in the league that long if you miss those kicks on a regular basis. So if we can get a little, it's a push shoot more so than a pull shoot. Coach Rizzi's innovating over here.
Yes, he is.
Congrats to them. But block kicks obviously changing the outcome of games and seasons. Is that what happened to the Bears? Is that when it all went to shit, or was it the Hail Mary?
Hail Mary.
Amen. Let's go to another overreaction, shall we? This is from Billy Bones. Legend. Bones in the Berg. Hashtag I don't overreact. But 10 losses, Browns. Hey, I'm putting a holiday sweater on, and I'm going to jingle some walnuts and have a scotch. Stoke the fire for us on the first floor. It's a little drafty in here, LOL. Eat shit, you fucking jagoffs. Hashtag dog pound. So Bones in Pittsburgh is having a good time.
Yeah, great time.
People in Cleveland having a terrible time because the Browns stink. Bones is pumped about that. You fucking jagoffs.
The best.
20 straight.
Stoke the fire.
22 straight.
That's what he's doing. Let's read through again what he's all doing. I'm putting on a holiday sweater. Okay, I'm feeling pretty jolly. I'm going to jingle some walnuts, really get into the season. And I'm going to have a scotch. Why don't you go ahead and stoke the fire for us on the first floor? It's getting a little drafty in here. Eat shit, you fucking jagoff.
Legend.
Great sign off.
So could have used some, commas.
Yeah, sure.
Well, periods.
But
it's all right.
Going so fast.
I know this
He's
guy,
emotional. He's emotional.
He wasn't great at English class.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen. It looks like he's a dog. Is that camouflage on there up there? Is that
Yeah, what is he wearing?
Looks like the Bane mask.
Yeah, ready for war.
Painting, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a paint mask, though, it appears. Maybe he's spraying a little something, trying to save those brain cells. I respect that. Is that camouflage, too, there?
I would assume so.
Yeah, out in the trees, too.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, Bones is out there doing the damn thing.
Yes, he is.
And this goes back to the kind of the conversation. Like, in Pittsburgh, for a while there, I don't know what it's like now. I obviously haven't lived there in a long time. But, like, growing up, you hate Cleveland. Okay, you hate Cleveland. And people in Cleveland, same thing towards Pittsburgh. Like, that's how it was. So, like, even though the Cleveland Browns season is meaningless this year, and the Steelers fans think they can go win a Super Bowl this year with how the team is, if the Browns sweep them, I think Browns fans feel okay. Like, and Steelers fans are very pissed about it. And that's good for football.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good thing for football. And shout out to Bones for celebrating it and telling them that don't even think about celebrating it.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking stoke the fire.
Fucking jagoff.
I'm worried that he did that. Browns have lost 21 straight in Pittsburgh, and they were chanting that the Browns suck. But, man, that really got Myles Garrett going. We're going to be in trouble for the future.
Tone is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I believe him and Bones, Tone and Bones actually have piled around before a few different times. You don't like Myles Garrett pointing that stuff out? You say you don't like what's going on.
Well, he said he's going to use his motivation. We better be on our P's and Q's next year because they're coming for us.
All right. See, this is what can happen.
Yeah.
This is what we're saying.
He was fired up. I mean, he had a sack with 3 minutes left, down 20, and he was celebrating like it was a Super Bowl game.
And he shushed the crowd. Shh, bitch.
Well, you got to remember, in this matchup, it's a big deal to have success. And remember the first game, he took over that game.
He did.
He took over that game in the first half. He set the standard. He set the tone.
He did.
Won that game. And then he said it didn't like Teej and Jage.
Yeah, bumping gums.
They're bummed out for me. They should have been a little bit happier. I didn't know Miles and Teej, same draft class.
Wow.
Miles, number 1 overall pick. They said that yesterday during the game. That was a surprise. Did we know that?
I did not.
No.
I know Teej was like 28th or 30th or something like that.
And then they do the stats, and obviously it's like first, second, and all of them. And it's like Miles was probably actually bummed out about Teej.
Who was first in all?
It was the
Except for draft pick because the Browns stink, so they're picking first.
okay.
Yeah, they took.
Miles did say, sorry.
No.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying after that game, the first game, I'm the number 1 guy.
He did say that.
I'm the top dog.
He was the first draft pick.
But
He's so good. Miles
Filthy.
Garrett. He's
Great.
so good at football.
both of them.
But Steelers fans are saying you said a lot.
Yeah. Shut up, jagoff.
That's what they're saying.
Exactly.
Can't wait to see it. Browns back next year.
Yeah.
Browns back next year.
Jameis's prayers did work. He threw 2 picks. None of them went for a pick six.
See? He could have just stopped the prayer before he said 6. He's delivered me from picks, but he just kept saying pick sixes. If he just asked God for the picks, it maybe goes away. Defense playing good over there in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, they're very opportunistic. They make a lot of big plays. And Cam Hayward is playing the best of his career. He's unbelievable right now. He's 8.5 sacks on the season and leads the D-line and tackles in the entire NFL. He's playing unbelievable.
His relationship with Tomlin's awesome to watch in his Hard Knocks. I also love Pat Freiermuth scoring a touchdown and punting that ball with a perfect drop. I mean, an absolutely perfect drop. That ball is flat. It's facing completely straight. Incredible throw here by Russell Wilson, who slides in the pocket, finds a passing lane, finds Fryer. Who who then punts the ball into the stadium, maybe even out of the stadium, depending upon which side of the stadium this is in. If that was in the deck, that punt. Do we have the side angle of the punt? We do not. I think there's a video or a photo of the drop being perfect from Freiermuth and his swing being great. It's like, of course, the guy, incredible athlete, able to punt the rock.
Can do it all.
$7,878, I think, is what Mark Caboli reported as the fine for a first offending punter. Look at that. That's a perfect drop. That is literally a perfect drop right there.
He definitely had to punt in high school at least, right?
He's pointing his toe, too. He's got high tops on in probably ankles tape, so it's not easy to do that. But that drop, that's like a perfect drop. That's like a perfect drop right there.
Thought he did punt.
I don't know if I could drop as good as that drop is right there right now if I had to go out there in the moment and do it. So phenomenal. And look, the late hand release and when his step is, he had punted. It appears as if he has punted before, or at least knows what he's doing. And if he turned that fucker over and that thing goes out of the stadium, we need alternate angle on it. And obviously he said it was a tribute to George Pickens. Somebody had to get fined for a celebration. So he said, I'll do it. First offender, like $7,800 or something like that. Pat Freiermuth said, well worth it. What were you saying about Freiermuth?
Muth?
That's what it was.
Love the guy. I'm not a Steelers fan, so I'm not going to say Muth. I'm going to say Muth.
Muth, a good name, though.
It is. It's great. But it's not spelled Muth.
He hit his head off the grinder on that catch, and they reviewed it, and they want to see. Did you see Derek Carr?
Oh,
Jesus. Man.
Did you see this?
Yes. What a lunatic.
He's reckless.
Yeah, that was a reckless decision.
He's reckless.
He lands, obviously, his left hand down. He jumps. He rides a motherfucker. He's, I'm going right here. I'm going, which, hey, hell yeah, we respect that. Lands, and then his head, and then his hand. And it's like one out of bounds as well. So, clock stopped, break hand, and concussed. One play. That's Derek Carr football.
Exactly.
I mean, that is Derek Carr football. Can we go back to the beginning? Yeah, here we go. Fuck it.
I mean, you got to respect this move. You got to respect it,
Big
man.
apple.
So much.
Look at that.
Oh. Boom.
Oh.
Yeah. Hand gets busted. Head gets
out.
bashed. He's out. Yeah. So.
He's done.
Good end of the season.
See you next year.
Full send it from Derek Carr.
Tainer time. Tainer looks sweet.
Come on, D.
He was doing that for Rizzi. Remember. That's interim head coach Darren Rizzi football right there.
That's right.
Saying, Derek, lay it on the line. If you got a chance to go get that first down, you go ahead and do it. Even if there's three people and no way to get there, you figure out you're either going around, underneath, or over the top. And Derek said, you're right. This is for Riz.
Gotcha,
And
Doug.
in movies, it works out a lot better.
It does, typically.
He might be available next year.
Derek Carr? Maybe. What does happen with the Saints going forward? Riz got the boys rolling.
He
Let's
does.
go to another overreaction. This is from Matty O'Rourke, okay? Hashtag I don't overreact. But Kirk Cousins needs to be tied to the poles at Magic City and stoned to death with their chicken wings after his terrible fucking performance this weekend. 0 touchdowns, 8 interceptions in the last 4 games is unacceptable. I'll tell you, it's been a rough stretch for Kirk.
Yeah. Terrible.
And they were tagging it as like Kirk's revenge game going back to Minnesota.
Yep.
Kirk never said that, obviously. Vikings never said that. But it was certainly hyped, and I'm sure it was talked about like, hey, let's go in here and let's do this. They made the wrong decision to move on from you, spend money on other places. And for it to go the way it did and for the way it has, Kirk Cousins is a very mentally tough guy. This has got to start getting real loud down there, which leads exactly to why we all had the reaction we had when they go number 8 overall with Michael Penix, because naturally there's a huge conversation happening about why'd you draft this guy if this guy's going to have 4 games where he throws 8 picks and 0 touchdowns in it. Why do we have this top 10 pick sitting on the bench? It's natural for it to happen. It was kind of predictable. But if you're Kirk Cousins in the Falcons, what are you thinking, AJ?
You're thinking, I better figure this thing out really quick because not only are the fans and everyone else getting fed up and frustrated with it.
That guy wants him stoned to death with chicken wings.
Yeah.
That might take a couple years, right? If you're throwing chicken wings at somebody to get
those
them to die.
lemon peppers down there. There's a lot of meat from what I've been told.
Good wings.
And then I heard there was a music video shot there too. With this past weekend.
Yeah, I saw it.
Stuck in my Georgia ways. That's Luke Bryan, Quavo, and
Teddy Swims.
Teddy Swims. Teddy Swims.
Yeah, he can sing.
Yeah, he does got some pipes in it. Yeah. That's a banger. Magic City wings are a real deal. I don't know if it could kill a guy, especially Kirk Cousins, but boy, they don't like him right now, D-Butch.
It's getting loud. He's struggling. Obviously, whenever you got that high pick on the sideline or the bench, it's going to get even louder, even quicker. But yeah, you would hope he would figure it out, especially you, the Falcons. A few weeks ago, they're sitting at the top of the NFC South, and now Baker Mayfield and the Bucs are getting healthier. So now you lose that home game. It'll be loud. How much money, how many more years is he under contract?
2 more.
2 more?
Yeah. It was a 4-year deal.
But Actually,
But yeah,
you're right.
actually, yeah.
It's tough.
Well, how many?
Gotta figure it
was
out.
100 guaranteed?
130,
It's a lot of cheese.
180 total, 130 guarantee, maybe.
Put in Penix.
Jeez.
Gotta try something.
Put them in. Let's see what you got.
They had a Karnacki like graphic on something I was watching, and it was like who's going to win the NFC South, and they had the Bucks and the Falcons, and it was from and the Falcons just going like this, and then the Bucks just going like this.
Oh yeah.
Was that Karnacki or who was
Yeah,
it?
it was Kornacki. It was from like week 9 when the Falcons were 6-3, and I forget what the Bucks were, but they weren't doing what they're doing now. And it was like minus 1,000 for the Falcons, plus like 600 for the Bucks to win the division, and now it is.
Yeah, and the graphic is it's like
Crazy.
they did the stock market.
Yeah.
Bad graphic for a team, and it looks. I mean, it's just
not good.
It's fucking.
It's bad.
And then all of a sudden, the Bucks are going like this. It's like that's a bad graph right now down there in Atlanta. It's bad
Yeah, it
graph.
is.
Oh no.
Yeah, look at that bottom one. I mean, that thing. That looks bad. That's like visual. Who's cold? Who's hot? Steve Kornacki.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was really rolling. He underlined a record and then circled a record later to make a different point about an upcoming schedule. And then he wrote in a percentage before game, 50%, and then it went down to this other thing. The only thing I will say to Kornacki, and it wasn't his fault, it was the angle in which the camera was, the Niners percentages were behind him. Couldn't see him. I was waiting on him.
Mm-hmm.
But the Cardinals went to like 4% after that loss. They went in at like 60% or something.
They've been cold.
Yeah, big win for the Seahawks. Congrats to the Seahawks. Rams Seahawks last week. Kornacki taught me that.
Gonna be a banger.
I like when Kornacki gets to work on those things.
Yeah.
Cardinals got a get back game too.
Who's that?
They got the Patriots in Arizona.
Off a bye.
That's no gimme.
Packers at Seahawks this weekend too. Big game.
Yeah. How do you feel?
Me?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Got to respond. As a team that's leading their division. And I mean, it's tough though because the Packers really don't like their seeding. They can't really get any higher, so they kind of just like they're not forced to play their best football. But I believe if they get a win, they will clinch a playoff berth. So
That's a big deal.
There you go.
yeah, sure.
Huge.
We are in clinching season. Congrats to the Chiefs. They win the AFC West. Matthew Wrighty's been on the team for a few weeks. Had a hat on in his post-game presser. Hit a game winner. He should be very proud of that.
Game ball.
Is Bucker coming back?
I think so.
He's on a sideline.
He's on
He was
IR.
he was 4-week IR, right?
Yeah.
I think he's got
A couple-
1 or 2 more weeks. Yeah.
See, obviously good that Matt Wright hits that kick, and Bucker was happy. They showed Bucker a lot. But that thing sneaking in is good for the team with Bucker, I think, coming back.
Yeah, let's get our guy back.
Fans, Bucker's, that fucker is
Second kicker since too.
right down the middle every single time. All right, let's go to another reaction, shall we? This is from Sabres in 2025.
Okay.
Not a chance.
Yeah. CD's an idiot.
Not a chance.
Oh, CDs. Hashtag, I don't want to overreact, but the Buffalo Bills are never winning anything as long as Sean McDermott is managing the clock. Go Bills. Was there a lot of this?
A lot of this.
Tom Brady just completely.
That didn't help.
Yep. A lot of this and a lot of hey, after the season, they need to fucking fire their special teams coach.
Really?
Yeah,
Blocked punt, big deal.
Block punt, and then I don't know if people just are kind of done with Bass being as up and down as he's been, but yeah, a lot of those and a lot of Sean McDermott is going to be the fucking downfall of this team.
Tom Brady's saying everything he's saying, then they're cutting to McDermott on the sideline. And then Tom Brady's talking, then they're showing McDermott on the sideline, then they show Josh Allen, and then let's get one last shot. This is the guy's fault we're talking about here, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
It's this. The soundtrack that you're hearing right now from Tom Brady is right about this guy. Just so you need to know, it's like, damn, Bills fans are like, thank you. Is that the greatest of all time? This is what we've been saying this entire fucking time. And if you lose that game, it's going to get loud. And they did.
Man.
And Josh Allen had a historic game.
Yeah.
That's the toughest part. When you're a head coach and your quarterback is every year we talk about, oh, he's responsible for most touchdowns. He's in the MVP conversation and you're not even getting to a Super Bowl. Obviously, we know Patrick Mahomes is there. You had the 13 seconds game. But then yesterday what happened with Sneak, which, Joe Brady, he probably had absolutely nothing to do with that play call. And I can understand why Joe Brady would call it in that situation, I guess. And then the end of the game with not even having the full punt rush or somebody return it. That's all time bad.
Ugh, it's getting loud.
Yeah. Well, even if you're doing the QB sneak, though, wouldn't you just do, and obviously, I mean, hindsight, whatever, but wouldn't you say, like, hey, if we don't get it the first time, just fucking line back up?
Nah, you can't because as defenders, we're laying on you. We're getting off slow. So we're trying to burn 30 seconds. So, like, if you run and you don't get in, you got to burn that time out. Once you burn that time out, you heard Tom. I mean, like you said, that's why you got Tom in there. Just like Peyton on his call and Eli, when they're talking, like those dudes get pissed off over like game, like the need one here, need one here. Like they get pissed off over that game management shit, and it all matters.
This game's over. They got a 3% chance to win this game.
Yeah.
No matter what happens on this next play, they got a 3% chance. That's what onside kicks have been, if you're wondering. And he was like disgusted.
Yeah.
So pissed.
They just lost the game.
And that was it right there.
Yeah.
Good job.
This guy just had the fucking best game a quarterback's ever had. And in a fucking loss.
Who cares?
That's what Tom's saying pretty much.
Yeah.
Let's go to another reaction, shall we? They'll get back. If they win a Super Bowl, it's all who cares. Everything else doesn't matter. Scott Moore. I've seen Scott Moe on the internet. 949-50375. Those are his favorite. That's his favorite number.
Exactly.
Hashtag I don't overreact, but Eagles are losing in the first round of the playoffs because Jalen Hurts' ability to read a defense is hooked on phonics. Holy shit. Level terrible. LeVar Burton's reading rainbow can't even help. Holy shit. Hooked on phonics worked for me. I remember that back in the day.
Yep.
For those who couldn't read. I cannot believe I've not heard that about a quarterback ability to read a defense before Scott Moe, 949-50375, drops that into our world. LeVar Burton reading rainbow. I remember that show every Saturday, I think he came on.
Yep.
Oh, my God. I'm surprised you didn't bring up the points, the breakfast GM.
Oh, yeah, the box tops.
Yeah, the box tops for every book you read. You get you do an entire thing for Pizza Hut. I think it was for Pizza Hut, the reading thing.
Yep.
They're saying Jalen don't know fucking shit about defenses.
Yikes.
Have we watched film? Do we know if that's true?
It can be improved.
How do we know that? Because he's missing
some open guys.
I mean, yeah, it's just I forget who was calling the game, but even they called it out. Like sometimes you call routes and you know the coverage and you see it and you just don't throw it. That's where it's like, okay, what? Like, is he overthinking it? Is he scared to pull the trigger? Because once again, you know he has the talent. We've seen him make throws, but defenses start disguising. And once defenses start seeing it, you start disguising, you start bringing pressure in the middle, some batted balls, but he has other, he can obviously run the ball, he can extend plays, but you want a quarterback to be able to play on time, read coverages, anticipate, and he's not doing that consistent enough right now.
So Kellen Moore is calling a play that's a cover 2 beater.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
So Jalen doesn't know it's cover 2 though, so he throws to what's actually the man throw probably in the play.
It's hard to even say because what I saw on tape is he sees it, but sometimes just doesn't throw it. Or like, hey, this safety's here, so it's single high. I got A.J. Brown one-on-one with J.C. Horn, who's a good corner. But A.J. Brown, I'm taking that shot. Like, I'm not holding it. I'm not scrambling. And then receivers start to get frustrated as well when they're running routes. They're getting open. And you have the offensive line, that can provide that protection for you. So, I mean, they got to figure it out. Kellen Moore, I think they could have a little more pizzazz in the route tree as well.
Oh, a little more pizzazz.
Plays go around. But, they're winning. They're winning games, and they have the best running back in football right now. So, still got a chance.
Sirianni will figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Always does.
Sirianni. You want to talk about pizzazz? The duck.
Oh, my God.
We need to talk about it.
All-time pizzazz.
This is the greatest mascot I've ever seen. Wow. Greatest mascot I've ever seen.
Saw a video you guys had of him from the game. Yeah, that dude, he's not messing around.
It's not just not messing around, having to do 83 push-ups is what I saw live in person. Now, the crane, thankfully, was moved out of the way, or we would not have seen any of this.
No. Nope.
This is in a no-view area if the crane works. This is, I think, after 35. Is this 35?
I believe so.
This is, so they have to, obviously, or 38. They have to do all the push-ups for the points every single time a point is scored. They have to catch up. So it was 38, then it was 45. So this is 38 push-ups. But before this, as the duck walked in front of our suite, somebody, might have been me, said, "Hey, Duck, they're saying you're half-assing these push-ups." So then immediately, the duck eyeballing, strutting, wanting to fight, okay? The duck was not scared to fight. And you saw the delayed one at the end do the hand clap at the end. That duck and us, probably a 25, 30-minute interaction.
Great time.
2 scores, 83 push-ups, a quiver from Connor, shot it, as if
Really?
And then the duck goes out and does his next set of push-ups. Okay, here we go. Gets up, grabs the quiver, shoots as well. Puts it back in, and then walks away. What? The duck at one point where it was standing, let's say it was standing over there in that area, okay? It's like 30 yards away. There's a bunch of kick. Boom, looking at us. So we were just watching the game, and we had, I think, lost track of what was going on. and then just kind of look back over. The duck is just staring at us.
That was awesome.
From 40 yards away, just like staring at us like this, like flex stance, just staring at us. And I see the duck, and I just like laugh, and I hit Connor, look at this thing. And this duck looks over and just, what? Just it starts doing like a what from 40 yards away. I laughed my ass off at that fucking duck. The duck called Connor fat at one point, called Connor fat because Connor said you were.
So I was shooting it in the head.
This is the push-ups. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't. Neither can you. You can't. I can. You can't. Hey, you can't.
So
that's Bruce Brown. Hey, so like, can you tell us?
Basically,
can you tell this crane to get out of the way? That'd be really cool. At one point, Bruce told the camera operator of the crane that we would tell the union that he was working if he just put this thing down and left.
Yeah, that was awesome.
They're not using your shot. We'll tell the union you worked. You'll get paid full time. Just fucking get this thing out of here.
You're making it sound a lot nicer than what he actually.
Oh, Bruce is pretty boozed up at that.
He was chirpy.
I think that was verbatim, honestly.
It felt like exactly what you said wasn't how you said it.
There it is.
You wanted to crack the headphones.
Yep.
That guy, once again, just doing his job, which we all said to Bruce. Bruce, that guy's got
can't do anything.
No say in this thing. I do appreciate the people at Lucas Oil Stadium though, that we know from being there a lot and obviously playing for the Colts. They go, hey, we've tried to ask who's the person to, and the person said, we paid a lot of money to broadcast this game. We're going to keep the crane there. It's like, all right, well. Okay. I guess that's final say in this entire thing. Feels like you can fucking do it from right over there.
Third quarter went well.
Yeah, it was. No shots were used. Which is a bummer for the guy that Bruce was yelling at.
Because he was doing a great job.
Dude, he was fucking on it. I mean, he was really.
There's a few that we
Tippy
saw.
toes?
Oh, yeah.
Tippy toes at one point. You know, so then not only is the crane in the way, but also his full body. Maximum.
A couple times I thought he was going to get launched up into the air, like lose control and go flying into the rafters.
The whole better door than a window conversation happened could have been said 1,000 times. Hey, crane. Got some good shots, though. Good game.
Did a great job.
Oregon won that thing.
It's great. It was a good game.
The Duck has much more pizzazz than the Eagles route tree.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That Duck's greatest in the game. I'll say it.
I couldn't believe he could shoot. Like with those
athlete.
That's skilled.
He's got 4 fingers.
Yeah.
Skilled Duck.
With fur.
Good arm.
Good
Yeah,
hair, right?
throw the football.
Did the Duck tell me to? Did you see that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did throw.
Gave you to suck it?
No, so he did like the Duck did like 4 of these, and I think he was doing that to set up hands in the middle, and then did one of those. And I'm like, the Duck just suck it on me right there? I think, but I was trying to hide it, because they didn't want to.
Yeah.
I don't know if the suck it is in the normal Duck move.
Kids in the
Probably
crowd.
not.
But
Probably
it was hands up, what, and that Duck head just what, and then hands in the middle, and then
We'll see him again.
What?
We will see him again.
You're damn right we will. And I'll tell you what, I'm impressed by that Duck. Also told the Duck social media team, digital team, on game day, I talked about how great they are. Got a chance to see them. They have a talented situation over there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
They got money too there.
Yeah.
How big was the team? Usually when we're on the field, that's the first thing where they like.
Ferguson, the tight end, the guy that has the one sleeve, and then he has a leg tat on one leg, and then a sleeve on the other. He looks cool. Who was the dude that jumped over the guy?
18.
Yeah,
18.
Other
He
tight end, I think.
He looked like a man. He looked like a grown ass.
Who is it,
man.
Burns or Birch, the DN or whatever? He's a big boy.
Yeah, Jordan.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a hell of a player. Big guy. Lanning's awesome.
Yeah.
Lanning walks like the Joker coming out of that hospital on the sideline. Like when he's like walking around. I don't know if it's like his normal gait or if he's just pacing back and forth. I don't know what it is. But watching him like command the team was pretty sweet. He's a ball, like that guy, great coach. And the boys are always bought in. I'm excited to see what their mantra was this week.
Yeah,
me
going
too.
into this game. Because I didn't see any. I didn't really see any
shit.
I didn't see
Didn't
any
notice
shit.
anything like the last few weeks.
They're the Big Ten champs, so congrats. Sko, dogs! Sko, dogs! What's James Franklin's record against top 5 teams?
Top 5.
He was not happy.
Top
after.
10 was like 3-18, or was 1-14 maybe?
I don't blame their band for the celebration, but it's kind of a JV setup here. The band is just marching behind James Franklin's press conference. I don't know if NFL stadiums are set up to handle marching bands and ins and outs.
College
and
games.
the whole thing. But Lucas Oil Stadium was loud. Penn State fans were fucking Oregon fans are very loud as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not discrediting that. I'm just saying that place was loud. And they did the wristband light show thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They did the wristband light show
Everybody?
thing. Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
It looked like a good majority of the people had the wristbands on. Because even when the Oregon Ducks were coming out, the Penn State people had green lights on their thing at one point. And then the Oregon section that we were sitting kind of amongst, there was blue lights coming off people's whenever Penn State came out. So they did the full light show in there. It was pretty sweet. It was a good game. We didn't get to see, obviously, everything, but you understand. Yeah. It was a great game, great environment. Let's go, Dogs. Last overreaction here, shall we, before we get out of here and make our picks. This is from Joe Mart, 84. Sweet profile photo.
Is that a
Hashtag I don't overreact, but shh. Detroit. You hear that? That's Sam Darnold and the Vikings breathing down your necks. KOC and B-Flow have made this team scarier than white chicks asking to speak to the manager. Skull. Good reference there with white chicks. Absolutely nailed the celebration.
Yeah.
I am so pumped that you found that on the internet, matched up and synced up so perfectly. Even the little intricacies of the dance after the flip and everything, absolutely nailed it. Also, with the cleats, deciding to go in here. Smart play. Absolutely smart play in there because I think you kind of get caught. That was phenomenal work by a great defense gone, man.
Yeah, one of the best celebrations I think I've ever seen on a football field, especially after the pick and the defense was flying around at the end here, too.
Boom, yeah, right there.
It really was just perfection in a celebration.
From beginning to end, absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, it was so fun to
Love that they watched film on this, for sure.
Yeah, practice.
Love that they had to practice this multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Love the front flip off of the hands through, because every once in a while that's a slide through. Instead, we're going front flip. Hadn't seen that since, I guess, probably white chicks in there. That was A-plus shit from the Minnesota Vikings.
10 out of 10, absolutely. You love that they obviously walked through and prepared for this, so they expect to make these type of plays. Was this the same team that had the Parent Trap?
I think it was.
In London, because they played in London. They released a video after the game of them practicing their London Parent Trap celebration.
So I also like, to your point about practicing, and they're all in, everybody else knew what was coming, and they were excited. They were gassing it up. I mean, that's all, because every once in a while you'll see a celebration where everybody doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and they kind of ruin it. Normally, no offense to the Fatzos, normally it's an offensive lineman that just comes running in and I just want to headbutt somebody. Can we stop fucking dancing? I got to go do a field goal where I'm going to get drilled right in my chin. Can I fucking? All right, and there's a whole dance going on.
That just happened with Lane Johnson, the Eagles, because Saquon and A.J. Brown did a celebration against the Rams.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes D linemen, too, get in there like, what are we? All right, nobody fucking told me. All right, I'm out of here. You know, that whole thing happens. But it felt like everybody on the Vikings defense knew exactly what was happening, when it was happening. That's good work. That team's rolling.
Great work. Look out.
Scolding.
Kind of worried about how they breathe, but other than that.
What are you talking about? No, that was a shush.
Yeah, that was a
shush.
Oh.
That wasn't him breathing.
That's how I read it.
So you're quiet.
Oh, he was telling him to be quiet so he could hear it, I think.
Oh, okay.
You were saying the shh was them breathing?
Was the sound of them breathing. I was worried about how they breathe.
Oh, okay. Wow. Maybe. Maybe they were saying that's how the Vikings breathe, and that's what the Lions fans are hearing or something?
No, you're definitely right, but...
You hear that?
Got a cold?
That's Sam Darnold and the Vikings breathing down your
Yeah, I thought they were a little wheezy. I was worried.
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. I think it was...
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. But.
Yeah.
Pipes the fuck down.
Exactly.
Open your ears. Hear that whistle? That's your new fucking ice maker that you spent thousands of dollars in your house. Now it's going to keep you up all fucking night thinking that there's a bird squawking in your kitchen. But the ice pellets are cool. So that's all that matters. Let's go to, let's make our picks. Thank you to everybody that's sending tweets. Great work, Ty.
Thank you, guys.
Those are awesome. And if you're taking a dump and you're on X, go ahead and scroll through those. You get a nice feeling for how fans feel. Obviously, everybody might be a little bit dramatic in these tweets.
That's the whole
but that's
point.
because they're allowed to be. That's because they're told to be. Utilize it as a therapy session. So understand that people don't want to actually kill Kirk Cousins with a chicken wing, but they're certainly at the point where they're okay never seeing him again. That's what you gotta. That's kind of what you got to take from it. Now, speaking of never seeing again, I don't love every single time we pop up the against the spread picks graphic, and I'm hovering around 500. Okay, I don't love that at all. Age obviously doesn't love when he doesn't get them all right, because normally he does. Don't let this graphic fool you. Normally AJ gets them all right all the time.
Yep.
I went 6-6. You went 4-8. I can't.
4-8, yeah.
Hey, easy come, easy go. All these games.
That's right.
Easy
I'm
come,
going to
easy
win this one tonight.
That's right, you are. Let's start with D-Butch. Tonight, Bengals, Cowboys on Simpson television, on Manningcast television, on Monday Night Football television. We got Cooper Cush taking on Joey B. Bengals favored by 4.5 in Jerry World. Feels like a night where Joe Burrow's going to show up in something sweet.
Man.
This fashion tonight, walking into Jerry World, is going to be fucking fantastic. Did you see those boots pants combo from that guy for the Rams?
Awesome.
That was fun with the face covering.
Yeah.
Great.
I mean, I don't know what's fashion or Halloween anymore, but I love all of it. Do whatever makes you feel good. Do whatever makes you think you look good. D-Butch,
Yep.
who do you like?
Man, Joey B, he's absolutely going to show up. He's been lights out this year. Jamar Chase as well. It's hard to go against him, seeing these guys on this graphic. But I am going with Cooper Cush and the Cowboys to cover. And I love this over right here with both of these defenses right now. Even though there are big-time players on both sides, I think a lot of points have been put up. But I'm taking Cooper Cush and the Cowboys to cover.
Okay, so Diggs, where is the public at right now?
The public is 51% on the Bengals.
Okay, so not that much. That's actually right where the sportsbook wants to be at that about time. So let's assume this line is not moving at all before tonight. AJ, who do you like? How do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bengals offense continues to roll. I mean, I'm with D, but the over on 49.5 feels pretty good. Give me the Bengals on the road here against the Cowboys.
I'll take the Bengals as well to get above 500. That's what I'm trying to do. AJ's trying to enter Week 15 with a big old dub.
Hell yeah.
We're going to be watching on Simpsons and the Manningcast and on the traditional broadcast, and we can't thank you enough for allowing us to do this for a living. We'll be back tomorrow with Aaron Rodgers. Should be absolutely bananas. Remember, SeatGeek, tickets to anything and everything. Get $30 off any purchase whenever you use the code PAT2024. That's PAT2024. Might have to be capitalized PAT. You get $30 off any ticket. That works for all event types, NFL, NBA, NHL, concerts, comedy, whatever they have tickets to, which is everything, $30 off. There are some conditions that apply, and that's if it's less than $30. Once again, here is the average resale ticket price since the matchups have been announced. Indiana, Notre Dame, $1,600 pop for a resale ticket to get in there, the Hoosier State battle. Obviously, SMU up there at Happy Valley, $333. Tennessee, Ohio State, $499. And then Clemson, Texas, $746. I think whenever you see the 100,000 stadiums, you know, the tickets are a little bit,
a little cheap,
a little bit cheaper,
A little
obviously.
easier to get.
Notre Dame, $1,600. This is a dream matchup for people in Indiana. There's a lot of like families that have Notre Dame people and Hoosier people in it. There's a lot of like Indiana University basketball fans who pick up the Notre Dame team as their football team because Indiana University football team was so bad for so long. So it's like, fuck it, I'll cheer for the Indiana team that's pretty good. That's Notre Dame. But now that IU's football team is good, it's like now they're on IU.
Oh, yeah.
But they're still Notre Dame people. So it's like, it's really a match made in heaven for this college football playoff for the people of this state, in my eyes.
Yeah, it's the first time they've played, I think, since 1991. So it's like this shit just never happens. It doesn't. And we're probably not, with how good Indiana is, like when we talk about like the strength of schedule stuff, like there's a good chance these two don't play for a long time after this either.
Yeah, they need to get because they're independent. Let's go ahead and schedule them.
Yeah, and host it in Indy.
Yeah, do it at Lucas Oil at the Loud House. Yeah, let's make that a thing because Indiana Purdue always talked about, and Barry Odom, great coach. But if Indiana's going to continue to do what they're doing, Notre Dame's always going to be Notre Dame.
Yep.
That becomes must watch, must go to. $1,600 pop to get a ticket. You get that for $30 off.
That's right.
You get that for $30 off.
You can. My wife from South Bend went to IU, and I can't tell you how many, like all of her friends from South Bend went to IU. Like, so this matchup is just huge.
Juicy.
It's going to be sweet. Oh, yeah. That's how it kicks it all off, too. We're going to be lucky enough to be up there, I think. Yeah, we're definitely going to this. I don't know what else is happening.
Nothing.
This is the Friday night game, so this is the only game that night.
Up to some seasons always happening. We'll figure it out. We're back tomorrow. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life. We're in this thing together. Never, ever forget it. Okay? And the be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life, that's real. Just walk up to somebody and say, hey, you know what? The weather's changing. Maybe you not see the sun for a while. Your whatever looks great. Let's have a good one. Fist bump, keep it moving. Even, listen to this, even if it doesn't look great.
Why?
Move on. Really? Thank you for that. Might change the way everything goes.
Exactly.
Shoot.
Especially if it's something brand new. If it's something that was an aggressive decision, they had to think about it. They decide, should I not? You know, like a new hair dye or something.
Mm-hmm.
That looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Keep it moving. Unless you want to be the person that has the convo, just fucking make them feel good about the decision they made and go about your life. Because that little lift of a spirit, little lift of an energy, might get them to their next day, might get them to their next meal. You have no idea what anybody's going through, so you might as well tell them something nice. It's much easier to find something negative. Let's find the good shit. Let's keep it moving. Team on me, team on three. 1, 2, 3.
Team.
Goodbye.